You ought to go there alone. He can't possibly go just now, he's suffering too much. I'm not suffering at all, I'm perfectly able to go, said Alyosha. What? You're leaving? Is that what you mean? Is that it? What of it? I mean, when I'm through over there I shall return here and we can talk again as much as you please. I'd really like to see Katerina Ivanovna without too much delay, as I very much want to get back to the monastery today as soon as possible. Mama, take him and escort him out of here at once. Alexey Fyodorovich, don't bother to call on me after you've been to see Katerina Ivanovna, just go straight back to your monastery, and good riddance to you. And as for me, I want to sleep, I didn't get any sleep last night. Oh, Lise, these are only jokes on your part, but if only you really would fall asleep. Mrs. Koklakova exclaimed. I don't know in what way I can. I can stay for another 3 or 4 minutes, even 5, Alyosha mumbled. Even 5. Oh, escort him out of here at once, Mama, he's a monster. Lise, you have taken leave of your senses. Let us go, Alexey Fyodorovich, she is far too whimsical today, I'm afraid of overexciting her. Oh, life with a nervous woman is a misery, Alexey Fyodorovich. And yet perhaps she really means what she says, and felt she wanted to sleep while you were with us. How quickly you have made her sleepy, and how fortunate that is. Oh, Mama, how charmingly you've begun to talk, I embrace you, Mama, for that. And I you, Lise. Listen, Alexey Fyodorovich, Mrs. Koklakova said solemnly and mysteriously, in a rapid whisper, as she and Alyosha set off. I don't want to put any ideas into your head, nor do I want to raise this curtain, but you must go in and see for yourself what is taking place in there. It is an outrage, it is the most fantastic comedy. She is in love with your brother Ivan Fyodorovich, yet she's trying to convince herself with all her might that it's your brother Dmitri Fyodorovich she loves. It is terrible. I shall come in with you and, if I am not banished from their presence, shall await the ending. 5. Crack up in the drawing room. But in the drawing room the talk was already at an end. Katerina Ivanovna was in great agitation, though she also had a resolute air. The moment Alyosha and Mrs. Koklakova entered, Ivan Fyodorovich rose in order to depart. His face was somewhat pale, and Alyosha gave him a look of concern. The fact was that for Alyosha there had now been resolved a certain doubt he had harbored, a certain disturbing riddle that had for some time been tormenting him. About a month earlier he had on several occasions and from various quarters been prompted with the notion that brother Ivan was in love with Katerina Ivanovna and, this being the salient point, that he actually intended to capture her from Mitya. Until the very most recent time this had struck Alyosha as a monstrous notion, though it had caused him much concern. He loved both brothers and was afraid of such rivalry between them. Yet only yesterday Dmitri Fyodorovich had suddenly and openly declared to him that he was positively delighted by the fact of Ivan's rivalry and he, Dmitri, would be greatly helped by it. Helped to what end? To marry Grushenka? Alyosha, however, viewed that marriage as a foul and desperate one. In spite of all this, Alyosha had believed right up until last night that Katerina Ivanovna herself loved his brother Dmitri unyieldingly and to the point of passion, but only until last night. On top of this, he had for some reason gone on imagining that she could not love one such as Ivan, and that she loved his brother Dmitri, just as he was, in spite of all the monstrousness of a love like that. Yesterday, however, in the scene with Grushenka he had suddenly thought he glimpsed something different. The word crack up, uttered just then by Mrs. Koklakova, had almost made him start, because that very night, half waking up at dawn, he had suddenly, no doubt in response to some dream, articulated, crack up, crack up. He had indeed dreamed all night of yesterday's scene at the house of Katerina Ivanovna. Now suddenly the open and stubborn assurance of Mrs. Koklakova that Katerina Ivanovna was in love with brother Ivan and was simply being perverse, under the influence of freakish behavior, of crack-up, in deceiving herself and torturing herself with an unnatural love for Dmitri that seemed to stem from some kind of gratitude, made a deep impression on Alyosha. Yes, perhaps the whole truth really is contained in those words. But if that were the case, what sort of position was Brother Ivan in? Alyosha sensed by a kind of instinct that a woman with a character like that of Katerina Ivanovna must wield power, and that she would be able to wield power only over a man such as Dmitri, and not on any account over one such as Ivan. For Dmitri only would, though presumably with a long delay, submit to her for his own happiness, which Alyosha positively wished, but Ivan would not. Ivan was not capable of submitting to her, and indeed that submission would bring him no happiness. Such was the notion of Ivan's character that Alyosha had already, in spite of himself, for some reason formed. And now, at the instant he entered the drawing room, all these waverings and considerations darted and flickered through his mind. And there was yet another thought that flickered past, suddenly and uncontrollably. What if she doesn't love either of them? I should note that Alyosha had been almost ashamed of such thoughts and had rebuked himself for having them on those occasions when in the course of the last month they had come to him. After all, what do I understand of women in love, and what right do I have to arrive at such conclusions? He would think in silent rebuke to himself after every such thought or surmise. Yet at the same time it was impossible not to have these thoughts. He knew by instinct that now, for example, in the fate of his two brothers this rivalry was a horribly important question and one on which horribly much depended. One vile reptile may consume the other, Brother Ivan had pronounced yesterday, while talking irritably of father and brother Dmitri. So in Ivan's eyes Brother Dmitri was a reptile, was he, and perhaps had long been one? Probably ever since Brother Ivan had got to know Katerina Ivanovna? Those words had, of course, broken from Ivan yesterday in spite of himself, yet that increased their significance. If this were the case, then what sort of peace could one expect? Was this not, on the contrary, a fresh motive for hatred and enmity within their family? And most important of all, which of them was he, Alyosha, to feel sorry for? And what was he to wish for each one? He loved them both, but what was he to wish for each of them amidst such terrible contradictions? In all this muddle one might completely lose one's way, but Alyosha's heart could not tolerate the unknown, as the character of his love was forever active. A passive love was something of which he was not capable. The love conceived within him, he at once went to assist. For that it was necessary to set a goal, to have a firm knowledge of what was good and desirable for each of them and, having ascertained the correctness of the goal, to proceed towards the natural next step of helping them. In all this, however, there was in place of a firm goal nothing but vagueness and muddle. That word hysteria that had been uttered just now. What did he understand even of that? Of all this muddle he did not comprehend even the first word. On catching sight of Alyosha, Katerina Ivanovna quickly and in tones of joy said to Ivan Fyodorovich, who had already risen from his seat in order to depart. Just a moment. Stay just for another moment. I want to hear the opinion of someone here whom I trust with all my being. Katerina Osipovna, don't you leave either, she added, turning to Mrs. Koklakova. She made Alyosha sit down beside her, while Mrs. Koklakova seated herself opposite, beside Ivan Fyodorovich. Here in this room are all my friends, all the friends I have in the world, she began passionately in a voice that quivered with sincere and suffering-filled tears, and Alyosha's heart at once turned towards her again. Yesterday you, Alexei Fyodorovich, were a witness to that outrage and you saw the way I reacted. You didn't see that, Ivan Fyodorovich, but he did. What he thought of me yesterday I do not know. I know only that were the same thing to repeat itself today, just now, I would manifest the same emotions that I did yesterday, the same emotions, the same words and the same gestures. You recall my gestures, Alexei Fyodorovich, you yourself restrained me from one of them. As she said this, she turned red in the face and her eyes began to glitter. I declare to you, Alexei Fyodorovich, that I cannot reconcile myself to any of it. You see, Alexei Fyodorovich, I do not even know whether I love him now. He has become pitiable to me, and that is a poor testimony of love. If I loved him, continued to love him, I think I might not feel pity for him now, but on the contrary, hatred." Her voice began to shake, and teardrops glittered in her lashes. Alyosha felt an inward shock. This girl is truthful and sincere, he thought, and she's not in love with Dmitri anymore. That's right. Quite right. Mrs. Koklikova burst out in an abrupt exclamation. Wait, dear Katerina Osipovna, I have not told you the principal, the final thing that I decided last night. I have a sense that the decision I have come to is a dreadful one, for me, but I already know that I will not alter it at any cost, and that it will remain valid for the rest of my life, so let it be. My dear, my good, my constant and magnanimous adviser, profound knower of the heart, and sole friend in all the world, Ivan Fyodorovitch, approves of it and praises my decision. He knows what it is. Yes, I approve of it, Ivan Fyodorovitch pronounced in a quiet but firm voice. But I desire that Alyosha too. Oh, Alexei Fyodorovitch, please forgive me for calling you simply Alyosha. I desire that Alexei Fyodorovitch, too, should now tell me in the presence of these two friends of mine, am I right or am I not? I have an instinctive presentiment that you, Alyosha, my brother dear, for you are my brother dear, she said in passionate ecstasy, gripping his cold hand in her own, which was hot, that your decision, your approval, all my torments notwithstanding, will give me peace of mind, because after what you have to say I shall grow calm and reconcile myself. I have a presentiment of it. I don't know what it is you are asking me about, Alyosha said with a flushed countenance. All I know is that I am fond of you and at this moment wish you more happiness than I wish myself. But you must understand that I know nothing of these matters, he suddenly added hurriedly, though it was not clear why. In these matters, Alexei Fyodorovitch, in these matters what count most now are honor, duty, and something else of which I am not sure, but it is something loftier, perhaps even loftier than duty itself. The heart within me tells of this overmastering emotion, and overmasteringly it draws me onwards. For briefly, in 2 words, I have already taken my decision. Even if he marries that brute creature, she began majestically, that one I shall never, never be able to forgive, even then I shall not give him up. From this day forth I shall never, never give him up, she uttered in a kind of hysteria of pale, forced ecstasy. Not, that is to say, that I shall go trailing after him, trying to make him notice me and pestering him. Oh no, I shall go and live in another town, wherever you please, but all my life I shall shadow him relentlessly. When, on the other hand, he becomes unhappy with that creature, and that will certainly be very soon, then let him come to me, and he will encounter a friend, a sister. Only a sister, of course, and that forever so. But in the end he will come round to the idea that I am truly his sister who loves him and has sacrificed her whole life for him. I shall attain a situation, I shall insist on it, where he will recognize me and give up everything to me, without embarrassment, she exclaimed, almost in frenzy. I shall be his God, to whom he will say his prayers, and that is the least that he owes me for his betrayal and for what I endured on account of him yesterday. And may he perceive all his life that I shall be faithful to him and to the promise I gave him, even though he was unfaithful and false to me. I shall turn myself into nothing more than a means for his happiness. Oh, how shall I put it, the instrument, the mechanism of his happiness, and that for my whole life, and that he shall perceive it henceforth for the rest of his life. There, that is my decision. Ivan Fyodorovitch gives me his unqualified approval. She was gasping for breath. It was possible that she had intended to express what was in her mind with a far greater degree of propriety, elegance, and naturalness, but it had all come out in an all too slapdash and blatant manner. There had been in it too much youthful absence of self-restraint, too much of the irritable excitement she had felt the previous day, of the need to look haughty. She felt it herself. Her face seemed suddenly to cloud over, her eyes assumed an ugly expression. Alyosha immediately noticed all this, and in his heart there was a stirring of compassion. And then Brother Ivan, too, stepped in. All I did was to express my view, he said. With any other woman all that would have come out in an overdone, forced sort of way, but in your case it did not. Another woman would not have been in the right, but you are. I do not know what motive to ascribe to it, but I perceive that you are extremely sincere, and for that very reason you are in the right. But I mean, that is only how she is at this moment. And what's in her at this moment? Nothing but the insult she received yesterday, that's all. Mrs. Koklakova suddenly burst out, unable to control herself, though plainly not wishing to become involved. She had lost the battle and come out with a very true perception. Indeed, Ivan broke in, with a kind of sudden recklessness, evidently angry at having been interrupted. Indeed, but for another woman this moment would be only a memory of yesterday, and no more than a moment, while for a woman with a character like Katerina Ivanovna's it will extend throughout the whole of her life. That which for other women would only be a promise, for her is an everlasting, onerous, possibly gloomy, but tireless, duty. And she will derive sustenance from the sense of this completed duty. Your life, Katerina Ivanovna, will now pass in long-suffering contemplation of your own emotions, your own heroic self-sacrifice and your own misery, but, in the time that follows, that suffering will ease, and your life will turn into the pleasurable contemplation of a firm and proud intention enacted once and for always, one truly proud, at any rate desperate, but established by you as a victory, and this awareness will at last afford you the most complete satisfaction and will reconcile you with all the rest of it. He said this resolutely, with a kind of spite, plainly in jest, and even, perhaps, not wishing to conceal his intention, that is to say, that he was speaking in mockery and jest. Oh good Lord, how wrong all this is! Mrs. Koplakova exclaimed again. Alexei Fyodorovitch, now you must speak. I excruciatingly want to know what you will say to me. Katerina Ivanovna exclaimed, and then suddenly dissolved in tears. Alyosha rose from the sofa. This is nothing, she continued in tears. It's because of the disorder I'm in, because of last night, but while I am near two such friends as you and your brother I still feel strength, because I know, neither of you will ever abandon me. Unfortunately, as soon as tomorrow, perhaps, I shall have to return to Moscow and abandon you for a long time. And unfortunately it is something that cannot be altered, Ivan Fyodorovitch articulated suddenly. Tomorrow, you're going to Moscow, said Katerina Ivanovna, her entire face suddenly wrenched out of shape. But good God, what a stroke of good luck, she screamed, her voice completely changed in a single instant, her tears likewise instantly banished, not a shadow of them left. Quite literally in a single instant did this extraordinary change take place in her, dumbfounding Alyosha in the extreme. In the place of the poor, insulted girl who had been weeping just then in a kind of hysteria of emotion there now suddenly appeared a grown woman, one with complete self-mastery who seemed positively full of extreme satisfaction, as though she were overjoyed about something. Oh, it's not good luck that I must say farewell to you, of course not, she said, suddenly correcting herself, as it were, with a sweet, worldly smile. A friend such as you could not think that. I am, on the contrary, only too miserable about being deprived of your company. She suddenly threw herself towards Ivan Fyodorovitch and, gripping him by both hands, squeezed them with ardent emotion. No, the lucky part of it is that you yourself, in person, will now be in a position to convey to my aunt and Agasha in Moscow the whole of my situation, the whole of my present horrible dilemma, in complete frankness with Agasha and sparing dear aunt. In the way that only you know how. You can have no idea how miserable I was last night and this morning as I wondered in bewilderment how I should ever write them this dreadful letter, because there is simply no way, not by any stretch of the imagination, that this could be described in a letter. Now, however, it will be easy for me to write, because you will be there with them in person and be able to explain it all. Oh, how relieved I am! But my sense of relief concerns only that, please again believe me. For me you are, of course, irreplaceable. I shall run and write the letter immediately, she said in sudden conclusion, already making a step in order to go out of the room. But what of Alyosha? The opinion of Alexei Fyodorovitch, which you so eagerly desired to hear. Mrs. Koplakova exclaimed. A biting and irate tone sounded in her words. "I haven't forgotten about that," Katerina Ivanovna said, suddenly coming to a halt. "But in any case, why are you being so hostile to me at a moment like this, Katerina Osipovna?" she pronounced with bitter, passionate reproach. "What I said, I confirm. I need his opinion, and more than that, I need his decision. Whatever he says, so shall it be. There, on the contrary, that is the degree to which I yearn for your words, Alexei Fyodorovitch. But what is wrong? I never thought, I can't imagine it," Alyosha exclaimed suddenly in tones of sorrow. What can't you imagine? He's leaving for Moscow, and you screamed that you were relieved. You screamed it intentionally. And then you immediately began to explain that it wasn't that you were relieved about, and that, on the contrary, you regretted losing a friend, but even that was intentional play acting. You acted it as though you were in a comedy at the theater. At the theater? What? What on earth are you talking about? Katerina Ivanovna exclaimed in profound bewilderment, flaring scarlet and knitting her brows. Well, no matter how much you keep assuring him that you regret his departure as that of a friend, you still keep insisting to his face that it's marvelous luck he's leaving. Alyosha got out, almost totally out of breath. He stood overlooking the table, but did not sit down. What are you referring to? I don't understand. Oh, I don't even know myself what it is. I suddenly had a kind of illumination. I know I'm not expressing this well, but I shall say it all the same, Alyosha continued in the same trembling and failing voice. My illumination was that it's possible that you have never loved brother Dmitri at all, from the very beginning. And that brother Dmitri, too, has never loved you at all. Not ever, right from the very beginning. But has only revered you. I truly do not know how I can dare to bring myself to this, but I must tell someone the truth, because no one here wants to tell it. What truth? Katerina Ivanovna screamed, and something hysterical resonated in her voice. This one, Alyosha babbled, as though he had taken a leap from a rooftop. Summon Dmitri at once. I shall find him, and let him come here and take you by the hand, then take brother Ivan by the hand and unite your hands. Because you are tormenting Ivan for the sole reason that you love him, and are tormenting him with your love for Dmitri, which is a hysterical love, a false love, because you've convinced yourself that it's real. Alyosha broke off and fell silent. You're a little holy fool, that's what you are. Katerina Ivanovna suddenly snapped, her face pale and her lips twisted with malice. Ivan Fyodorovitch suddenly began to laugh and got up from his seat. He was holding his hat. You are wrong, my kind Alyosha, he said with a facial expression that Alyosha had never observed in him before, an expression that seemed to convey youthful sincerity and powerful, outspoken feeling that could not be checked. Never has Katerina Ivanovna loved me. She has known all along that I love her, even though I have never spoken a word to her of my love, has known it, but has not loved me. Neither have I been, even once, even for a single day, her friend. The proud woman did not require my friendship. She has maintained me in her presence for continuous revenge. She has taken her revenge on me for all the insults she has constantly and every moment endured throughout all this time from Dmitri, insults dating from their first encounter. Because even their first encounter stayed in her heart as an insult. That's the sort of heart she has. All I have done all this time is listen to her talk about her love for him. I shall now depart, but let me tell you, Katerina Ivanovna, that in reality he is the only one you love. And you love him increasingly the more he insults you. That is the form your hysteria takes. You love him exactly as he is, as he insults you, so do you love him? Were he to mend his ways you would instantly give him up and stop loving him altogether? But he is necessary to you, in order that you may ceaselessly observe your heroic sacrifice of faithfulness and reproach him for his unfaithfulness. And all of this stems from your pride. Oh, There's a lot of self-disparagement and self-degradation mixed up in it, but it all stems from pride. I am far too young, and have loved you far too intensely. I know that it would be better if I did not tell you that it would show more dignity on my part simply to leave your presence, that would be less insulting to you. But after all, I am going far away and I shall never return. This is forever, you see. I don't want to sit next to a crack-up. As a matter of fact, I can't say any more, I've said it all. Farewell, Katerina Ivanovna, you can't be angry with me, because I'm being punished 100 times worse than you, punished by the mere fact that I shall never see you again. Farewell. I do not need your hand. You have tormented me too consciously for me to be able to forgive you at this moment. My forgiveness will come later, but for the moment your hand is not required. Den dank, dame, begerich nicht, one he added with a crooked smile, proving, however, quite out of the blue, that he too was capable of reading Schiller, to a point where he even had lines off by memory, something with which Alyosha would never have credited him. Ivan stalked out of the room, not even pausing to pay his regards to Mrs. Koplikova. Alyosha wrung his hands. Ivan, he called after him, like a lost soul, come back, Ivan. Oh no, now he'll never come back, not for anything in the world, he exclaimed again in an illumination of sorrow. But it's because of me, I'm the one who's at fault, I started it. Ivan was talking with malice, in an ugly way. He was being unfair, and there was malice in it, Alyosha clamored like a half-wit. Katerina Ivanovna suddenly went into the other room. You've done nothing wrong, you have acted charmingly, like an angel, Mrs. Koplikova whispered quickly and ecstatically to the mournful Alyosha. I shall make every effort to see that Ivan Fyodorovich doesn't leave. The joy was shining in her face, much to Alyosha's intense annoyance, but suddenly Katerina Ivanovna returned. She was holding 2 rainbow banknotes. There is one great favor that I want to ask you, Alexei Fyodorovich, she began, addressing herself directly to Alyosha, in a voice that appeared calm and even, for all the world as though nothing at all had taken place just now. A week, yes, it was a week ago, I think, Dmitri Fyodorovich performed a certain intemperate and unfair action, a very disgraceful one. There is in our town a certain unsavory place, a certain inn. In it he encountered that retired Osair, that second-grade captain, whom your papa used to employ on some kind of business matters. Having lost his temper with that second-grade captain for some reason, Dmitri Fyodorovich caught him by the beard and in front of everyone led him out into the street in that degrading aspect and continued to lead him thus for rather a long way. It is said, too, that a boy, the son of that second-grade captain, who attends our local college, still but a child, having seen this kept running alongside and sobbing out loud, interceding for his father and rushing up to everyone to ask them to support him, but they all merely laughed. Forgive me, Alexei Fyodorovich, but I cannot recall that shameful action of his without indignation, an action of a kind that only Dmitri Fyodorovich could have resolved upon in his anger and his passions. I cannot even describe it, am incapable, my words become confused. I made inquiries about this fellow who was being so mistreated and learned that he is a man of great poverty. His last name is Snegiryov. He was found guilty of some misdemeanor in the service, was dismissed, I do not know the whole story, and has now, together with his family, his wretched family of 6 children and a wife who was a madwoman, apparently, fallen into terrible destitution. He has lived in our town for a long time, working in some capacity as scribe somewhere, and now suddenly he receives no salary. I had once thought of you, that is to say, I wondered, I do not know, I am in something of a muddle, you see. I wanted to ask you, Alexei Fyodorovich, my most kind Alexei Fyodorovich, to go and see him, seek out a pretext, gain entrance to their lodgings, the lodgings of that second-grade captain, I mean, oh Lord, how confused I am. And tactfully, cautiously, as you alone are able to do it, Alyosha suddenly went red, and give him this grant in aid, look, 200 rubles. He'll most likely accept them. That's to say, you must persuade him to accept it. Or no, how can I say it? Look, It's not a payment to him for keeping quiet and not filing a complaint, because it appears he was going to file a complaint, but simply one made out of sympathy, out of a desire to help, from me, the bride of Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and not from him himself. To put it briefly, you will be able. I would go there myself, but you will be able to do it far better than I. He lives on Ozernaya Street, in the house of the artisan's widow Kalmakova. Please, in the name of God, Alexei Fyodorovitch, do this for me. Now, however, I feel slightly tired. Goodbye. Suddenly she turned around and disappeared again behind the portiere so quickly that Alyosha did not succeed in uttering a word, though he wished to speak. He wished to ask for forgiveness, to take the blame upon himself, to say at least something, because his heart was full, and to leave the room without doing so seemed to him decidedly out of the question. Mrs. Koklakova, however, caught him by the arm and led him out herself. In the hallway she again made him pause, as she had done earlier. She's a proud one, always fighting with herself, but she's lovely, good-hearted, with a generous soul. Mrs. Koklakova exclaimed in a semi-whisper. Oh, how I love her, especially on certain occasions, and how glad I am once again, about all of it. Dear Alexei Fyodorovitch, you see, you didn't know it, but I think I ought to tell you that we all of us, both of her aunts, all of us, even Lise, have for a whole month now done nothing but wish and pray that she would turn her back on Dmitri Fyodorovitch, who has no time for her and does not love her, and that she would marry Ivan Fyodorovitch, a first-rate young man of progressive education, who loves her more than anything else in the world. You see, we got together a whole conspiracy, and it's even possibly the only thing that's keeping me here. But I mean, she was in tears, she'd been insulted again. Alyosha cried. Have no faith in the tears of a woman, Alexei Fyodorovitch. In these instances I'm always against the woman, I'm for the man. Mama, you're spoiling him and corrupting him, the reedy little voice of Lise was heard to say from the other side of the door. No, I'm the reason for it all, I'm horribly to blame, the inconsolable Alyosha repeated in a burst of agonized Shemithis behavior, even covering his face with his hands from shame. Quite the opposite. You have acted like an angel, I am ready to repeat it thousands upon thousands of times. Mama, how has he acted like an angel? The little voice of Lise was again heard to say. For some reason I suddenly imagined as I watched all that, Alyosha continued, as if he had not heard Liza, that she loves Ivan, and so I said that stupid thing, and what will happen now? To whom? Lise exclaimed. Mama, you must want to destroy me. I ask you questions, but you don't answer them. At that moment the chambermaid ran in. Katerina Ivanovna's poorly, ma'am, in tears, it's the hysterics, she's thrashing about something dreadful. What on earth? Lise cried in a voice that was anxious now. Mama, I'm the one who's supposed to have hysterics, not her. Lise, for goodness sake stop shouting, stop making my life such a misery. You're still at an age where it's out of the question for you to know all the things that grown-ups know. I shall come and tell you everything it's right to tell you. Oh good Lord! I must run. Hysterics are a good sign, Alexei Fyodorovitch, it's excellent that she's having hysterics. It's what she deserves. In these cases I'm always against women, against all these hysterics and female tears. Yulia, run and tell her I'm on my way. And tell her she herself is to blame for Ivan Fyodorovitch walking out as he did. He won't leave, however. Lise, for goodness sake, stop shouting. All right, I know you're not shouting, it's I who am shouting, you must forgive your poor mama, but I'm in ecstasy. And did you observe, Alexei Fyodorovitch, what a young man Ivan Fyodorovitch looked just now as he walked out, said all those things and walked out? I thought he was so intellectual, such an academic, but there he was suddenly so fiery and passionate, so young and honest, so young and inexperienced, and how beautiful it was, just like you. And he even recited that line of German poetry, just in the sort of way you would have done. But I must run, I must run. Alexei Fyodorovich, please be quick about that errand and come back as soon as you can. Lise, is there anything you need? For goodness sake, don't delay Alexei Fyodorovich by even a minute, he'll be back again with you very soon. At last Mrs. Koplakova made her departure. Before going, Alyosha tried to open Lise's door. No, you don't. Lise exclaimed. Now, not on any account. Speak from where you are, through the door. How did you ever get to be an angel? That's what I'd like to know. Because of dreadful stupidity, Lise. Farewell. Don't dare to leave like this. Lise exclaimed. Lise. I'm seriously troubled. I'll be back in a moment, but I'm greatly, greatly troubled. And he ran out of the room. 6. Crack up in the Izba 1. He really was seriously troubled, and in a way that he had hitherto seldom experienced. He had leapt into the fray and made a fool of himself, and in what a matter, one of amorous feelings. After all, what do I understand of all that? What sense can I possibly make of such matters? He repeated to himself for the 100th time, as he blushed. Oh, the shame would be nothing, the shame is merely the punishment due to me. No, the real trouble is that now I shall without question be the cause of fresh unhappiness. Yet the elders sent me in order to bring reconciliation and unity. Was that any way to bring unity? At that point he again suddenly recalled how he had united their hands, and again felt terribly ashamed. Even if I did it all sincerely, I ought to have been cleverer beforehand, he suddenly concluded, not even smiling at his conclusion. Katerina Ivanovna's errand was to be discharged at Ozernaya Street, and brother Dmitri lived right there on the way to it, in a nearby side lane. Alyosha decided at all events to call in on him before going to the quarters of the second-grade captain, though he had a premonition that he would not find his brother in. He suspected that the latter would now possibly make a point of trying to hide from him somehow, but whatever happened he would have to track him down. For time was running short. From the time he had left the monastery the thought of the departing elder had not left him for a single minute, a single second. In outlining her errand, Katerina Ivanovna had made fleeting allusion to another circumstance that was also of extreme interest to him. When Katerina Ivanovna had mentioned the little boy, a schoolboy, the second-grade captain's son, who had run, crying loudly, at his father's side, there had, even as she did so, suddenly flitted through Alyosha's mind the thought that this boy was probably that schoolboy of earlier that day who had bitten him on the finger when he, Alyosha, had asked him in what way he had offended him. Now Alyosha was almost certain of it, he knew not why. Thus distracted by extraneous considerations, he found diversion in it and decided not to think about the blunder he had made just now, not to torment himself with repentance, but to carry out his purpose, and then let come what may. With this thought his spirits definitely revived. At which prompting, having turned off into the side lane in the direction brother Dmitri lived, he took from his pocket the bread roll he had taken at his father's house, and ate it as he went. This fortified his spirits. Dmitri proved not to be at home. The landlords of the wretched little house, an old joiner, his son and aged wife, looked at Alyosha with positive suspicion. We haven't seen him for 3 nights, maybe he's quit for somewhere else, the old man replied to Alyosha's earnest questioning. Alyosha perceived that his reply derived from some previously issued instructions. To his question, isn't he at Grashenka's, or maybe at Foma's again? Alyosha deliberately gave these indiscretions an airing. All the housefolk looked at him with positive fear. They like him, so they're giving him their support, Alyosha thought. That's good. Finally he tracked down in Ozernaya Street the house of the artisan's widow Kalmakova, a miserable, rickety little house with warped timbers, only 3 windows looking onto the street, and a dirty yard, solitary in the midst of which stood a cow. The entrance was from the yard into the outside passage. To the left of the passage lived the old landlady with her daughter, also an old woman. Both, it appeared, were deaf. In response to his question about the second grade captain, several times repeated, one of them, having at last understood that the questioning concerned their tenants, jabbed a finger through the passage, pointing to the door that led into the Chistaya Izba, the good room. The second grade captain's quarters proved to be no more than an ordinary peasant izba. Alyosha was in the act of placing his hand on the iron bracket in order to open the door when he suddenly noted with surprise the odd silence on the other side of it. He knew from Katerina Ivanovna's remarks that the second grade captain was a family man. Either they're all asleep or they know I've arrived and are waiting for me to open the door. I'd better knock first. And he did. A reply was heard, not at once, however, but possibly as much as 10 seconds later. "Who's that?" someone shouted in a loud and intensely angry voice. At this, Alyosha opened the door and stepped over the threshold. He found himself in an izba which, though it was quite roomy, was extremely encumbered both with people and with all sorts of domestic paraphernalia. On the left was a big Russian stove. From the stove to the left-hand window a length of cord had been stretched, and on it hung various ragged articles of clothing. Against each wall, left and right, there was a bed, covered with a crocheted bedspread. On one of them, the left-hand one, had been erected a pile of 4 cotton print pillows, in descending order of size. On the other bed only one very small pillow was visible. Further over in the corner by the door there was a small space, divided off by a curtain or sheet, which had also been slung over a cord stretched transversely across the corner. Behind this curtain there could also be observed on one side a bed that had been improvised from a bench and a chair placed against it. A simple rectangular wooden muzhik's table had been moved out of the door corner to the central window. All 3 windows, each with 4 small green mildewed panes, were very dim and were tightly closed, so that the room was rather stuffy and not all that light, either. On the table lay a frying pan that contained the remains of some fried eggs, and beside it an odd hunk of bread and, in addition, a half-staff too with only the feeble residues of earthly bliss at its bottom. On a chair beside the left-hand bed was stationed a woman who might have passed for a lady, attired in a cotton print dress. She was very thin in the face, and yellow. Her extremely sunken cheeks bore instant witness to her morbid condition. But what struck Alyosha most of all was the gaze of the poor lady, a gaze at once intensely inquiring and horribly supercilious. And right up to the time the lady herself began to speak, and all the while that Alyosha was talking to the landlord, in likewise inquiring and supercilious manner did she continue to transfer her large, hazel-colored eyes from one speaker to the other. Beside this lady, by the left-hand window, stood a young girl with a rather unattractive face and scanty, rust-colored hair, poorly, though very neatly, dressed. She surveyed the newly arrived Alyosha with fastidious disdain. To the right, also by the bed, sat yet one more female creature. This was a very pathetic specimen, a girl also young, aged around 20, but hunchbacked and lame, with withered legs, as Alyosha was subsequently informed. Her crutches stood nearby, in the corner, between the bed and the wall. The remarkably kind and beautiful eyes of the poor girl gazed at Alyosha with a sort of tranquil meekness. At the table, finishing his fried egg, sat a man of some 45 years, short of stature, lean, of feeble constitution, reddish-haired, with a sparse, rust-colored little beard that for all the world resembled a bedraggled loofah. This comparison and especially the word loofah fairly sparked through Alyosha's mind for some reason at first sight of him. He remembered this later on. It was plain that this same gentleman it had been who had shouted "Who's that?" as there was no other man in the room. When Alyosha had entered, however, the man had almost fallen off the bench on which he was sitting at table, and, hurriedly wiping himself with a napkin in which there were many holes, came running up to Alyosha. "A monk out collecting for the monastery, picked the right house, didn't he?" the girl who was standing in the left-hand corner meanwhile said loudly. But the gentleman who had come running up to Alyosha instantly turned round to her on his heels and in an agitated voice that verged on the unhinged replied to her. "No, Miss, Varvara Nikolaevna, that is not so, you guess wrongly, Miss." "Permit me, sir, to ask in my turn," he said, suddenly turning to Alyosha again. what has prompted you to visit us, in these lower depths, sir? Alyosha looked at him intently. It was the first time he had seen this man. There was about him something awkward, hurried and short-tempered. Though he had plainly had more than a drop to drink just now, he was not drunk. His face displayed a kind of extreme brazenry and at the same time, strange, this was, a visible cowardliness. He resembled a man who had long been submissive and endured much, but who had now conceived a desire to leap up and declare himself. Or, even better, like a man who would horribly like to deal you a blow, but who was horribly afraid that you would deal him one back. In the things he said and in the intonation of his rather penetrating voice one could sense a kind of cracked humor, now aggressive, now timid, unable to sustain the right note and becoming unhinged. He had asked the question about the lower depths almost trembling all over, with staring eyes, leaping up to Alyosha with such intensity that the latter found himself taking a step backwards. This gentleman was dressed in a dark, thoroughly inferior nankeen overcoat of some kind, darned and with stains on it. The trousers he was wearing were extremely light in color, of a kind that no one wears nowadays, checked and of some very thin material, rumpled below and therefore riding up, as though he had, like some small boy, grown out of them. I am Alexei Karamazov. Alyosha started to get out and reply. I am excellently able to understand, sir, the gentleman at once said sharply, letting it be known that he already had a good idea of who Alyosha was. Second-grade Captain Snegiryov, sir, in my turn, but all the same, I should like to know just what has prompted you. Oh, I've simply dropped in to see you. You see, what I really want is to tell you something. If you'll permit me, that is. In that case, here is a chair, sir, be so good as to take a place, sir. That is what they used to say in the comedies of old, be so good as to take a place, and with a swift gesture the second-grade captain snatched up a vacant chair, a plain muzhik one, made entirely of wood and with no upholstering, and placed it more or less in the center of the room. Then, snatching up another chair for himself, he sat down opposite Alyosha, staring at him intensely as before and in such a fashion that their knees almost came into contact. Nikolai Ilyich Snegiryov, sir, former second-grade captain in the Russian infantry, sir, though disgraced by my defects yet still a second-grade captain. I really ought to be called second-grade Captain Slovoyersov for not Snegiryov, for it's only in the second half of my life that I've begun to employ that manner of speech. It's one that's acquired in degradation, sir. Yes, Alyosha said with an ironic smile, only is it acquired deliberately or against one's will? As God is my witness, against one's will. I never used to use it, all my life never used it, and then suddenly I fell and when I got up again, there it was, the Slovoyers, sir, all the time. These things are ordered by a higher power. I perceive that you have an interest in the questions of our time. What, however, can have prompted such curiosity, for I live in surroundings that render impossible the receiving of guests? I've come, about that same matter. About that same matter, the second-grade captain said, interrupting him with impatience. Apropos the meeting you had with my brother, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, Alyosha said, sharply and uncomfortably. But which meeting, sir? Oh, that one, sir? You mean, concerning the loofah, the bathhouse loofah, he said, suddenly moving his chair so close that this time his knees really did bump into Alyosha. His lips had somehow peculiarly contracted until they formed no more than a thread. What loofah? Alyosha muttered. Papa, he's come to you to complain about me, from behind the curtain in the corner shouted the little voice, now familiar to Alyosha, of the boy he had encountered earlier. He's the man whose finger I bit today. The curtain was tugged aside, and in the corner, under the icons, on the little bed that had been made up on the bench and chair, Alyosha saw his erstwhile foe. The boy lay covered by his little coat and an old and diminutive quilted bedspread. He was plainly unwell and, to judge from his burning eyes, in a feverish heat. Now he gazed at Alyosha not in his earlier manner, but fearlessly, as if to say, I'm at home, you can't get me now. What's this about biting fingers? The second-grade captain said, starting up from his chair. Has he bitten your finger, sir? Yes, he has. This afternoon he was throwing stones with some boys out in the street. He was outnumbered 6-1. I went over to him, and he threw a stone at me, and then aimed another at my head. I asked him what I'd done to offend him, and he suddenly rushed at me and severely bit my finger. I don't know for what reason. I shall flog him immediately, sir. I shall flog him this very minute, sir, the second-grade captain said, leaping up from his chair altogether now. But you see, I'm not making any sort of complaint, I simply wanted you to know. I really don't want you to flog him. In any case, he seems ill now. And did you think I would, sir? Did you think I'd take my dear little Ilyusha and flog him in front of you for your complete satisfaction? Do you require it right away, sir? The second-grade captain said, suddenly turning to Alyosha with a gesture as though he intended to throw himself upon him. I am sorry about your finger, sir, but would you not like it, before I flog my dear little Ilyusha, were I to chop off 4 of my own fingers, right now in front of your very eyes, for your righteous satisfaction? Look, with this knife I have here? 4 fingers, I think, sir, will be sufficient for the assuaging of your thirst for vengeance, sir. You will not demand the 5th? He suddenly paused and seemed almost on the point of choking. Every smallest line of his face moved and twitched, and he stared with extreme provocation. He was almost in a frenzy. I believe that now I've understood it all, Alyosha replied quietly and sadly, remaining seated. The truth is that your boy is a good little boy, he loves his father, and he threw himself upon me as the brother of the man who harmed him. I understand that now, he repeated, thinking it over. But my brother Dmitri Fyodorovich repents of his action, I know that, and if only it will be possible for him to come and see you, or, best of all, meet you again at the same place, he will ask your forgiveness in everyone's presence, if you desire. In other words, he's torn out my little beard and now asks forgiveness, as if to say, there, I've brought it to an end and given you satisfaction. Is that it, sir? Oh no, on the contrary, he will do whatever you like and however you like. So that if I ask His Highness to kneel down before me in that very inn, sir, the capital city is its designation, or in the square, sir, then he'd do it? Yes, he'd kneel down. You transfix me, sir. Translacrimate me and transfix me, sir. I am too touched. Allow me to perform a complete introduction, my family, my 2 daughters and my son, my brood, sir. If I were to die, who would give them love, sir? And while I still live, who would give love to a nasty little fellow like myself apart from them? Great is this deed that the Lord has enacted for each human being of my kind, sir. For it needs must be that even a human being of my kind should be given love by someone, sir. Oh, how very true! Alyosha exclaimed. That's enough of your buffoonery. Some fool comes visiting and you bring shame on us, the girl by the window suddenly shrieked, addressing her father with an air of fastidious contempt. Stay a while, Varvara Nikolaevna, permit me to sustain the tenor of my thoughts, her father shouted to her, doing so in commanding tones yet looking at her most approvingly. That's the sort of temperament we have, sir, he said, turning once more to Alyosha. And nothing in all nature's realm did he desire to bless. 5. Well, actually it ought to be in the feminine form, did she desire to bless, sir. But allow me to present you to my spouse, too. Here, sir, is Irina Petrovna, a lady with gammy legs, sir, some 43 years of age. Her legs do operate, but not very well, sir. From the simple folk, sir. Irina Petrovna, smooth out the wrinkles on your face. Here is Alexey Fyodorovich Karamazov. Stand up, Alexey Fyodorovich, he said, taking Alyosha by the arm, and with a strength one really would not have expected of him suddenly brought him to his feet. You are being presented to a lady, you must stand up, sir. Dear little mother, it's not that Karamazov who. Well, etc., etc., but his brother who resplends with humble virtue. Permit me, Arina Petrovna, permit me, dear little mother, permit me to kiss your dear sweet hand as a preliminary. And considerately, tenderly even, he kissed his spouse's dear sweet hand. The girl by the window turned her back on the scene with indignation, and the superciliously inquiring face of the spouse suddenly expressed a remarkable affection. "How do you do? Please sit down, Mr. Karamazov, she said. Karamazov, little mother, Karamazov, we're simple folk, sir, he supplied in a whisper again. Very well, Karamazov, or however you say it, though Chernomazov is good enough for me. Come, come, sit down, why has he brought you to your feet? A lady with gammy legs, he calls me, well, I can use them, but they've swollen up like 3-gallon milk churns, while the rest of me's just withered away. Before I used to be as fat as anything, but now I look as though I'd swallowed a needle. We're simple folk, sir, the captain prompted yet once more. Oh, Papa, the hunchbacked girl, who had hitherto been silent, said suddenly from her chair, covering her eyes with her handkerchief. Buffoon, the girl by the window snapped out. You see the kind of tales we have to tell, the mother said, throwing her arms wide and pointing to her daughters. They blow like clouds, the clouds drift by, and it's back to the same old tune again. Before, when we were military folk, a lot of that class of person used to come and see us. I don't equate a person with his actions, dearie. If you like a person, then like him. The deacon's wife used to come and say, Alexander Alexandrovich is a man with a most wonderful soul, while Nastasia Petrovna, she'd say, is a fiend from hell. Well, I'd reply, let people worship them as they choose to, but you're a little pile, and you smell vile. And you, she'd say, ought to be kept in obedience. Oh, you blackened steel, I'd say to her, who have you come to give lessons to? She'd say, let in clean air, while you let in the foul. And right then, I'd reply, you go and ask any of the gentlemen osiers whether my air's clean or not. And so from that time onward that's preyed on my mind, and the other day I was sitting right here, as I am now, and lo and behold that very same general walked in, the one who came here at Holy Week. Tell me, Your Excellency, is it done for a well-born lady to let in the air from outside? Yes, he replied, you ought to open a window or a door, because your air's not fresh. Well, and that's what they all say. And why are they so interested in my air, anyway? A corpse would smell worse. I said, shan't pollute your air, I'll order clogs and off I'll jog. Now then, darlings, now then, dearies, don't be so hard on your own mother. Nikolai Ilyich, dearie, have I not satisfied you? Why, I've only dear little Ilyusha left, who comes home from his class at school and loves me. Yesterday he brought an apple. Forgive me, darlings, forgive me, dearies, forgive your own mother, forgive me, for I'm all alone, and why has my air grown loathsome to you? And the poor lady burst into tears that spurted in a torrent. The second-grade captain dashed headlong to her side. Dear little mother, little Pigeon, enough, enough. You are not all alone. All of us love you, all of us worship you. And he again began to kiss both her hands and to stroke her face tenderly with his palms. Then, suddenly snatching up his napkin, he began to wipe the tears from her eyes. Alyosha even had the impression that tears had begun to flash in the eyes of the second-grade captain himself. Very well, sir. Do you see, sir, do you hear, sir, said the second-grade captain, suddenly turning round to him in a kind of fury, pointing to the poor half-witted woman. I see and I hear, Alyosha muttered.
Papa.
Surely you're not trying to. Let him be, Papa, the little boy suddenly shouted, raising himself on his bed and staring at his father with a burning gaze. And will you finally have done with your buffoonery, with showing off your stupid capers that never lead anywhere? Varvara Nikolaevna shouted, really angry now, still from the same corner, even stamping her foot. With perfect justice do you lose your temper on this occasion, Varvara Nikolaevna, and I shall render you swift satisfaction. Don your cap, Alexey Fyodorovitch, and I shall take this piqued affair, and let us go, sir. It is necessary to have a serious word in your ear, only without these walls. That girl who sits there is my daughter, sir, Nina Nikolaevna, sir. I neglected to present her to you, an angel of God in fleshly form, flown down to mortal men, if you can grasp my meaning. Why, he's shaking all over, as though he were having spasms. Varvara Nikolaevna continued in indignation. And this one, the one who was stamping her foot at me and accused me just now of being a buffoon, she is also an angel of God in fleshly form, sir, and with justice did she call me one. Let us go, Alexey Fyodorovitch, it is necessary to conclude the matter, sir. And, seizing Alyosha by the arm, he led him out of the room directly into the street. 7. And out in the fresh air. Fresh air, sir, in my mansion the air is downright impure, in positively every sense. Let us, sir, betake us of a gentle promenade. I should very much like to engage your interest, sir. I also have a certain pressing errand with you, Alyosha observed, but the trouble is, I don't know how to start. How could I have failed to perceive that you have an errand with me, sir? After all, without an errand you would never have called on me. Or did you really only come to complain about the boy, sir? Why, that is not probable, sir. And on the subject of the boy, sir, I couldn't go into all the ins and outs of it while we were back there, sir, but out here I shall describe that scene for you, sir. You see, that loofah was thicker, sir, no more than a week ago. I'm talking about my little beard, sir. You see, it was my little beard they called a loofah, the schoolboys principally, sir. Well, sir, you see, sir, that day your dear brother Dmitri Fyodorovitch took to pulling me about by my little beard, hauled me out of the inn onto the square, and just at that moment the schoolboys were coming out of the school, and Ilyusha was with them. When he saw me in that condition, sir, he threw himself towards me. Papa, he cried.
Papa.
He caught at me, embraced me, tried to tear me away, shouting at my insulter, let go, this is my papa, forgive him, that is what he shouted, forgive him. With those wretched little arms of his he embraced him, too, and his hand, that very same hand of his, he kissed it, sir. I remember that moment, and the expression on his little face, sir, I have not forgotten it, sir, and I shall not forget it, sir. I vow it upon oath, Alyosha exclaimed, my brother will convey to you his repentance in the most sincere, the most complete fashion, even though it be on his knees upon that very same square. I shall compel him, otherwise he is no brother to me. Aha, so it still remains at the project stage. It proceeds not directly from him, but simply from the noble emotion of your fiery heart, sir. That is how you should have said it, sir. But in that case permit me to finish telling you about your dear brother's most elevated, knightly and surly nobility too, for he displayed it on that occasion, sir. When he had had enough of hauling me about by my loofah, he set me at liberty, sir. You, he said, are an Osair, and I am an Osair, and if you can find a second, a respectable fellow, then send him to me, I shall give you satisfaction, even though you are a scoundrel. That is what he said, sir. In truth, a knightly spirit. At that point Ilyusha and I beat a retreat, and that genealogical, familial scene was imprinted upon Ilyusha's memory forever. But it is not for us to abide among the gentry, sir. Well, form your own opinion, sir. You yourself were so good as to step within my mansion just now. What did you see, sir? 3 ladies, sir, one with gammy legs who was a half-wit, another with gammy legs who was a hunchback, and the third with legs that are in order but who is excessively brainy, a coursiste one, sir, yearning to get back to St. Petersburg, there upon the banks of the Neva to search for the rights of Russian woman. I need hardly mention Ilyusha, sir, he is only 9 years old, sir, as solitary as a thumb, for if I die, then what will become of all these lower depths? That is the principal question I ask you, sir? And if that is the case, then if I challenge him to a duel, and he kills me instantly and outright, what then? What will happen to them all, sir? Even worse than that would be if he doesn't kill me, but only maims me. I couldn't work, but my mouth would still be there, and who would feed it then? My mouth. And who would feed them, all of them, sir? Or should I have to send Ilyusha every day not to school, but out begging instead? Well, that is what it would entail for me to challenge him to a duel, sir. It's a stupid idea, sir, and there's an end to it, sir. He shall beg you to forgive him, he shall bow down to your feet in the center of the square, Alyosha exclaimed again with a burning gaze. I was going to take him to court, the second-grade captain continued, but unroll our legal code. Do you suppose I should receive much satisfaction from my wronger for that wrong to my person, sir? And then all of a sudden Agrafena Alexandrovna called me to her, and cried, do not even think of it. If you take him to court I'll bring forward enough evidence to make it plain in public to the whole world that he beat you for your crooked dealings, and then you'll be had up before the law yourself. But the Lord alone sees from whom the said crooked dealings arose, sir, and at whose bidding I acted in the said instance like a little stooge. Wasn't it on her instructions, sir, and those of Fyodor Pavlovitch? And not only that, she added, I'll give you the sack for good, and you'll never work for me again. And I'll tell my merchant too, that's her name for him, the old man, my merchant, and he'll kick you out as well. Then I thought, if her merchant kicks me out too, what will I do then? Who will give me work then? I mean, the two of them are all I have left, as not only has your dear father Fyodor Pavlovitch given up having any trust in me, for a certain extraneous reason, sir, but himself, having got his hands on some receipts of mine, intends to haul me up before the courts. As a consequence of all this I have cut my cloth to suit my coat, sir, and you have seen the lower depths, sir. But now permit me to inquire, was it a bad bite he gave your finger earlier, Ilyusha, I mean? In my mansion just now I could not bring myself to enter into that particular detail. Yes, a very bad one, and he was very worked up. He took it out on me, as a Karamazov, for the wrong that had been done to you, that is clear to me now. But if you had seen the way he and his schoolmates were flinging those stones at one another! It is most perilous, they might have killed him, their children, without any sense, one of those stones might have gone and broken his head. Oh, one did hit him, sir, not on the head but in the chest, sir, just above the heart, sir, it was one of those stones today, there's a bruise, sir, he came back groaning and in tears, and now he has fallen ill. But I mean, are you aware that he attacks them all first? He lost his temper with them because of what had happened to you, they say fast he recently stuck his penknife into one of the boys, Krasotkin. I heard about that, as well, there is peril there, sir. Mr. Krasotkin is a government official who lives in this town, and we may not have heard the last of it, sir. My advice to you, Alyosha continued with heat, is not to send him to school at all for a while, until he calms down, and this anger of his has passed. Anger, sir, the second-grade captain caught up. Yes, anger is what it is, sir. He may be just a scrap of a boy, but it's a great anger he has in him, sir. You don't know the half of it, sir. Permit me to throw some detailed light on this episode. The fact is that after the said event all the boys in the school began to tease him about the loofah. In schools, children are a tribe without mercy, on their own they are heaven's own angels, but together, particularly in schools, they are very frequently without mercy. When they started to tease him, a spirit of decency quickened within Ilyusha. Your ordinary sort of boy, your spineless son, such a lad would have just put up with it, felt shame for his father, but this one entered the fray on his father's account, one against all. On his father's account, and on account of truth, sir, of justice, sir. For what he endured that day, when he kissed your dear brother's hands and cried to him, forgive my papa, only God and I can know, sir. And that is the way that our young children, that is to say, not yours, but ours, sir, the children of contemptible but decent living paupers, sir, discover justice upon earth at 9 years of age, sir. How could the rich do that? All their lives they remain ignorant of such profundity, yet my little Ilyusha, at the very moment on the square when he kissed your brother's hands, sir, at that same moment passed through the whole truth, sir. That truth, sir, entered into him and smote him down forever, sir, the second great captain pronounced with ardor and again in a kind of frenzy, and as he did so he struck his left palm with his right fist, as if desirous to express in living terms the manner in which his Ilyusha had been smitten down by the truth. That same day he went into a fever on me, sir, all night he raved. All that day he had spoken little to me, been even completely silent, only I could see that he was looking at me from the corner, though most of the time he kept his face near the window and pretended to be studying his lessons, but I could see that it wasn't his lessons that were on his mind. The next day I had a drop or two to drink, sir, and I don't recall much, sir, sinner that I am, I assuaged my grief, sir. Then little mother also began to cry, sir, I'm very fond of little mother, sir, and, well, to assuage my grief I took a drop on the last of my cash, sir. Oh, good sir, do not view me with contempt, among us here in Russia the drunken folk are the kindest and the best. The very kindest and best of men are those who are most drunk. The point was, I was on my back and Ilyusha wasn't in my thoughts very much that day, and yet that very day it was that the urchins had been making a laughingstock of him at school all morning, sir, loofah, they shouted at him. Your father was hauled out of the inn by his loofah, and you ran alongside begging forgiveness. On the third day he again arrived back from school, and I gazed at him, he looked terrible, with no color in his cheeks. What's wrong with you? I said. He made no reply. Well, in my mansion one has only to start a conversation and little mother and the girls join in immediately. In any case, the girls had already found out all about it, right back on the first day. Varvara Nikolaevna had already started to growl, buffoons, jack-puddings, we can't have any sense around here, can we? Precisely so, Varvara Nikolaevna, we can't have any sense around here, can we? And with that I managed to shake her off on that occasion. Well, sir, that evening I took the boy out for a stroll. I should tell you, sir, that every evening before that he and I had been in the habit of going out for a stroll, along exactly the same route that you and I are passing along now, all the way from our garden gate to that big milestone over there by the wicker fence at the side of the road, where the town's common pasture begins, a lonely and excellent place, sir. Ilyusha and I would walk there, his little hand in my own, as a rule. His hand is just a little bit of a hand, with thin little fingers that are cold. You see, he has gone and developed a weak chest on me.
Papa.
He said.
Papa.
What? I said to him, and I could see his eyes were glittering. Papa, what he did to you that time, Papa? But what can I do about it, Ilyusha? I said. Don't let him get away with it, Papa, don't let him. The schoolboys say he gave you 10 rubles for allowing him to do that. No, Ilyusha, I said, I wouldn't take money from him now, not for anything. Well, then he started to shake all over, took my hand in both his little ones, and kissed it again. Papa, he said, Papa, challenge him to a duel. At school they tease me by saying you're a coward and that you'll take 10 rubles from him instead of challenging him to a duel. Ilyusha, it's out of the question for me to challenge him to a duel, I replied, and I set before him briefly all the things I have just explained to you on that account. He heard me through. Papa, he said, Papa, all the same, don't let him get away with it. When I grow up I myself will challenge him, and I'll kill him. His little eyes were glittering and burning. Well, but all the same I am his father, after all, and it behoved me to give him a word of truth. Killing, I told him, is a sin, even if it's in a duel. Papa, he said, Papa, when I'm big I'll fell him to the ground, I'll smash the sword from his hands with my own sword, I'll rush at him, fell him to the ground, brandish my sword over him and say to him, I could kill you now, but I grant you forgiveness, so there, you see, good sir, what a fine little process had been at work in that head of his during those 2 days. Why, he'd been thinking about that revenge with a sword day and night, and that must have been what he was raving about in the night, sir. Only when he started coming home from school sorely and unmercifully beaten the day before yesterday did I find out what had been going on, and you are right, sir. Further to that school I shall not send him, sir. I discovered that he'd been putting himself in opposition to the whole class and challenging them all. He'd become fueled with anger, his heart was enkindled within him, and then I was afraid for him. Again we took a stroll. Papa, he asked, Papa, why, it's true that rich people are the strongest people in the world, isn't it? Yes, Ilyusha, I said, there is no one in the world who is stronger than a rich man. Papa, he said, I'll make myself rich, I'll join the Osir Corps and defeat them all, the Tsar will give me a medal, I'll come back here and then no one will dare touch you. After that he was silent for a bit, and then he said, his little lips were still quivering the way they'd been before, Papa, he said, what a nasty town ours is, Papa. Yes, dear Ilyusha, I said, our own town is not very nice. Papa, let's go and live in another town, a nice one, he said, where people know nothing about us. We shall do that, I said, we shall do that, Ilyusha, just as soon as I've saved up the money. I was glad of the chance to get his mind off those dark thoughts, and he and I began to dream of how we would go and live in another town. We'd buy our own horse and cart, put little mother and the sisters in it, cover them up, and we ourselves would walk alongside. From time to time I'd help him up top, but I'd go on walking alongside, because the horse must be attended to, we couldn't all sit in the back, after all, and so we'd set off. He was hugely taken with this, especially with the notion we should have a horse of our own and that he should ride it. Well, it's no secret that a Russian boy is born together with a horse. We talked idly for a long time. Thank goodness, I thought, I've got his mind off it, I've cheered him up. This was the evening before last, but then yesterday evening something else came along. He'd been to that school again in the morning, but he came home looking black, very black again. In the evening I took him by his little hand to accompany him on a stroll, but he was silent, didn't speak. A breeze had sprung up, the sun had gone in, there was a breath of autumn, and it was already getting dark. We walked, both of us sad. Well, boy, how shall you and I get ready for our journey? I said, hoping to revive our conversation of the evening before. He said nothing. But I felt his little fingers give a shudder in my hand. I thought, it's bad, there's something else now. We reached that milestone, just as you and I have now. I sat down on it, and the sky was full of kites, hissing and cracking. We could see about 30 of them. It's the kite season just now, you see. There, Ilyusha, I said, it's time we had another go at flying that kite we made last year. I'll have a go at repairing it. Where have you got it stowed away? My little boy made no reply, just looked to one side, stood with his back to me. And then the wind suddenly began to howl, raising the sand. Suddenly he threw himself bodily towards me, embraced me round the neck with both his little arms, squeezed me. You know, if young children are proud and reticent and try to keep their tears back for a long time, when those tears finally burst forth under the pressure of some great unhappiness, they do not so much flow, sir, as spurt in torrents, sir. It was with those warm torrents of tears that he suddenly drenched my whole face, sir. He burst into convulsive sobbing, shuddering, and pressing me to him as I sat on the milestone. Papa, he screamed, Papa, dear Papa, how he humiliated you. Then I broke out sobbing, too, sir, and we sat there shaking with our arms around each other. Papa, he would say, dear Papa. Ilyusha, I'd reply, dear Ilyusheka. No one saw us then, sir, God alone saw us, and maybe he'll enter it on my service list, sir. Please thank your dear brother, Alexei Fyodorovich. No, sir, I will not flog my little boy for your satisfaction, sir. Once more he concluded with his earlier aggressive, cracked eccentricity. Alyosha had a sense, though, that the man now trusted him and that had some other person been in his place he would not have conversed in such a way, nor conveyed to him the things he had just conveyed. This enlivened the spirits of Alyosha, whose soul was trembling with tears. Oh, how I should like to make it up with your boy, he exclaimed. If you would arrange it. Quite so, sir, the second-grade captain muttered. But now there's something else I want to talk to you about, something else entirely. Alyosha continued to vociferate. Listen. I have an errand to discharge with you. That selfsame brother of mine, that Dmitri, has also insulted the girl who is to be his bride, a girl of most noble bearing whom I expect you have heard about. I'm within my rights in conveying to you the insult she received. I am even duty-bound to do so, because she, having learned of the offense you suffered and of your whole unhappy situation, gave me the errand just now, earlier today, of delivering this relief to you, though it is only from her, and not from Dmitri, who has abandoned her, in no way from him, and not from me, his brother, either, and not from anyone but her exclusively, from her alone. She implores you to accept her help. You and she have both been insulted by the same person. She only remembered about you when she had endured an insult from him similar to the one you had endured from him, similar in magnitude, that is. So it's like a sister going to help her brother. She gave me the specific errand of persuading you to accept from her these 200 rubles, as from a sister. No one will find out about it, there will be no unfounded tittle-tattle. Look, here are 200 rubles, and I swear to you, you must accept them, or else it means that everyone on earth must be the enemies of one another. But after all, there are brothers, too, upon earth. You have a decent soul. You must understand this, you must. And Alyosha offered him the 2 brand new rainbow banknotes. At that moment both men were in fact standing beside the large milestone, by the fence, and there was no one in the vicinity. The banknotes seemed to make a fearsome impression on the second-grade captain. He shuddered, but initially from almost pure surprise. Nothing of the kind had ever visited his fancy, and such an outcome was totally unexpected. The notion that he might receive help from someone, and in such a substantial sum, had never occurred to him even in his wildest dreams. He took the banknotes and for a moment was almost unable to speak. Some entirely new emotion flickered in his face. To me, sir, that is so much money, 200 rubles. Sainted fathers! Why, merciful Lord, I have not set eyes on that much money for the last 4 years. And she said she was doing it as a sister. Is that really true? Is it true? I swear to you that everything I have told you is true. Alyosha shouted. The second-grade captain turned red. Listen, sir, my dear fellow, listen, sir, I mean, if I accept it, shan't I be a scoundrel, eh? In your eyes, I mean, Alexei Fyodorovich, shan't I be a scoundrel? No, Alexei Fyodorovich, sir, you must hear me to the end, sir, hear me to the end, he said hurriedly, touching Alyosha with both hands. Look, here you are trying to make me accept it on the grounds that a sister has sent it, yet inwardly, privately to yourself, sir, won't you feel contempt for me if I accept it, sir, won't you, eh? Why no, I tell you. I swear to you upon my own salvation that that is not the case. And no one shall ever find out about it, only we shall know, I, you, she, and a certain lady who is her close friend. A lady, whatever next? Listen, Alexei Fyodorovich, hear me out, sir, you see, the moment has come for you to hear me to the end, sir, for you cannot even imagine what those 200 rubles mean to me now, the impoverished wretch continued, gradually attaining a kind of chaotic, almost savage ecstasy. He seemed to have been thrown off keel, and he spoke with extreme haste and hurry, as though he were afraid he would not be allowed to say everything. In addition to the fact that this money has been gained by honest means, from such a revered and sacred sister, sir, do you realize that now I shall be able to obtain treatment for little mother and for Ninotchka, my little hunchbacked angel, my daughter? Dr. Herzenstube came out on a call to me, from the kindness of his heart, and he examined them both for a whole hour. Nothing can I understand, he said, nothing, but apparently the mineral water they sell in the local pharmacy here, he prescribed it for her, would be of indubitable benefit to her, and he also prescribed medicinal foot baths. That mineral water costs 30 kopecks a pitcher, sir, and she might need to drink, say, 40 of them. Well, anyway, I took the prescription and placed it on the shelf beneath the icons, and there it remains. And for Ninotchka he prescribed bathing in some kind of solution, some sort of hot baths, every day, morning and evening. And how are we to dream up a course of treatment like that, in that mansion of ours, without servants, without help, without vessels and water, sir? And Ninotchka is racked by rheumatism. I haven't told you about that yet. At night her whole right side aches, she goes through agonies and, would you believe it, the God's own angel, she puts up with it in order not to disturb us, she restrains herself from groaning in order not to wake us up. We eat whatever comes our way, whatever we can get hold of, and you see, she will only take the very last morsel, the scraps one would only throw to a dog, as if to say, I'm not worthy of that morsel, I'm depriving you, I'm being a burden on you. That is what her angel's gaze is trying to make manifest. We wait on her, but she finds that distressing. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it, I'm an unworthy cripple, a useless cripple, and how could she not deserve it, sir, when she has entreated God for us all with her angelic meekness, and without her quiet words, our lives would be a hell, sir. Why, she has even had a softening influence on Varya. But you mustn't condemn Varvara Nikolaevna either, sir, she is also an angel, an insulted one. She arrived on our doorstep in the summer, and she had 16 rubles, she'd earned them by giving lessons and had put them aside for her departure, for September, now, that is, when she'd intended to use them in order to pay for her journey back to St. Petersburg. But we took her bit of money and spent it all, and now she has no money to pay for her journey, that's what, sir. And she couldn't return there anyway, because she's working for us like a convict girl, you see, we've harnessed and saddled her like a jade, she looks after us all, mends, washes, sweeps the floor, puts little mother to bed, and little mother is capricious, sir, and little mother is tearful, sir, and little mother is insane, sir. So you see, now with these 200 rubles I can hire a servant maid, do you realize, Alexei Fyodorovitch, I can undertake the treatment of those beloved creatures, sir, I shall send the Kursis to St. Petersburg, sir, I shall purchase beef, sir, I shall arrange a new diet for us all, sir. Merciful Lord, why, this must be a dream. Alyosha was exceedingly pleased that he had given cause for such happiness and that the impoverished wretch had consented to be made happy. Wait, Alexei Fyodorovitch, wait, the second-grade captain said, clutching at another dream that suddenly presented itself to him and again chattering on in a frenzied and accelerated outpouring. Do you understand, sir, that now Alyosha and I may actually be able to realize our dream, to buy a horse and a kibitka too, and a raven-black horse it must be, he specifically asked for a raven-black horse, and we'll set off the way we imagined it the day before yesterday. There's a friend of mine who's a lawyer in the province of Kursk, sir, we were boys together, sir, and I was told by a reliable source that if I go there he'll give me the post of clerk in his OC, sir, and I mean, who knows, perhaps he really will. Well, and little mother and Ninotchka would go in the back, I'd set Ilyasheka up to drive, and I'd go on foot, and I'd get us all there, sir. Merciful Lord, and if I could reclaim just one of the bad debts I have here, there might even be enough for that, sir. There will be enough. Alyosha exclaimed. Katerina Ivanovna will send you as much as you require, and I also have money, you may borrow as much as you need, as from a brother, as from a friend, and give it back later. You'll grow rich. And you could have thought up no better plan than this, going to live in another province. It will be your salvation, and even more, of your boy, but look, you must do it now, quickly, before winter, before the cold weather, and write to us from there, and we shall remain brothers. It's not a dream at all. Alyosha was on the point of embracing him, so pleased was he. Taking a glance at him, however, he suddenly paused. The man stood, his neck craned forth, his lips craned forth, his features frenzied and pale, and his lips whispered something, as though he were trying to get something out. There were no sounds, but his lips kept whispering. There was something strange about it. What's wrong with you? Alyosha said with a sudden start. Alexei Fyodorovitch. You, the second-grade captain muttered and jerked, staring at him wildly and intently with the look of a man who has decided to throw himself from a mountain, and at the same time his lips seemed to smile. I, sir. You, sir. How would you like me to show you a certain little conjuring trick, sir? He suddenly articulated in a firm, rapid whisper, his speech no longer jerky now. What conjuring trick? A little conjuring trick, a little hocus-pocus, the second-grade captain said, still in a whisper. His mouth had twisted to the left, his left eye had closed to a slit, while he, without faltering, continued to glare at Alyosha as though he were riveted to him. But what's wrong with you? What conjuring trick do you mean? The latter cried, in complete panic now. This one, watch, the second-grade captain suddenly screamed. And, showing him the 2 rainbow banknotes which all along, throughout the entire conversation, he had been holding by their corners in the thumb and index finger of his right hand, he suddenly clutched them with a kind of frenzied ecstasy of rage, crushed them together and squeezed them hard in his right hand. Did you see it, sir? Did you see? He screamed at Alyosha, pale and beside himself, and, suddenly raising his fist aloft, threw the 2 crushed banknotes with full force on the sand. Did you see it, sir? He screamed again, pointing at them. Well, look then, sir. And, suddenly raising his right foot, with savage malice he hurled himself into stamping on them with his right heel, exclaiming and grunting with each blow of his foot. There is your money, sir. 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 Suddenly he took a leap backwards and straightened himself up in front of Alyosha. His entire demeanor expressed an ineffable pride. Please inform the persons who sent you, sir, that the loofah will not sell its honor, sir, he let out, extending one arm into the air. Then quickly he turned and hurled himself into flight. He had not run 5 paces, however, when, turning round again full face, he suddenly blew Alyosha a kiss. But then again, still not having gone 5 paces, he turned round one last time, but this time without the twisted laughter in his features, which, on the contrary, were now convulsed with tears. In a rapid, wailing, jerking, choking patter he managed to bark out. What would I be able to tell my little boy, if I took money from you for our disgrace? And, having said this, he threw himself into flight, this time not turning round any more. Alyosha stared after him with inexpressible sadness. Oh, he realized that right up to the last moment the man himself had not known he was going to crumple up the banknotes and fling them away. As he ran, he did not once turn round, as Alyosha knew he would not. Alyosha was reluctant to pursue the man and call after him, and he knew the reason. When the man had disappeared from sight, Alyosha retrieved the 2 banknotes. They were merely very crushed after their flattening and trampling in the sand, but were quite intact and even crackled like the brand new ones they were when he uncreased them and smoothed them out. Having done this he folded them, stuffed them in his pocket and went off to see Katerina Ivanovna in order to report on the success of his mission. Book 5. Pro and Contra. 1. A betrothal. Mrs. Koklikova again met Alyosha before anyone else did. She was in a hurry. Something important had happened. Katerina Ivanovna's hysterics had ended in a swoon, whereupon there had set in a dreadful, fearful asthenia when she lay down, turned up her eyes and began to rave. Now she has a fever, we've sent for Herzenstube, we've sent for her aunts. Her aunts are here now, but Herzenstube hasn't shown up yet. Everyone is sitting waiting in her room. Something is going to happen, for she has lost consciousness. Oh, what if it's brain fever, too? As she exclaimed this, Mrs. Koklikova had about her an air of serious alarm. It's serious, serious, she kept adding at every turn, as though all that had happened to her previously were lacking in seriousness. Alyosha heard her through with sorrow. He began to give her an account of his adventures, too, but at his very first words she interrupted him. She had no time, she wanted him to sit with Lise and with Lise to wait for her. And Lise, dearest Alexei Fyodorovitch, she whispered almost into his ear. Lise astonished me just now most strangely, but what she said also touched me, and therefore my heart forgives her everything. Imagine, no sooner had you left than she suddenly began to repent sincerely of having laughed at you today and yesterday. You see, she wasn't laughing, it was merely a joke she was playing. But she repented so seriously, almost to the point of tears, that I was astonished. Never, in all the times that she has laughed at me, has she ever repented seriously, but has always done so in fun. And you know, she laughs at me every minute of the day. Yet now she was acting seriously, now it was all serious. She values your opinion extremely, Alexei Fyodorovich, and please, if you are able, do not take offense at her nor harbor any grudge against her. I myself am constantly being lenient with her, as she is such a clever little thing. Would you credit it? She said just now that you were the friend of her childhood, the most serious friend of my childhood. Imagine that, the most serious, and in that case what am I? She has on that account extremely serious emotions, and even reminiscences, but most often it is these phrases and little remarks, these most unexpected little remarks of a kind one would never anticipate, but which suddenly come shooting out. Take that thing she said about the pine tree, for example. When she was in her early childhood there used to be a pine tree in our garden, and perhaps it's still there, so there's no reason to talk about it in the past tense. Pine trees are not like human beings, they go for a long time without altering, Alexei Fyodorovich. Mama, she said, I remember that pine tree, Sosna, as if I'd just awoken from a dream, Sosna, only she put it somewhat differently, because there's a confusion there. Pine tree is a stupid word, and the point is that she said apropos of that something so original that I really would not trust myself to relate it to you. And anyway, I've forgotten it all. Well, goodbye, I'm suffering from bad nervous shock, and I shall probably go insane. Oh, Alexei Fyodorovich, I've gone insane twice in the course of my life, and received treatment for it. Go to Lise. Cheer her up as you are always so charmingly able to. Lise, she called, approaching the door of her room. Look, I've brought you Alexei Fyodorovich, whom you have so insulted, and he's not at all angry with you, I assure you, on the contrary he's astonished you should think it. Merci, maman, come in, Alexei Fyodorovich. Alyosha went in. Lise looked somewhat embarrassed and suddenly flushed all over. It seemed she was ashamed of something, and as is always the case in such instances, began to talk with the utmost rapidity about another matter entirely, as though this other matter were the only thing that interested her at the present moment. Mama has just related to me, Alexei Fyodorovich, the entire story of those 200 rubles and of this errand you were given, to go and see that poor Osair, and she told me the whole of that dreadful story of how he was mistreated and, do you know, even though Mama is a very incoherent storyteller, she keeps missing bits out. I listened and wept. Well then, what happened? Did you deliver that money, and how is the unfortunate man now? That's just the point, I didn't deliver it, and there's an entire story there, too, Alyosha replied, for his part, too, as though the thing that concerned him most was the fact that he had not delivered the money, while Lise could see perfectly well that he was avoiding her gaze and also quite plainly attempting to talk of another matter. Alyosha sat down at the table and began to relate what had happened, but right from his very first words he completely stopped being embarrassed, carrying Lise in her turn along with him. He spoke under the influence of powerful emotion and of the extraordinary impression made on him by what had just taken place, and he managed to tell the story well and in detail. Formerly too, back in Moscow, when Lise had been only a child, he had liked to go to her and tell her things, whether it was something that had just happened to him, or something he had read, or some memory from his childhood. Sometimes they had even dreamed together and composed whole tales à deux, for the most part cheerful and comical ones. Now it was as though they had somehow both suddenly been carried back to their Moscow days, 2 years earlier. Lise was extremely moved by his story. Alyosha was able to portray before her with ardent emotion the character of Ilyosha. When, however, he concluded, giving all the details, the scene in which the unhappy man had stamped on the money, Lise wrung her hands and cried out in uncontainable emotion. So you didn't deliver the money, you let him run away. Good Lord, but you should have run after him and caught him up. No, Lise, it's better that I didn't, said Alyosha, getting up from his chair and pacing concernedly about the room. What do you mean, better? In what way better? Now they'll starve to death. No, they won't, because those 200 rubles won't escape them after all. He'll take them tomorrow, even with all that's happened. Tomorrow he'll take them, there's no doubt of it, Alyosha pronounced, striding about in reflection. You see, Lise, he continued, suddenly coming to a halt before her, I myself made a certain mistake there, but even that mistake has turned out for the best. What mistake, and why for the best? Because he's a cowardly fellow, of weak character. He's been exhausted by suffering and he's very good-hearted. Why, even now I keep asking myself why he suddenly took offense and stamped on the money like that, because I do assure you that right up to the very last moment he didn't know he was going to do it. And now I can see that there were many things there at which he took offense. And indeed it could not be otherwise in his situation. In the first place, he took offense at the very fact of having shown too much joy at the money in my presence, and of not having concealed it from me. If he had simply been pleased, not excessively, without showing it, and had started to swagger and give himself airs as others do when they accept money, then he'd have been able to endure it and do the same, but he had shown too much unfeigned joy, and that was what he found so offensive. Oh, Lise, he's an unfeigning and good-hearted man, and that's the whole trouble in these cases. The whole time he spoke to me his voice was so weak, enfeebled, and he spoke so very fast, giggled with that odd little laugh of his, or just wept. It's true, he wept, such was his delight, talked about his daughters, and about the post he would be given in another town. And no sooner had he poured out his soul, than he suddenly grew ashamed at having shown me all his soul like that. Then he instantly conceived a hatred for me. For he's the kind of poor person who's extraordinarily shamefaced about being poor. The main reason he felt insulted was that he'd taken me for his friend too quickly and had yielded to me too soon. He started off by flying at me, trying to intimidate me, but then suddenly, as soon as he saw the money, he began to embrace me. Because he actually embraced me, kept touching me with his hands. In a state like that he could not fail to experience it all as a degradation, and then I made the mistake I spoke of, a very important one. I suddenly went and told him that if he didn't have enough money to move to another town, he'd receive some more, and that I myself would give him as much as he required out of my own funds. It was that which suddenly took him by surprise. Why, he seemed to be saying, had I leapt to his assistance? You know, Lise, it's dreadfully hard for a man who's suffered harm when everyone starts to look upon him as though they were his benefactors. I've heard that said, the elder told it to me. I don't know how to express it, but I've often witnessed that very thing. Why, I myself feel the same. The main thing was that even though he didn't know right up to the very last moment that he was going to stamp on the banknotes, he could feel it coming, that is beyond question. And that's why his ecstasy was so intense, because he could feel it coming. And so, even though all that was so horrible, it was none the less for the best. I even consider that it was for the very best, that no better outcome could be imagined. Why would no better outcome be imagined? Exclaimed Lise, looking at Alyosha in great astonishment. Because, Lise, had he not stamped on that money, but taken it instead, then, on arriving home, after an hour or so he would have started to weep over his degradation. That is quite certainly what would have transpired. He would have started to weep and, no doubt, tomorrow would have come to me at first light and thrown the banknotes at me and stamped them into the ground, as he did earlier. Yet now he has gone away full of pride and triumph, even though he knows that he's done for himself. And from that it follows that now there will be nothing simpler than to compel him to accept those 200 rubles no later than tomorrow, because he has already proved his honor, has flung the money away, stamped it into the ground. What's more, when he did so, he can never have dreamed that I'd take the money back to him tomorrow. And all the while there's the fact that he does need that money terribly. Even though he's proud just now, this very day he will start to reflect on the help he's deprived himself of. At night he will reflect even more deeply, he'll dream about it, and by tomorrow morning he'll very likely be prepared to come running to me and beg forgiveness. And that is when I shall present myself, saying, Here, you are a proud man, you have demonstrated your merit, now take the money, and forgive us. And at that point he will take it. It was with a kind of rapture that Alyosha pronounced, and at that point he will take it. Lise clapped her hands. Oh, that is true, I've suddenly understood it so terribly well. Oh, Alyosha, how do you know all these things? You're so young yet you already know what is in people's souls. I would never have hit on that. The main thing we have to do now is to make him see that he's on an equal footing with us all, in spite of the fact that he's borrowing money from us, Alyosha continued in his rapture, and not only on an equal, but even on a higher footing. On a higher footing, what a lovely expression, Alexei Fyodorovitch, but do go on. Well, perhaps that wasn't the right way to phrase it, on a higher footing, but it doesn't matter, because… Oh no, it doesn't matter at all. Forgive me, Alyosha, dear. You know, I don't think I've had a proper respect for you until now, that's to say, I've respected you on an equal footing, but now I shall do so on a higher one. Now don't be angry at me for witticizing, dear, she at once chimed in with powerful feeling. I'm small and ridiculous, but you… Listen, Alexei Fyodorovitch, is there not in all this reasoning of ours, or rather yours, no, I prefer ours, is there not in this an element of contempt for him, for that unfortunate man, in our taking apart his soul the way we're doing now, as though we were superior? In our predicting with such certainty that he'll accept the money? No, Lise, there is no contempt in it, Alyosha replied firmly, as though he had readied himself beforehand for that question. I thought about that myself, as I came here. Think about it, what contempt can there be, when we're just the same as he is, when everyone's the same as he is? For I mean, we're all like him, no better. And even if we were better, we'd still behave like him if we were in his position. I don't know what you think of yourself, Lise, but I consider that in many ways I have a petty soul. While he doesn't, on the contrary, his soul is full of tact and delicacy. No, Lise, there's no contempt for him involved. You know, Lise, my elder once told me, people must be looked after in every respect as though they were children, and some as though they were patients in hospital. Oh, Alexei Fyodorovitch, oh, my dear man, let us look after people as though they were patients. All right, Lise, I'm ready, only I'm not quite ready in myself. At sometimes I'm very impatient, and at others it's as though I were blind. Now with you it's another matter. Oh, I don't believe it. Alexei Fyodorovitch, how happy I am. How good of you that you should say that, Lise. Alexei Fyodorovitch, you're a wonderfully good man, but you sometimes seem like a pedant, and yet when one looks at you, you're not a pedant at all. Go and look outside the door, open it slowly and see if Mama's eavesdropping, Lise whispered suddenly in a kind of nervous, hurried whisper. Alyosha went and opened the door a little way, and reported that no one was eavesdropping. Come here, Alexei Fyodorovitch, Lise went on, blushing redder and redder. Give me your hand, like this. Listen, I have an important confession to make to you. That letter I sent you yesterday was not written as a joke, but was serious. And with her hand she covered her eyes. It was plain that it cost her a great deal of embarrassment to make this confession. Suddenly she gripped his hand and kissed it fiercely 3 times. Oh, Lise, that's wonderful, Alyosha exclaimed in delight. Why, I was quite certain it was serious. Certain? Well, I never. She suddenly drew his hand aside, without, however, releasing it from hers, blushing dreadfully and letting out a happy little giggle. I kiss his hand and he says, that's wonderful. But she reproached him unjustly. Alyosha, too, was in great confusion. My wish is that you should always like me, Lise, but I don't know how to bring that about, he muttered with an effort, and also blushing. Alyosha, dear, you're cold and insolent. Do you see? He deigned to elect me as his spouse and was content to leave it at that. He was already certain that my letter was serious. Have you ever heard the like? I mean to say, that is sheer insolence, that's what. But is it bad, then, that I was certain? Alyosha suddenly laughed. Oh no, Alyosha, on the contrary, it's most terribly good, said Lise, looking at him tenderly and with happiness. Alyosha stood, holding her hand all the while in his. Suddenly he bent and kissed her right on the lips. What is this now? What has got into you? Lise exclaimed. Alyosha was completely at a loss. Well, forgive me if it's wrong. Perhaps I'm behaving very stupidly. You said I was cold, so I went and gave you a kiss. Only I can see it was a stupid thing to do. Lise began to laugh and covered her face with her hands. And in that dress, broke from her between bursts of laughter, but suddenly she stopped laughing and grew perfectly serious, almost severe. Well, Alyosha, I think we shall wait a while with our kisses, because neither of us is ready for that yet, and we still have a very long time to wait, she concluded, suddenly. You'd do better to tell me why you want to take me, such a foolish girl, and a sick little foolish girl too, you who are so clever, so intellectual, so good at noticing things? Oh, Alyosha, I'm terribly lucky, because I don't deserve you at all. Wait, Lise. In another few days' time I shall be coming out of the monastery altogether. When I come out into the world I shall have to take a wife, that I know. That is what he instructed me to do. Whom better could I take but you, and who but you would take me? I've already thought it over. For one thing, you've known me since you were a child, and for another, there are in you very many abilities which I lack altogether. Your soul has more gaiety than mine, above all, you are more innocent than I, for I have already come into contact with many, many things. Oh, you don't know, I mean, I am a Karamazov, too. What do I care if you laugh and make jokes at me too? On the contrary, please laugh away, I'm more than happy for you to do so. The only thing is that you laugh like a little girl, yet you think to yourself like a female martyr. A female martyr? Whatever do you mean? Yes, Lise, that question you asked just now about whether we felt scorn for that unfortunate man, performing an anatomy of his soul in the way we were doing, that's a martyr's question. You see, I don't know how to put this, but those in whom such questions arise are themselves capable of suffering. As you sit in your bath chair you must have time to reflect on many things. Alyosha, give me your hand, why do you take it away? Lise uttered in a strange, small voice that was weakened and feeble with happiness. Listen, Alyosha, what clothes will you wear when you come out of the monastery? What sort of outfit will it be? Don't laugh, don't be angry, it's very, very important for me. As far as outfits are concerned, Lise, I have not yet given them much thought, but whatever you like, that is what I shall wear. I want you to wear a dark blue velvet coat, a white pique waistcoat and a soft grey goat's felt hat. Tell me, did you believe earlier that I didn't love you when I disowned the letter I sent you yesterday? No, I didn't. Oh, insufferable, incorrigible man. You see, I knew that you, as it were, loved me, but I made it seem as though I believed you didn't, so you'd feel more comfortable. Even worse. Worse, and yet better than ever. Alyosha, I love you terribly. Before you arrived I made a plan. I would ask you for the letter I sent you yesterday, and if you calmly took it out and gave it to me, something you might always be expected to do, then that meant that you didn't love me at all, felt nothing for me, but were just a stupid and unworthy boy, and I was lost. But you'd left the letter in your cell, and that gave me hope. The truth is, isn't it, that you left it in your cell because you knew I would ask for it back, so you wouldn't have to give me it back? Isn't that so? Isn't it? Ah, Lise, no, it's not so at all. Why, I have the letter with me just as I did earlier, it's in this pocket, here it is. Laughing, Alyosha produced the letter and showed it to her from a distance. Only I shan't let you have it back, you must read it from my hands. What? So you were lying, you're a monk and you told a lie? Perhaps I did, Alyosha said, laughing too, so I wouldn't have to give you it back. It's very precious to me, he added suddenly with powerful feeling and again blushing. This is forever now, and I shall never let anyone else have it. Lise gazed at him in delight. Alyosha, she babbled again, go and look outside the door and make sure that Mama is not eavesdropping. Very well, Lise, I'll take a look, only wouldn't it be better not to, don't you think? Why should you suspect your mother of doing something so base? What do you mean, base? What baseness is there in it? She's simply eavesdropping on her daughter, and it's her right, and not anything base, Lise said, flaring up. You may be certain, Alexei Fyodorovich, that when I am a mother and have a daughter like myself I shall eavesdrop on her without fail. Indeed, Lise? It's not a nice thing to do. Oh, for goodness sake, what is base about it? If I were to eavesdrop on some ordinary social chit-chat that would be base, but here my own daughter has shut herself up with a young man. Listen, Alyosha, you may as well know that I shall also keep an eye on you right from the day of our wedding, and you may as well also know that I shall open all your letters and read them. So don't say I haven't warned you. Yes, of course, if that's, Alyosha muttered. Only it's not very nice. Oh, what scorn! Alyosha, dear, let us not fall out from the very start. I'd better be entirely truthful with you. Eavesdropping is, of course, a most beastly thing to do, and of course I'm not right and you are, but I shall eavesdrop all the same. Then do it. You won't find anything to spy on my account, Alyosha laughed. Alyosha, will you submit to me? That is also something we must first determine. With all my inclination, Lise, and most certainly, but not in important matters. Where important matters are concerned, if you disagree with me I shall act as duty instructs me. That is as it should be. Then you may as well know that I, too, am not only prepared to submit to you in important matters, but will yield to you in all the rest as well and give you my oath on that now, in all matters, and for the whole of my life, Lise exclaimed fierily, and with happiness, with happiness. Not only that, I vow to you that I shall never eavesdrop on you, never once and never ever, and will never read a single one of your letters, because you are right and I am not. And even though I may want dreadfully to eavesdrop, and I know that I will, all the same I shall not do so, because you consider it ignoble. You are now like my providence. I say, Alexei Fyodorovich, why have you been so sad all these days, both yesterday and today? I know that you have troubles and calamities, but I can see that you also have some kind of special sadness, a secret one, perhaps, Yes, Lise, I have a secret one, too, Alyosha pronounced sadly. I can see that you must love me if you have guessed that. But what kind of sadness is it? Concerning what? Can you tell me? Lise got out, in a timid plea. I'll tell you later, Lise, afterwards, Alyosha said in confusion. It would probably be incomprehensible to you now. Why, I don't think I could even tell you if I tried. I also know that your brothers and your father are making you unhappy, aren't they? Yes, there's my brothers, too, Alyosha said, as if in reflection. I don't like your brother Ivan Fyodorovich, Alyosha, Lise commented suddenly. Alyosha noted this comment with some surprise, but did not take it up. The brothers are ruining themselves, he continued, and so is my father. And they are ruining others along with them. It's the earthen force of the Karamazovs, as Father Paisy expressed it the other day, earthen and violent, untrimmed. I don't even know whether the Spirit of God moves upon the face of that force. All I know is that I myself am a Karamazov. Am I a monk, Am I a monk, Lise? Did I hear you say a moment ago that I was a monk? Yes, I said that. Well, it is possible that I do not even believe in God. You don't believe? Whatever has happened to you? Lise said quietly and cautiously. But Alyosha made no reply to this. There was in these two sudden words of his, something deeply mysterious and deeply subjective, something that was possibly obscure even to himself, but already without doubt tormenting him. And you see now, in addition to all that, my friend is departing, the finest man in all the world, he is forsaking the earth. If you but knew, Lise, if you but knew how I am bound, how I am welded heart and soul to that man. And now I shall be left alone. I'm coming to you, Lise. Henceforth let us be together. Yes, together, together. From this day forth always together for the rest of our lives. Look, you may kiss me, I permit you to. Alyosha gave her a kiss. Well, now you must go, Christ be with you. And she crossed him. Go quickly to him, while he still lives. I realize now that I have cruelly delayed you. I shall say prayers for him today, and for you. Alyosha, we shall be happy. Do you think we shall be happy, do you? I think we shall, Lise. As he came out of Lise's room, Alyosha did not deem it necessary to go through and see Mrs. Koklikova and, without saying goodbye to her, began to make his way out of the house. But no sooner had he opened the door and emerged onto the staircase than suddenly before him there appeared Mrs. Koklikova herself. From the first word she spoke Alyosha guessed that she had been waiting there for him on purpose. Alexey Fyodorovitch, this is dreadful. This is childish nonsense and sheer rubbish. I hope you won't dare even to think of. It is folly, 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 she hurled at him. Well, but don't tell her that, said Alyosha, or she'll get excited, and that will do her harm at present. I hear the sensible words of a sensible young man. Am I to take them to mean that you yourself only went along with her because you were reluctant, out of compassion for her morbid state, to anger her by contradiction? Oh no, absolutely not, I spoke to her in perfect seriousness, Alyosha declared, resolutely. In this case seriousness is impossible, unthinkable, and for one thing, I shall forbid you to cross my threshold ever again, and for another, I shall travel away and take her with me. But why? Alyosha said. I mean, it's so far in the future, we may have to wait for perhaps another year and a half. Oh, Alexey Fyodorovitch, that is, of course, true, and in the course of a year and a half you will quarrel and part company with her 1,000 times. But I feel so unhappy about it. Even though I know it's all nonsense, it has still overwhelmed me. Now I am like Fyodor in the final scene, 3 you are Chatsky, she is Sofia, and, imagine, I've come running out onto the staircase on purpose in order to catch you. I mean, all the fateful things happen on the staircase in the play, too. I heard it all, I could scarcely keep my balance. So that is the explanation of all last night's horrors and all today's hysterics. For the daughter, love, and for the mother, death. Into the co-en with her. And now the second and most important thing, what is this letter she has written you? Show it to me at once, at once. No, I'd better not. Tell me, how is Katerina Ivanovna's health? I very much need to know. She continues to lie in a delirium, she has not recovered consciousness, her aunts are here and all they can do is to moan and behave to me in that stuck-up fashion of theirs, and Herzenstube came and got such a terrible fright that I didn't know what to do with him or how to save him and was even on the point of sending for a doctor. They took him away in my carriage. And suddenly to cap it all you come here with this letter. To be sure, it's all still a year and a half in the future. In the name of all that is great and holy, in the name of your dying elder, please give me that letter. Alexey Fyodorovitch, me, her mother. If you like you may hold on to it with your fingers while I read it from your hands. No, I'm not going to show you it, Katerina Osipovna, even if she were to permit me to, I wouldn't. I shall come tomorrow and, if you like, I shall discuss many things with you, but for now, farewell." And Alyosha ran down the stairs and out into the street. 2. Smerdyakov with a guitar. And in any case, he had no time. A thought had flashed across his mind, even as he had been saying his farewell to Lise. The thought was, how to find the most cunning manner in which to waylay brother Dmitri, who was plainly hiding from him. It was by no means early in the day, the time was now 3 in the afternoon. With all his being, Alyosha yearned to be back in the monastery with his great one who was dying, but the need to see brother Dmitri had overpowered everything else. With each hour in Alyosha's mind grew the conviction that a terrible and unavoidable catastrophe was about to take place. What precisely the catastrophe was and what he wanted to say to his brother at that moment, he himself might possibly not have been able to determine. "My benefactor may die in my absence, but at least I shall not reproach myself all my life with the thought that perhaps I might have saved him but did not," walked by on the other side, hurried off to my home. In acting thus, I shall be obeying his great word. His plan consisted in taking Dmitri by surprise, namely by climbing, as he had done the day before, over that wicker fence, entering the garden and lying in wait for him in the summer-house. "If he's not there," thought Alyosha, "then, without a word to either Foma or the mistresses, I'll hide and wait in the summer-house until evening if I have to. If he's watching out for Grushenka to arrive, then he may very well come to the summer-house." As a matter of fact, Alyosha had not thought out the details of his plan very carefully, but he had decided to put it into action, even though he would not get back to the monastery that day. It all went off without a hitch. He climbed over the wicker fence in almost exactly the same place he had done the previous day, and secretly made his way to the summer-house. He did not want anyone to observe him. Both the mistress and Foma, if he was there, might take his brother's side and act in obedience to his commands, and might either not let Alyosha into the garden, or else give his brother advance warning that someone was looking and asking for him. In the summer-house there was no one. Alyosha sat down in the seat he had occupied yesterday and proceeded to wait. He took a look round at the summer-house. For some reason it seemed far more decrepit than it had done yesterday, and indeed this time it seemed positively dilapidated. The day was, however, just as bright and sunny as it had been yesterday. On the green table there was imprinted a circle from yesterday's glass of cognac, which must have spilt. Empty and irrelevant thoughts occurred to him, as they invariably do during spells of tedious waiting. For example, why, in coming here, had he sat in precisely the same place he had sat in yesterday, and not in some other? At last he became very downcast from anxious uncertainty. But he had not sat for a quarter of an hour when suddenly, somewhere very close seated, the chord of a guitar was heard. Some people were sitting, or had just sat down, about 20 yards from him, at all events no more, somewhere among the bushes. Alyosha was suddenly visited by a fleeting memory that as he had been coming away from his brother in the summer-house he had seen or quickly glimpsed before him on his left near the garden fence an old, low, green bench amidst the shrubs. On it, apparently, the visitors had now seated themselves. But who could they be? Suddenly the voice of a certain male person began to sing a verse of a song in a rather sweet falsetto, as he accompanied himself on the guitar. "By power that can't be conquered to my true love I'm bonded. O Lord, have mercy upon her and me. Upon her and me. Upon her and me." The voice stopped. It was a lackey's tenor, and the eccentricity of the song was also characteristic of a lackey's song. Another voice, a female one this time, suddenly pronounced fawningly and almost timidly, but with great affection. "Why have you not paid us a visit for so long, Pavel Fyodorovitch? Why do you forever treat us with such scorn?" "Not a bit of it, miss," the male voice replied, politely enough, but above all with a firm and insistent dignity. It was plain that the man was in the dominant role, while the woman was flirting with him. "The man, I think he's Smerdyakov," Alyosha thought, "at least, he sounds like him, and the lady must be the daughter of the mistress of the cottage here, the daughter who arrived from Moscow, wears dresses with trains and goes to eat soup at Marfa Ignatyevna's." I'm ever so fond of verses, if they be well concord, the female voice continued. Why do you not resume? The voice broke into song anew. A Tsar's crown I'd surrender were my sweet's health mended. O Lord, have mercy upon her and me. Upon her and me. Upon her and me. It sounded even better the last time, the female voice observed. Of the crown, you sang, were my dear's health mended. It sounded more loving that way. I expect you've simply forgotten the words today. Verses are nonsense, Miss, Smerdyakov snapped. Oh no, I like a verse very much. The essential of verses, miss, is that they're rubbish, miss. Judge for yourself, who in the world talks in rhyme? And if we all began talking in rhyme, even if it were at the instruction of the authorities, would we ever get much said, miss? Verses are not important, Maria Kondratyevna. How clever you are about everything, how is it you have penetrated the secret of everything, the female voice said, fawning more and more. I might have done more, miss, I might have known more, miss, had it not been for the lot I have suffered since I were not no more than a brat, miss. I'd have shot in a duel the man who said I was a scoundrel because I issued from the stinker fatherless, and in Moscow they rubbed my nose in it, it spread over there by way of Grigory Vasilievich, miss. Grigory Vasilievich tells me off for mutinying against my nativity. You opened her matrix, one he says. Well, matrix or no, but I'd have let myself be murdered in the womb in order not to issue into the world at all, miss. At the market they used to say, and your dear mother also began telling me, out of her great tactlessness, that the stinker wore a Polish plate upon her head, and that her height was not but 2 arshins. Why did it have to be not but, when she could just have said nah but, the way everybody else does? She wanted to make it sound tearful, and I mean, them's muzhik's tears, miss, and a muzhik's feelings, too. Can the Russian muzhik have feelings the way a person of progressive education can? Because of his lack of education he can't have no feelings. Ever since I were not no more than a brat, whenever I heard not but 2 arshins, I felt like banging my head on the wall. I hate all Russia, Maria Kondratyevna. If you were a nice young military cadet or a nice young hussar you would not speak like that, but draw your sword and go off to defend all Russia. Not only do I not want to be a nice young military hussar, Maria Kondratyevna, I actually, on the contrary, wish the destruction of all soldiers, miss. And when the enemy arrives, who will defend us then? Nobody needs to, miss. In 1812 there took place a great invasion by the Emperor of the French, Napoleon I, the father too of the one who reigns at present, and it would have been a good thing if those same French had conquered us. A clever nation would have conquered an entirely stupid one, miss, and joined it to itself. We'd have quite different manners and habits, miss. Are they really so much better than our own? I would not exchange one of our nice young dandies, not even for 3 Englishmen, Maria Kondratyevna said tenderly, doubtless accompanying her remark with the most languorous of eyes. That is as ladies have their adorations, miss. Why, you yourself are like a foreigner, like a real well-born foreigner, though I tell you it in shame. If you desire to know, where lecheries concern the fellows over there are just the same as the fellows over here. They're all scoundrels, miss, and the only difference is that over there your villain walks about in patent leather boots, while over here he just stinks in his poverty and don't see nothing wrong in it. The Russian people needs the whip, miss, as Fyodor Pavlovitch so truly said yesterday, though he's a crazy fellow, miss, with all them brats of his. You yourself said that you had such respect for Ivan Fyodorovitch. And his honor reported about me that I'm a stinking lackey. His consideration of me is that I may mutiny, and he is wrong there, miss. If I'd had a sum like that in my pocket I'd have quit here long ago. Dmitri Fyodorovitch is worse than any lackey, whether one takes into account his behavior, his intelligence or his poverty, miss, and of nothing is he able, but of all is he respected. I'm nothing but a bouillon boy, but with a bit of luck I might be able to open a cafe restaurant on the Petrovka Point 3 because I'm a professional cook, and not one of those fellows in Moscow, apart from the foreigners, can serve up professional cooked food. That Dmitri Fyodorovitch is a bare britches, miss, and even though he may summon to a duel the most eminent son of a count, and the count accepts it, miss, in what way is he better than me, miss? Because he's a lot more stupid than me. All that money he's whistled away without no purpose, miss. I think a duel must be a very fine thing, Marya Kondratyevna suddenly observed. In what way, miss? It's so fearfully brave, especially if the nice young hussars with pistols in their hands fire them at one another for a certain she. Quite simply a picture. Oh, were girls allowed to watch, I should most terribly like to do so. It's all right if you're the one who's pointing the thing, but if the other fellow's pointing it at your ugly mug, it's a pretty stupid feeling you get, miss. You runs away, Marya Kondratyevna. Surely you wouldn't run away, would you? But Smerdyakov vouchsafed her no answer. After a moment's silence another chord rang out and the falsetto came flowing out again with the final verse. In spite of all my trying I shall end up by flying. I'll go with pleasure ing and in the city live. And I shall not grieve. I shall not grieve. I shall not, will not, don't intend to grieve. Here's something unexpected happened. Alyosha suddenly sneezed. The people on the bench at once grew quiet. Alyosha got up and walked in their direction. It was indeed Smerdyakov, wearing his Sunday best, his hair pomaded and very neatly curled, and shod in patent leather shoes. A guitar lay on the bench. And the lady was Marya Kondratyevna, the mistress's daughter. Her dress was a light blue one, with a train 2 arshins long. She was a girl still young and not bad-looking, though she had a very round face and terrible freckles. "Will brother Dmitri return soon?" said Alyosha, as calmly as he could. Smerdyakov slowly raised himself from the bench, so did Marya Kondratyevna. Why do you suppose that I should be privy to the whereabouts of Dmitri Fyodorovitch? It would be another matter were I employed as his keeper, Smerdyakov replied quietly, succinctly, and disdainfully. Oh, I simply thought I'd ask you, don't you know? Alyosha said by way of explanation. Nothing of his whereabouts do I know, nor do I wish to know, sir. But my brother made a special point of telling me that it's you who tell him about everything that goes on in the house, and that you promise to give him the word when Agrafena Alexandrovna comes. Slowly and imperturbably, Smerdyakov raised his eyes to him. And how were you so good as to enter on this occasion, as the gate here was padlocked just an hour ago? Well, I entered from the side lane by climbing the fence, and went straight to the summer house. You will, I hope, forgive me for that, he said, turning to Marya Kondratyevna. I needed to get hold of my brother quickly. Oh, how could you possibly do anything to offend us? Marya Kondratyevna simpered, flattered by Alyosha's apology. Why, Dmitri Fyodorovitch himself often goes to the summer house that way, and we don't even know that he's there. I've been looking for him high and low. I very much want to see him or to find out from yourselves where he is now. Please believe me when I tell you it's a matter that affects him urgently. He never tells us anything, Marya Kondratyevna began to babble. Though in the past I have frequented these here parts in the capacity of an acquaintance, Smerdyakov began again, even here he has mercilessly importuned me with constant inquiries concerning the master. What is happening at his house and how is he, who has arrived and who has left, and is there not something else I can report to him? Twice he has even threatened me with death. Death? Alyosha said in wonder. Well, would that constitute anything much to him, sir, with his kind of character, which you were so good as to observe with your own eyes yesterday, sir? If you let Agrafena Alexandrovna in, he says, and she spends the night here, it's your life that will be forfeit. I'm afraid of him something dreadful, sir, and if I weren't so afraid I'd have to report him to the municipal authorities. God knows, even, what he may cause to happen, sir. "I'll crush you in a mortar," he said to him the other day, Maria Kondratyevna added. "Well, those were possibly just high words," Alyosha observed. "If I could talk to him now, I'd have something to say to him about that." "This is the sole intimation I can give you," Smerdyakov said suddenly, as though he had made up his mind about something. "I come here sometimes for old neighborly acquaintances' sake, and why should I not do so, sir? On the other hand, Ivan Fyodorovitch sent me today at first light to him at his lodgings in that Ozernaya street of his, without a letter, sir, to get Dmitri Fyodorovitch by word to come to the inn on the square here, sir, so they could dine together. I went, sir, but Dmitri Fyodorovitch wasn't at those lodgings of his, sir, and it was already 8 o'clock. He was here, they said, but he's gone away and hasn't been back. Those were his landlord's very words. It was as if they were in some kind of conspiracy together, sir, a mutual one, sir. He and your dear brother Ivan Fyodorovitch may be sitting in that inn at this very minute, as Ivan Fyodorovitch didn't come back for dinner, and Fyodor Pavlovitch had his alone an hour ago and has now lain down to take his rest. I do, however, most earnestly request that you say nothing to him of myself or of the things I have conveyed to you, sir, for his honor will kill me for nothing, sir." "Brother Ivan called Dmitri to an inn today?" Alyosha quickly asked. "That is precisely so, sir." "To the capital city, the inn on the market square?" "To the very same, sir." "That is very probable," Alyosha exclaimed in great agitation. "Thank you, Smerdyakov, you have given me some important news. I shall go there at once." "Please do not give me away, sir," Smerdyakov said as he went. "Oh no, I shall present myself at the inn as though by chance, you may rest easy." "But where are you off to?" "I shall unlock the gate for you," Maria Kondratyevna cried. "No, it's quicker this way. I'll go back over the fence again." Smerdyakov's news had shaken Alyosha terribly. He set off towards the inn. To enter the inn dressed as he was could hardly be contemplated, but it would be all right for him to inquire on the staircase and have them summoned out to him. No sooner had he approached the inn, however, than one of its windows opened and brother Ivan himself shouted down to him. "Alyosha, can you come up here and sit with me? You'd be doing me a great favor." "Indeed I can, only I don't know what people will think of the way I'm dressed." "Well, I just so happen to be in a private room. Go up to the front and I'll come down and meet you." A moment later Alyosha was sitting beside his brother. Ivan was alone and was dining. 3. The brothers become acquainted. Ivan was not, however, in a private room. It was just a place by a window divided off by a folding screen. Even so, those who sat behind the screen could not be seen by others. This room was the first one, an entrance chamber, with a counter along the side wall. Waiters ran to and fro through the room every moment. By way of clientele there was only one little old man, a retired army bureaucrat, drinking tea in a corner. In the other rooms, though, there was in progress all the usual hubbub of an inn: calls for service, the opening of beer bottles, the clack of billiard balls, the droning of a hurdy-gurdy. Alyosha knew that Ivan almost never went to this inn and was indeed no lover of inns in general. For precisely this reason, he reflected, Ivan must be here in order to meet brother Dmitri according to some arrangement. Of brother Dmitri, however, there was no sign. "I'll order you some fish soup or something, not by tea alone shall you live, after all," cried Ivan, by all the evidence hugely pleased to have lured Alyosha inside. He himself had finished eating and was drinking tea. "Very well, fish soup and tea to follow, I'm starved," Alyosha said cheerfully. "And cherry preserves?" "They have them here. Do you remember how fond you were of cherry preserves as a little boy when you lived at Polyanov's?" "Oh, do you remember that? All right, preserves, too, I'm still fond of them." Ivan rang the bell for the waiter and ordered fish soup, tea, and preserves. I remember it all, Alyosha. I remember you when you were no more than 11 years old. I was in my 15th year then. 15 and 11, there's a difference there that prevents brothers ever being friends at those ages. I don't even know if I liked you. During the first years when I went to live in Moscow, I really didn't think about you at all. Later on, when you also landed up in Moscow, I think we met only on one occasion somewhere. And now this is the 4th month I've been living here, and until today you and I haven't said a word to each other. Tomorrow I'm leaving, and as I sat here just now I was wondering, how could I get to see him in order to say goodbye? And then there you were walking past. Did you wish to see me very much, then? Yes. I want to get to know you properly, once and for all, and for you to become properly acquainted with me. And with that to say goodbye. In my view, the best time to get to know someone is before a parting. I've seen the way you've looked at me all these 3 months, your eyes have had a sort of constant expectation in them, and that's what I can't stand. That's the reason why I've made no approach to you. But in the end I've learned to respect you. The little man, I said to myself, knows how to stand his ground. Observe that though I'm laughing now, I speak in seriousness. I mean, you do know how to stand your ground, don't you? I like such people, whatever the ground is that they're standing on, and even if they're dear little laddies like yourself. That expectant look of yours has finally lost all its repugnance for me. I think that for some reason you love me, don't you, Alyosha? Yes, I do, Ivan. Brother Dmitri says of you, Ivan is a tomb. I say of you, Ivan is an enigma. Even now you're an enigma to me, but I have managed to figure out one thing about you, though it is only since this morning. And what might that be? Ivan asked, laughing. You won't lose your temper? Alyosha said, laughing too. Well, the fact that you're every bit as much a young man as all the other 23-year-old young men, every bit as much a nice, young, pristine, fresh and, yes, yellow-beaked boy. Oh, I say, I hope I haven't really offended you. Not at all, you have surprised me with the similarity of our thoughts. Ivan exclaimed with mirth and fervor. Would you believe it, ever since our meeting at her house that time all I've been able to think of concerning myself has been that 23-year-old yellow-beakness of mine, and now it's suddenly as though you'd guessed that and started out with it right away. As I sat here just now, do you know what I was saying to myself? That even if I had no faith in life, had lost my faith in the woman who was dear to me, lost my faith in the order of things, even gained the conviction that everything was, on the contrary, a disorderly, accursed and, possibly, devilish chaos, even if I were overwhelmed by all the horrors of human disenchantment, I should still want to go on living and, having once put my lips to that cup, would not turn away from it until I had drained it to the end. Though actually, by the time I am 30, I shall probably fling down the cup even though I haven't drained it all and go away, where, I don't know. But until I am 30, I know this with assurance, my youth will prevail over everything, all disenchantment, all revulsion at life. Many times I have wondered whether there exists in the world a despair of a kind that would be able to vanquish within me this frenzied and possibly indecent thirst for life, and I have decided that it apparently does not exist, before the age of 30, that is, and then I shall have had enough in any case, or so it seems to me. This thirst for life is often called base by certain consumptive milksop moralists, especially the poets. It is a somewhat Karamazovian feature, to be sure, this thirst for life in spite of everything, and it also without question dwells in you, but why is it base? There's still an awful lot of centripetal force left on our planet, Alyosha. Life wants to be lived, and I live it, even though it goes against logic. Very well, so I don't believe in the order of things, but the sticky leaf buds one that open in spring are dear to me, as is the blue sky, as are certain people whom, would you believe it, sometimes one loves one knows not why, and as are certain human achievements in which one may perhaps have ceased to have any faith, but which for old time's sake one treasures in one's heart. Look, now, they've brought your fish soup, eat, and may it do you good. It's wonderful soup, they have a good recipe. I want to take a trip to Europe, Alyosha, and hence I shall take it, yet I know it's a cemetery I shall be going to, but it's the dearest of cemeteries, that's all. Dear corpses lie there, to each stone laid over them speaks of such ardently lived past life, such passionate faith in one's achievements, the truth one has gained, one's struggle and one's learning, that I know in advance I shall fall to the ground and kiss those stones and weep over them, at the same time convinced with all my heart that all this has long been a cemetery and in no way any more than that. And not from despair will I weep, but simply because I shall be happy at the tears I shed. I shall grow drunk on the tenderness of my own emotion. The sticky leaf buds of spring, the blue sky, I love them, that's what. Here there is no intellect, no logic, here it is a question of loving with one's insides, one's belly, of loving one's own young energies. Do you understand anything of the rot I'm talking, Alyosha? Ivan laughed, suddenly. Too well do I understand, Ivan, one wants to live with one's insides, one's belly, that was well said, and I'm terribly glad that you want to live that way, Alyosha exclaimed. I think that everyone has a duty to love life above all else in the world. To love life more than its meaning? Most certainly, to love it before logic, as you say, especially before logic, for only then will I understand its meaning. That is how it has seemed to me for a long time now. Half of your task is complete, Ivan, and you love life. Now you must apply yourself to its second half, and you will be saved. You're already saving me, yet maybe I haven't perished. And what does it consist of, this second half of yours? In having to raise up your dead, which may never perhaps have died. 3 Well, now I shall have some tea. I'm glad that we're having this talk, Ivan. I perceive that you are in some kind of fit of inspiration. I'm terribly fond of such professions d'foi from such novices. You're a man of firmness, Alyosha. Is it true that you intend to leave the monastery? Yes. My elder is sending me into the world. Well then, we shall be seeing each other in the world, we shall meet until I am 30, until I start to turn away from that cup I mentioned. Father doesn't intend to turn away from his cup until he's 70, he even dreams of it when he's 80, he said so himself, and that is serious coming from him, even though he's a buffoon. He too has taken a stand, but on his voluptuary passion, and as though it were a rock, though to be sure, after the age of 31 may have nothing much left to take a stand on except that. But to go on with it until 170 is base, until the age of 30 is the preferable thing, one may retain a shade of decency for while cheating oneself all the while. Have you seen Dmitri today? No, I haven't, but I've seen Smerdyakov. And Alyosha told his brother quickly and in detail of his encounter with Smerdyakov. Ivan suddenly began to listen with real concern, and even asked him to repeat certain things. Only he asked me not to tell brother Dmitri what he'd said about him, Alyosha added. Ivan frowned and began to ponder. Is it Smerdyakov that makes you frown? Alyosha asked. Yes, it is. To the devil with him, I really did want to see Dmitri, but now it doesn't matter, Ivan said, unwillingly. And are you really going away so soon, brother? Yes. But what of Dmitri and father? How will things end between them? Alyosha said uneasily. Oh, that endless refrain of yours. How should I know? Am I my brother Dmitri's keeper? Ivan snapped irritably, but then suddenly gave a kind of bitter smile. What Cain replied to God concerning his murdered brother, wasn't it? Perhaps that's what you're thinking at this moment? But the devil take it, I can't really go on staying here as their keeper, after all. I've finished my tasks and I'm going. Oh, you probably think I'm jealous of Dmitri, that all these past 3 months I've been trying to take his beautiful Katerina Ivanovna away from him. The devil I have, I've had my own tasks to see to. I've finished my tasks and I'm going. I finished them earlier today, You were a witness to it. You mean earlier today at Katerina Ivanovna's? Yes, that's right, and I had done with it in one go. And what is it all about, in any case? What concern is Dmitri of mine? Dmitri has nothing to do with me. I had my own tasks to accomplish with Katerina Ivanovna. You yourself, on the other hand, know that Dmitri behaved in a way that suggested there was a conspiracy between him and me. I mean, I'd made absolutely no request that he do so, yet he himself solemnly delivered her into my hands and imparted his blessing. It's all so ridiculous. Yes, Alyosha, yes, if you but knew how light-hearted I feel now. Why, I'd been sitting here dining and, would you believe it, I was almost on the point of asking for champagne in order to celebrate the first hour of my freedom. Nearly half a year, confound it, and then suddenly, in one go I go free of it. Well, I mean, did I ever suspect even yesterday that if I wanted to finish it, it wouldn't be any trouble? It's your love you're talking about, Ivan. Well, call it love if you want to. Yes, I fell in love with a young lady, an institute girl. I tormented myself with her, and she tormented me too. I brooded over her, and suddenly it all flew away. Earlier today I spoke with inspiration, but when I got outside I burst into laughter. Would you believe that? Yes, I mean literally. Even now you talk about it with such joviality, Alyosha observed, studying his brother's features, which had indeed grown suddenly jovial. And how could I have known I didn't love her at all? Ha ha! And now it's turned out, I don't. And why? How appealing I found her. How appealing I found her even earlier today, when I recited that speech. And you know, even now she appeals to me terribly, and yet it's so easy to travel away from her. Do you suppose I'm boasting? No. Only perhaps it wasn't love. Alyosha, old chap, Ivan laughed, don't embark on discourses concerning love. It's not a proper thing for you to do. Earlier today you simply went charging in, tut-tut. I've even forgotten to kiss you for it. And how she tormented me. It was like living beside a perpetual crack-up. Oh, she was sure that I loved her. It was me she loved, not Dmitri, Ivan jovially insisted. Dmitri is nothing but a crack-up. All the things that I said to her earlier today were the absolute truth. The only thing is that she may need some 15 or 20 years in order to come to the realization that she doesn't love Dmitri at all, and loves only me, whom she torments. And, indeed, she may never come to that realization, even in spite of the lesson she had today. Well, I did it the best way, got up and left forever. And speaking of that, how is she now? What happened after I left? Alyosha told him about the hysterics, and said she was apparently unconscious and in a delirium. And the Koplakova isn't making it up? It seems not. We must ask and find out. Though as a matter of fact, no one ever died of hysterics. Well, let her have her hysterics. God sent hysterics to womankind as a mark of his affection. I shan't go there at all. Why should I go poking my nose in there again? But I mean, you told her earlier today that she had never loved you. I did it on purpose. Come on, Alyosha old chap, I'm going to order some champagne, we shall drink to my freedom. Oh, if only you knew how relieved I feel. No, brother, we had better not drink, Alyosha said suddenly. Besides, I feel rather sad. Yes, you've been that way for quite a while, I've noticed. So you're definitely leaving tomorrow morning? Who said anything about the morning? Though as a matter of fact, I might. I mean, would you believe it? I have dined here today for the sole purpose of not having to dine with the old man, so loathsome has he become to me. He alone is reason enough for me to have left long ago. Anyway, why does my leaving make you so worried? You and I still have God knows how much time before my departure. A whole eternity of time and immortality. If you are leaving tomorrow, how can you talk of an eternity? But how does it concern us, you and me? Ivan laughed. I mean, we shall have enough time to discuss the things that matter to us, those things. Why else did we come here? Why do you look so astonished? Answer me, why are we meeting here? To talk about my love for Katerina Ivanovna, about Dmitri and the old man? About life abroad? About Russia's fateful situation? About the Emperor Napoleon? Is that it? Is that why we're here? No, it isn't. Then that means you understand the real reason. It's one thing for others, but for us yellowbeaks it's another. We must first solve the everlasting questions. That is our concern. All of young Russia is discussing the eternal questions just now, and nothing else. Precisely now, when the old men have all gone away to occupy themselves with practical affairs. Why have you been looking at me with such expectation all these past 3 months? In order to inquire of me. Believest thou, or dost thou not believe? 5. Why, that is what these 3 months of expectant looks boil down to, don't they, Alexei Fyodorovitch, eh? Perhaps. Alyosha smiled. I say, you're not laughing at me now, are you, brother? I laugh at you? Oh, I shouldn't want to upset my dear little brother who has gazed at me for 3 months with such expectation. Alyosha, look me in the eye. I mean, I'm every bit as much of a little boy as you are, and the only difference is that I'm not a novice. After all, how have Russian boys run the show up till now, a certain kind of boy, that is? Take this Fetid Inn, for example. This is where they gather, huddled in corners. They have never seen each other in their lives before, and when they get out of the inn they'll never see each other again for 40 years. Well, but what of it? What are they going to talk about now that they've snatched a minute or two in this inn of theirs? About the questions of the universe. What else? Is there a God? Is there such a thing as immortality? And as for those who don't believe in God, well, they begin to talk of socialism and anarchism, of the reorganization of the whole of mankind according to a new regime, so that in the end it's the same old devil that pokes his head out, the same old questions, only seen from the other end. And what we see these days in our country is a large number of the most uniquely talented Russian boys doing nothing but talk of the eternal questions. Don't you think so? Yes, for real Russians the questions concerning the existence of God and immortality, or the questions posed from the other end, as you call them, are of course the most important ones and dominate all others, and that is as it should be, said Alyosha, still studying his brother with the same quiet and searching smile. It's like this, Alyosha, to be a Russian is sometimes not at all a sensible thing to be, but even so it would be hard to imagine anything more stupid than the things with which our Russian boys occupy themselves these days. There is, however, Alyosha old chap, one Russian boy of whom I'm terribly fond. How famously you introduced that remark, Alyosha suddenly laughed. Well then, where do you want to begin, you tell me, with God? With the question of God's existence? Begin wherever you like, even if it's from the other end. You see, you proclaimed at Father's yesterday that there is no God, Alyosha said, giving his brother a searching look. I teased you with that at the old man's house during dinner yesterday for fun, and I saw how those pretty eyes of yours had caught fire. Now, however, I've nothing at all against discussing things with you, and I say that very seriously. I want to get closer to you, Alyosha, because I have no friends. I want to make the attempt. Well, then, see how you like this. Perhaps I do accept God. Ivan laughed. Does that come as a surprise to you? Yes, of course it does. That's if you're not joking now, as well. Joking. That's what they said at the elders yesterday, that I was joking. Look, my lad, there was a certain old sinner Six who lived in the 18th century who once pronounced that if there were no God it would be necessary to invent him. Sal n'existe pas.
Dieu il faudrait l'inventer.
And indeed man has invented God. And the strange thing, the wonderful thing, is not that God really does exist, but that an idea like that, the idea of God's necessity, could find its way into the head of a savage and vicious animal such as man. So sacred is it, that idea, so touching, so exceedingly wise and so greatly to his honor. As for myself, I long ago decided not to think about whether man created God or God man. I shall not, of course, bring up in that regard all the contemporary axioms of our Russian boys, all of which to the very last one are inferred from European hypotheses, because the things that are hypotheses over there instantly become axioms in the hands of our Russian boys, and not only of them, but doubtless also of their professors, because even our Russian professors nowadays are those very same Russian boys. And so I shall avoid all hypotheses. I mean, what is the task you and I have to perform now? It is for me to explain to you as quickly as possible what my essence is, or rather what kind of person I am, in what I believe and in what I place my hope, isn't it? And for that reason I want to make it plain that I accept God directly and simply. There is, however, one thing that needs to be noted: if God exists and if He really did create the earth, then, as common knowledge tells us, He created it according to Euclidean geometry, while He created the human mind with an awareness of only 3 spatial dimensions. Even so, there have been and still are even today geometers and philosophers of the most remarkable kind who doubt that the entire universe, or, even more broadly, the entirety of being was created solely according to Euclidean geometry, and who even make so bold as to dream that the 2 parallel lines which according to Euclid can on no account converge upon Earth may yet do so somewhere in infinity. And so, my lad, I've decided that if I can't even understand that, then how am I to understand about God? I meekly confess that I do not possess the faculties needed to solve such questions. The mind I have is a Euclidean, earthbound one, and so how are we to make inferences about that which is not of this world? And indeed I advise you never to think about that, Alyosha, and least of all concerning God and whether He exists or not. Those are all questions unsuited to a mind that has been created with an awareness of only 3 dimensions. So, I accept God, and not only do I do so willingly, I also accept His supreme wisdom and His purpose, both of which are completely unknown to us. I believe in the order, the meaning of life. I believe in eternal harmony, one in which we shall all as it were fuse together. I believe in the word towards which the universe strives and which once was with God and which is God, well, and so on into infinity. Too many words have been wasted apropos of all that. It looks as though I'm already on the right track, doesn't it? So let me tell you that in the last analysis, this world of God's, I don't accept it, even though I know that it exists, and I don't admit its validity in any way. It isn't God I don't accept, you see, it's the world created by Him, the world of God I don't accept and cannot agree to accept. Let me qualify that, like a young babe, I am convinced that our sufferings will be healed and smoothed away, that the whole offensive comedy of human conflict will disappear like a pathetic mirage, like the infamous fabrication of the Euclidean human mind, as weak and undersized as an atom, and that ultimately, during the universal finale, at the moment of eternal harmony, there will occur and become manifest something so precious that it will be sufficient for all hearts, for the soothing of all indignation, the redemption of all men's evil doings. All the blood that has been shed by them will be sufficient not only to make it possible to forgive but even to justify all the things that have happened to men, and even if all that, all of it, makes itself manifest and becomes reality, I will not accept it and do not want to accept it. Even if the parallel lines converge and I actually witness it, I shall witness it and say they have converged, but all the same I shall not accept it. That is my essence, Alyosha, that is my thesis. Now I have expressed it to you seriously. I purposely began this conversation with you in as stupid a manner as possible, but I've led it up to my confession, because that is the only thing required. It wasn't necessary for you to hear about God, but simply to learn what your beloved brother lives by. And I have told it. Ivan suddenly ended his long tirade with a display of singular and unexpected emotion. And why did you begin in as stupid a manner as possible? Alyosha asked, gazing at him reflectively. Well, in the first place, for the sake of Russism, Russian conversations on these subjects are invariably conducted in as stupid a manner as possible. And in the second place, the greater the stupidity, the closer to the matter in hand. The greater the stupidity, the greater the clarity. Stupidity is brief and guileless, while wit equivocates and hides. Wit is a scoundrel, while stupidity is honest and sincere. I led the conversation up to the subject of my despair, and the more stupidly I portrayed it, the greater was the advantage to myself. Will you explain to me why you don't accept the world? Alyosha said. Of course I will, it's no secret, it is what I have been leading up to. My dear little brother, it's not that I want to corrupt you or topple you from your foundations, but rather that I should, perhaps, like to be healed by you. Ivan smiled suddenly, for all the world like a meek boy. Alyosha had never seen a smile like that on his features before. 4. Mutiny. There is a certain confession I have to make to you, Ivan began. I have never been able to understand how it is possible to love one's neighbor. In my opinion, the people it is impossible to love are precisely those near to one, while one can really love only those who are far away. I once read somewhere concerning Ion the almsgiver, a certain saint, that when a hungry and frozen itinerant came to him and asked him to warm him, he put him to bed in his own bed, got into it together with him, put his arms around him and began to breathe into his mouth, which was festering and foul with some terrible disease. I'm convinced that he did this in the grip of a hysterical lie, out of a love that was prescribed by duty, and because of the epithymia too he had taken upon himself. In order to love a person it is necessary for him to be concealed from view. The moment he shows his face, love disappears. The elder Zosima spoke of that on several occasions, Alyosha observed. He also said that a person's face often prevents many who are as yet unpracticed in love from loving him. But after all, there is much love in mankind, and it almost resembles the love of Christ. I myself know that, Ivan. While I must say I don't at present know it, nor do I understand it, and there is a countless multitude of people who would go along with me there. The question is, of course, whether that's because of their inferior qualities, or whether it's just that their nature is so constituted. In my view, the love that Christ showed towards people is in its way a miracle impossible upon earth. It is true, he was God. But we are not gods. Let us assume, for example, that I suffer deeply, yet another person would never be able to perceive the degree to which I suffer, because he is another person, and not me, and on top of that it's seldom that a person will agree to recognize another as a sufferer, as though it were some kind of rank. Why won't he agree to it, do you suppose? Because, for example, I smell bad, or have a stupid expression on my face, or because I once trod on his toes. What's more, there is suffering and suffering, degrading suffering that degrades me. Hunger, for example, is something that my benefactor will permit in me, but let the suffering be of ever such a slightly loftier sort, such as for an idea, for example, then no, only in very rare cases will he permit that, because he may, for example, look at me and suddenly perceive that the expression on my face is not at all like the one his fantasy supposes ought to be on the face of someone who is suffering for an idea. So he then at once deprives me of his beneficent deeds, though he does so not at all from any rancor of heart. Beggars, particularly beggars from good backgrounds, ought never to show themselves in public, but rather beg for alms through the medium of the newspapers. It's also possible to love one's neighbor in the abstract, and even sometimes from a distance, but almost never when he's close at hand. If things were always as they are on stage, at the ballet, where the beggars, when they appear, come on in silken rags and tattered lace and beg for alms while dancing gracefully, then one might still bring oneself to admire them. Admire, but not in any sense love. However, enough of that. I merely wanted to give you my point of view. I was going to go on to speak of the suffering of mankind in general, but let us rather concentrate on the sufferings of children. That will reduce the scope of my argument by some tenfold, but let us talk simply of children. Thus taking some of the wind out of my own sails, needless to say. Well, for one thing, young children may be loved even when they are close to, even when they are dirty, even when they have ugly faces, though I think that young children never have ugly faces. And for another thing, I refrain from talking about grown-ups because, in addition to the fact that they are loathsome and do not deserve love, they also have requital for that. They have eaten of the apple and have grown aware of good and evil and become as gods. They continue to eat it even to this day. But young children have not eaten of it at all and are as yet guilty of nothing. Are you fond of young children, Alyosha? I know that you are, and so you will understand why it is I want to talk of them at present. If they also suffer horribly upon earth, it is, of course, for their fathers. They are punished for their fathers who have eaten the apple, but, that is an argument from another world, one incomprehensible to the human heart here upon earth. It is out of the question that the innocent one shall suffer for another, especially when it is such an innocent as that. You may find it surprising in me, Alyosha, but I also am terribly fond of young children. And please take note that people who are cruel, enslaved by passion, carnivorous, Karamazovian, are sometimes very fond of children. Children, while they are children, until the age of 7, for example, are terribly apart from other people. It's as though they were a different species with a different nature. I knew a certain robber in prison. During his career he had had occasion, while massacring entire households in their homes, into which he broke at night in order to commit burglary, at the same time to murder several children, too. Yet, as he sat in prison, he grew fond of them to a degree that was strange. From a window of the jail the only thing he did was watch the children playing in the prison yard. One small boy he taught to come and stand under the window where he was, and the boy became great friends with him. You don't know why I'm saying all this, Alyosha? I seem to have a headache, and I feel sad. You talk with a strange look, Alyosha observed uneasily. It's as if you were in a kind of madness. Incidentally, a certain Bulgarian I met in Moscow told me not so long ago, Ivan Fyodorovich continued, almost without listening to his brother, about the atrocities committed by the Turks and Circassians down there in Bulgaria because of their fear of a mass uprising on the part of the Slavs, that is to say, burning, knifing, raping women and children, nailing convicts to fences by their ears and leaving them there until morning, when they hang them, and so on. It's not possible to imagine it all. Actually, people sometimes talk about man's bestial cruelty, but that is being terribly unjust and offensive to the beasts. A beast can never be as cruel as a human being, so artistically, so picturesquely cruel. The tiger simply gnaws and tears, and that is the only thing it knows. It would never enter its head to nail people to fences by their ears and leave them like that all night, even were it able to do such a thing. Those Turks, by the way, even tormented children with voluptuous relish, from cutting them out of their mothers' wombs with a dagger to throwing the babes in the air and catching them on bayonets before their mothers' eyes. The fact of it being before their mothers' eyes constituted the principal delight. There was, however, one small scene that interested me a great deal. Imagine, a mother stands trembling with an infant in her arms, around her the Turks who have entered. They contrive a merry little act. They fondle the infant, laugh in order to amuse it, they succeed, the infant laughs. At that moment a Turk points a pistol at it, 4 inches from its face. The baby boy laughs joyfully, stretches out his little hands to grab the pistol, and suddenly the artist pulls the trigger right in his face and smashes his little head to smithereens. Artistic, isn't it? As a matter of fact, they say that Turks are very fond of sweet things. Brother, where is all this leading? Alyosha asked. I think that if the devil doesn't exist and, consequently, man has created him, he has created him in his own image and likeness. Just in the same way he created God, in that case. Oh, you really do know how to turn the clever phrase, as Polonius says in Hamlet, for Ivan laughed. You beat me at my own game. Good, I'm glad. After all, your God must be rather fine if man created him according to his own image and likeness. You asked just now why I was saying all these things. Well, you see, one of my hobbies is the collecting of certain little facts, What I do, if you can credit it, is to note down and cull together from newspapers and reports, whatever the source, little anecdotes of a certain sort, and I now have a fine collection. The Turks are, of course, part of the collection, but they're all foreigners. I also have homebred items which are even better than the Turkish ones. You know, with us it takes the form of flogging, the birch and the lash, and that is a national phenomenon. In our country the nailing of ears is unthinkable. We are Europeans, after all, but the rod and the lash, they are Russian, and cannot be taken away from us. In Europe it looks as though they have given up flogging altogether as a method of punishment, whether it's because their morals and manners have undergone a process of purification, or whether it's because laws have been established of such a kind that man may no more dare to flog his fellow man, but they have compensated themselves for that with another, as in our case, also purely national phenomenon, so national indeed that I think for us it would be impossible, though as a matter of fact. It appears to be catching on among us too, in particular ever since the religious movement 5 began to affect the higher levels of our society. I have in my possession a certain delightful little brochure, a translation from the French, which describes the execution in Geneva, by no means long ago, only some 5 years back, of a certain villain and murderer named Richard, a fellow of 23, I think, who repented and converted to the Christian faith upon the very scaffold. This Richard was someone's illegitimate son, who while yet a babe, about 6 years old, had been given away by his parents to some Swiss mountain shepherds, and they had nurtured him in order to employ him in labor. He grew up in their home like a small wild animal. The shepherds gave him no form of education but, on the contrary, when he was only 7 sent him out to graze the flock, in the rain and cold, almost without clothing and almost without food. And then of course, so doing, not one of them reflected nor repented but, on the contrary, believed themselves fully within their rights, for Richard had been given to them like an object, and they did not even deem it necessary to feed him. Richard himself gave testimony that in those years he, like the prodigal son in the New Testament, would fain have filled his belly with the mash given to the pigs that were being fattened for sale, but he was not even given that and was flogged when he stole from the pigs, and thus he passed the whole of his childhood and youth until such time as he gained his maturity and, his energies fortified, embarked upon a life of petty thieving. The savage began to earn money by doing day labor in Geneva. He drank what he earned, lived like an outcast and ended by murdering some old man and robbing him. He was caught, put on trial and condemned to death. They don't have time for sentimentality over there, you know. Well, in prison he was at once surrounded by pastors and members of various Christian brotherhoods, charitable ladies and the like. In prison he was taught to read and write, had the New Testament explained to him, was exhorted, persuaded, pressured, pestered and waited upon, and then lo and behold, in the end he himself solemnly confessed to his crime. He underwent conversion. He himself wrote to the court that he was a monster of cruelty and that at last he had been deemed worthy of being illumined by God and of receiving His grace. The whole of Geneva was in turmoil, the whole of pious and charitable Geneva. All who were of elevated station and good breeding rushed to see him in prison. Richard was kissed, embraced. "You are our brother, grace has come upon you." And Richard himself only piously wept, "Yes, grace has come upon me. Before, all my childhood and youth, I would fain have eaten of the husks that the swine did eat, yet now grace has come upon me, and I die in the Lord." Yes, yes, Richard, die now in the Lord. You have shed blood and must die in the Lord. Even though you are not to blame for being wholly ignorant of the Lord at all at the time when you envied the swine their husks and when you were flogged for stealing their husks from them, which was a very bad thing to do, for stealing is not permitted, you have shed blood and must die. And then his last day arrived. The unnerved Richard wept and could do nothing but repeat every moment, "This is the finest day of my life, I am going to the Lord." "Yes," cried the pastors, the judges and the charitable ladies, "this is your happiest day, for you are going to the Lord." All these people made their way to the scaffold behind the cart of shame in which Richard was being taken there, in carriages, on foot. Then they attained the scaffold. "Die now, brother," they cried to Richard, "die in the Lord, for grace has come upon you." And then, covered in the kisses of his brothers, brother Richard was hauled to the scaffold, placed upon the guillotine and had his head lopped off in brotherly fashion, since grace had come upon him. Well, that's characteristic. This brochure was translated into Russian by some Russian Lutheran charity-mongers from the upper levels of society and distributed free of charge by the newspapers and other publishers for the enlightenment of the Russian people. The good thing about the Richard story is its national quality. Though in our country it seems to people absurd to cut off someone's head because he has become a brother to us and because grace has come upon him, we do nonetheless, I repeat, have our own such folly, one that is possibly even worse. In our country the torture of flogging is a historical, direct and most intimate source of pleasure. Nekrasov has some line 6 about a muzhik lashing his horse with a knout on the eyes, on its meek eyes. Who has not seen such a thing? It is a Russism. He describes a puny little horse, on whose cart too much has been piled, getting bogged down with its load, unable to haul it out. The muzhik flogs it in a frenzy, flogs it, at last, not understanding what he is doing, in an intoxication of flogging lashes it viciously, countless times, though you are not strong enough, yet pull, even though it kills you, pull. The wretched little jade strains, and then he starts to lash it, the defenseless creature, about its eyes, its meek and weeping eyes. Beside itself it gives a jerk, hauls the cart out and sets off, trembling all over, not breathing, almost sideways, with a kind of hopping skitter, somehow unnaturally and ignominiously, in Nekrasov that is terrible. But after all, it is only a horse, and God gave horses unto man that he might flog them. Or so at any rate the Tartars would have had us understand, giving us the knout as a reminder of it. But after all, human beings may be flogged, too. And so here we have a cultured gentleman of progressive education and his lady wife flogging their own daughter, a babe of 7 years, with the birch. I have a detailed account of it noted down. The dear papa is glad the twigs have knots in them, it will sting more, he says, and then he begins to sting his own daughter. I know for a certainty that there are floggers of a kind who grow excited with each blow to the point of voluptuous pleasure, quite literally voluptuous pleasure, increasingly with each consecutive blow, progressively. They flog for a minute, they flog for 5, they flog for 10, onward, harder, faster, more and more painfully. The child cries out, the child is, at last, unable to cry out, it gasps, Papa, Papa, my Papa, my Papa. By some devilish piece of bad luck the case is brought to court. An advocate is hired. The advocate was long ago characterized by the Russian people in the saying, the Advocat 7 is a hired conscience. The advocate cries out in defense of his client. The case, he says, is such a simple one, so ordinary and based in family life. A father gives his daughter a thrashing, and to the shame of the times we live in is taken to court. Persuaded, the members of the jury retire and bring back a verdict of not guilty. The members of the public roar with happiness that the torturer has been acquitted. I wasn't there, damn it, or I'd have bellowed a proposal that a stipend be founded in the torturer's name. Delightful little scenes. But I have even better ones concerning young children. I have a great many items about Russian children in my collection, Alyosha. The father and mother of a little 5-year-old girl, most respectable and high-ranking people, educated and of progressive views, conceived a hatred of her. Let me tell you, I once again positively assert that in many scions of mankind there is a curious property, the love of torturing children, but only children. To all other specimens of the human race these same torturers are even favorably and meekly inclined, as befitting humane men of European and progressive education, but they have a great love of torturing children, and their love for children is even based on that. It is the very unprotected aspect of these creatures that tempts the torturers, the angelic trustfulness of the child, which has nowhere to go and no one to turn to, this it is that excites the foul blood of the torturer. In every human being, of course, there lurks a beast of anger, a beast of voluptuous excitement derived from the cries of the tortured victim, a beast uncontrollable, unleashed from the chain, a beast of ailments contracted in debauchery, gout, cirrhosis, and the like. Those progressively educated parents subjected that poor 5-year-old girl to every torture one could think of. They beat her, flogged her, kicked her, themselves not knowing why, turned her whole body into a mass of bruises. At last they attained the highest degree of refinement. In the cold and freezing weather they locked her up for a whole night in the outside latrine because she did not ask to be relieved, as though a 5-year-old child, sleeping its sound, angelic sleep, could learn to ask to be relieved at such an age. What is more, they smeared her eyes, cheeks, and mouth all over with feces, and compelled her to eat those feces, and it was the mother who did the compelling. And that mother was able to sleep, hearing at night the moans of the poor little child, locked up in the foul latrine. So now do you understand, when a small creature that is not yet able to make sense of what is happening to it beats its hysterical breast in a foul latrine, in the dark and cold, with its tiny fist and wails with its bloody, meek, rancorless tears to dear Father God to protect it, now do you understand all that rot, my friend and my brother, my godly and humble lay brother? Do you understand why all that rot is so necessary? Without it, they say, man would not be able to survive upon earth, for he would not know good from evil. Why recognize the devilish good and evil, when it costs so much? I mean, the entire universe of knowledge is not worth the tears of that little child addressed to dear Father God. I say nothing of the sufferings of grown-ups. They have eaten the apple, and the devil with them, and the devil take them all, but the children. I'm tormenting you, Alyosha, my lad, you look as though you were beside yourself. I shall stop, if you wish. It's all right, I also want to suffer, Alyosha muttered. Just one more little scene, and that for curiosity's sake, a very characteristic one, and principally because I've just read about it in one of the symposia of our antiquities, either in the archive or the Antiquity Gate, I think. I'd have to check up, I've even forgotten where I read it. It happened during the blackest period of serfdom, back at the start of the century, and all hail to the liberator of the people. Back then at the start of the century there was a certain general, a general with grand connections, a most prosperous landowner, but of the sort, to be sure, even then it appears very few in number, who upon retiring from the service were very nearly convinced that they had earned the right to dispose over the lives and deaths of their subjects. In those days there were such men. Well, so the general lived on his estate of 2,000 souls, swaggered around, treating his lesser neighbors as though they were his retainers and buffoons. A kennel with hundreds of dogs and nearly 100 huntsmen, all in uniforms, all on horseback. And then one day a serf boy, a little lad of only 8 years old, while playing some game or other threw a stone and bruised the leg of the general's favorite beagle. Why has my favorite dog gone lame? It was the boy, he was informed, he threw a stone at it and bruised its leg. Ah, so it was you, the general said, looking him over. Seize him. He was seized, taken from his mother, kept overnight in the lockup, and at first light the next morning the general came driving out in full dress uniform, mounted his horse, around him his retainers, dogs, huntsmen, stalkers, all on horseback. Around them the serf folk were gathered for the purpose of edification, and in front of them all the mother of the guilty boy. The boy was brought out from the lockup. A cold, gloomy, misty autumn day, first-rate for hunting. The general ordered the boy to be undressed. He was stripped naked, shivering, out of his mind with terror, not daring to utter a sound. Send him on his way, the general ordered. Run, run, the huntsman shouted to him. The boy set off at a run. Tally-ho, the general howled and unleashed at him a whole pack of borzoi hounds. He hunted him down in front of his mother, and the dogs tore the child to little shreds. I think the general was put in Ward Point 10, but what should one have done with him? Shot him? Shot him in order to satisfy one's moral feelings? Tell me, Alyosha, my lad. Shot him. Alyosha said quietly, raising his eyes to his brother with a kind of pale, distorted smile. Bravo! Ivan howled in a kind of ecstasy. Why, if you can say that, it means a fine schemanak 11 you are. So that's the kind of little devil that crouches in your heart, Alyosha Karamazov, my lad. It was a preposterous thing for me to say, but there you have it. But, Ivan shouted. You ought to realize, novice, that preposterous things are all too necessary upon earth. The world rests upon preposterous things, and indeed it's possible that without them absolutely nothing would ever have come into existence. We know that which we know. What do you know? That I don't understand anything, Ivan continued in a kind of delirium. And that I don't want to understand anything now either. I want to remain with the facts. I decided long ago not to understand. If I understand anything, I shall instantly be untrue to the facts, and I have decided to remain with the facts. Why are you putting me to the test like this? Alyosha exclaimed in hysterical sorrow. Will you please finally tell me? Of course I will. To tell you is what I've been leading up to. You are dear to me, and I don't want to let you go and shall not yield to your father's Zosima. Ivan said nothing for a moment, and his face suddenly became very sad. Listen to me, I took the exclusive instance of young children in order to make it more obvious. Of the other human tears in which the earth is steeped from crust to core I have not said a word. I have purposely kept my subject narrow. I am a bedbug, and I confess with all due self-disparagement that I am quite unable to understand why everything is ordered thus. So it must be the fault of people themselves. Given paradise, they wanted freedom and stole fire from heaven, knowing the while that they would be unhappy, and so there is no reason to feel sorry for them. Oh, with my pathetic, earthly, Euclidean mind I only know that there is suffering, that none does offend. 12 That one thing proceeds from another, quite plainly and simply, that everything flows and evens out, but after all, that is merely Euclidean rubbish, and after all, I know it, but I cannot agree to live by it. What is it to me that none does offend, and that I know it? I want retribution, otherwise I shall destroy myself. And retribution not at some place in some time and infinity, but here upon earth, and in such a way that I see it for myself. I have believed in it, and I want to see it for myself, and if by that time I am already dead, then let me be raised up again, for if it all takes place when I am not there, it will be too hurtful. For I did not suffer in order with my villainous actions and my sufferings to manure a future harmony for someone else. I want with my own eyes to see the lion lie down beside the fallow deer and the one who has been slaughtered get up and embrace the one who has killed him. I want to be here when everyone suddenly discovers why it has all been the way it has. All the religions of the earth have been founded on that desire, and I believe. But here, however, are the children, and what am I going to do with them then? That is the question I am unable to resolve. For the 100th time I repeat, there are a great number of questions, but I have taken the sole instance of young children, for here it is irrefutably evident what I must say. Look, if everyone must suffer in order with their suffering to purchase eternal harmony, what do young children have to do with it? Tell me, please. It is quite impossible to understand why they should have to suffer, and why should they have to purchase harmony with their sufferings? Why have they also ended up as raw material, to be the manure for someone else's future harmony? Solidarity in sin among human beings I understand, I even understand solidarity in retribution, but I mean to say, there can be no question of solidarity in sin among young children. And if it is indeed true that they are solidary with their fathers in all the villainous actions of their fathers, then it goes without saying that therein is a truth that is not of this world and is impossible for me to understand. Some wag will perhaps say that, like it or not, the child will grow up and in time commit sins, but here is one who has not grown up and yet at 8 years old was hunted down by dogs. Oh, Alyosha, I do not blaspheme. And I understand what a shaking must rend the universe when all that is in heaven and under the earth flows together in one laudatory voice, and all that liveth and hath lived exclaims, Just and true art thou, O Lord, for thy ways are made plain. And when the mother embraces the torturer who tore her son to pieces with his dogs, and all three of them proclaim in tears, Just and true art thou, O Lord, then, of course, the day of knowledge will have dawned and all will be explained. The only trouble is that it's precisely that I cannot accept. And for as long as I am on the earth I shall hasten to make arrangements of my own. You see, Alyosha, it may very well be, perhaps, that when I reach the moment in my life at which I see it, or rise up from the dead in order to do so, I myself may exclaim with all the rest, as I watch the mother embracing the torturer of her little child, "Just and true art thou, O Lord," but it is something I do not want to do. While there is still time I shall hasten to guard myself, and so I decline the offer of eternal harmony altogether. It is not worth one single small tear of even one tortured little child that beat its breast with its little fist and prayed in its foul-smelling dog-hole with its unredeemed tears addressed to "Dear Father God." It is not worth it because its tears have remained unredeemed. They must be redeemed, or there can be no harmony. But by what means? By what means will you redeem them? Is it even possible? Will you really do it by avenging them? But what use is vengeance to me? What use to me is hell for torturers? What can hell put right again, when those children have been tortured to death? And what harmony can there be where there is hell? I want to forgive and I want to embrace. I don't want anyone to suffer anymore. And if the sufferings of children have gone to replenish the sum of suffering that was needed in order to purchase the truth, then I declare in advance that no truth, not even the whole truth, is worth such a price. And above all, I do not want the mother to embrace the torturer who tore her son to pieces with his dogs. Let her not dare to forgive him. If she wants, she may forgive him on her own account. She may forgive the torturer her limitless maternal suffering, but as for the sufferings of her dismembered child, though she has no right to forgive, she dare not forgive his torturer, even if her child himself forgave him. And if that is the case, if they dare not forgive, where is the harmony? Is there in all the world a being that could forgive and have the right to forgive? I do not want harmony. Out of a love for mankind I do not want it. I want rather to be left with sufferings that are unavenged. Let me rather remain with my unavenged suffering and unassuaged indignation, even though I am not right. And in any case, harmony has been overestimated in value. We really don't have the money to pay so much to get in. And so I hasten to return my entry ticket. Point 13, and if I am at all an honest man, I am obliged to return it as soon as possible. That is what I am doing. It isn't God I don't accept, Alyosha, it's just his ticket that I most respectfully return to him. That is mutiny, Alyosha said quietly, his eyes lowered. Mutiny? I don't like to hear you say such a word, Ivan said with emotion. One can't live in a state of mutiny, but I want to live. Tell me yourself directly, I challenge you, reply. Imagine that you yourself are erecting the edifice of human fortune with the goal of, at the finale, making people happy, of at last giving them peace and quiet, but that in order to do it it would be necessary and unavoidable to torture to death only one tiny little creature, that same little child that beat its breast with its little fist, and on its unavenged tears to found that edifice. Would you agree to be the architect on those conditions? Tell me and tell me truly. No, I would not agree, Alyosha said quietly. And are you able to allow the idea that the people for whom you are constructing the edifice would themselves agree to accept their happiness being bought by the unwarranted blood of a small, tortured child and, having accepted it, remain happy forever? No, I cannot. Brother, Alyosha said suddenly, his eyes flashing, just now you said, is there in all the world a being that could forgive and have the right to forgive? Well, that being does exist, and it can forgive everything, everyone, man and woman alike, and for everything, because it gave its innocent blood for all things and all men. You have forgotten about it, but on it the edifice is founded, and this it is that people will exclaim to it, just and true art thou, O Lord, for thy ways are made plain. Ah, you mean the only sinless one 14 and his blood? No, I haven't forgotten about him and have, on the contrary, been amazed at how long it is taking you to introduce him into the argument, for your kind usually wheel him out right at the start. Listen, Alyosha, don't laugh, but I once composed a poem 15, I did it about a year ago. If you're able to waste another 10 minutes or so with me, would you let me tell you what it says? You've written a poem? Oh, no, I didn't write it, Ivan said, laughing. Never in my life have I written down so much as 2 lines of verse. No, I dreamed this poem up and committed it to memory. I dreamed it up with passion. You shall be my first reader, or listener, rather, Ivan said with an ironic smile. Shall I tell you what it says or not? By all means, Alyosha managed to get out. My poem is entitled The Grand Inquisitor, a preposterous thing, but I feel like telling it to you. 5. The Grand Inquisitor. You see, even here we can't get by without a preface, a literary preface, that is, confound it. Ivan said, laughing. And what kind of an author am I? Look, the action of my poem takes place in the 16th century, and back then, as a matter of fact, this ought still to be familiar to you from your days at school. Back then it was the custom in works of poetry to bring the celestial powers down to earth. Dante I need hardly mention. In France the magistrates' clerks and also the monks in the monasteries used to give entire dramatic spectacles in which they brought onto the stage the Madonna, the angels, the saints, Christ, and even God himself. Back in those days it was all very unsophisticated. In Victor Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris, one under the reign of Louis XI, an edifying spectacle is given to the people free of charge in the auditorium of the Paris Town Hall, to celebrate the birthday of the French Dauphin, two under the title Le Bon Jugement de la Très Sainte Gracieuse Vierge Marie, in which she herself appears in person and pronounces her bon jugement. In our own country, in the Moscow of pre-Petrine antiquity, 3 dramatic spectacles of almost the same kind, especially of stories from the Old Testament, also took place from time to time, but, in addition to dramatic spectacles, there passed throughout all the world a large number of tales and verses in which when necessary the saints, the angels, and all the powers of heaven wrought their influence. The monks in our monasteries also occupied themselves with the translation, copying and even the composition of such poems, and in such times, too, under the Tartar yoke. There is, for example, a certain little monastic poem, from the Greek, of course, entitled The Journey of the Mother of God Through the Torments, for with scenes and with a boldness that are not inferior to those of Dante. The Mother of God visits hell, and her guide through the torments is the Archangel Michael. She beholds the sinners and their sufferings. This hell, incidentally, contains a most entertaining category of sinners in a burning lake. Those of them who sink into this lake so deep that they are unable to swim to its surface again are forgotten by God, a phrase of exceptional force and profundity. And lo, the shocked and weeping Mother of God falls down before God's throne and appeals to him to grant forgiveness to all who are in hell, all whom she has seen there, without distinction. Her entreaty with God is of colossal interest. She implores him, she will not depart, and when God draws her attention to the nailed hands and feet of his Son and asks her, how can I forgive his torturers, she commands all the saints, all the martyrs, all the angels and archangels to fall down together with her and pray for the forgiveness of all without discrimination. The upshot of it is that she coaxes from God a respite from the torments each year, from Good Friday to Whit Sunday, and out of hell the sinners at once thank the Lord and loudly cry unto him, just and true art thou, O Lord, that thou hast judged thus. Well, my little poem would have been in similar vein, had it appeared in those days. He appears on my proscenium, to be sure, in my poem. He does not say anything, only makes his appearance and goes on his way. 15 centuries have now passed since he made his vow to come in his kingdom, 15 centuries since his prophet wrote. Behold, I come quickly. 5 But of that day and that hour knoweth no man, not even the Son, but only my Father in heaven. 6 As he himself prophesied while yet on the earth. But humankind awaits him with its earlier faith and its earlier tender emotion. Oh, with even greater faith, for 15 centuries have now passed since the pledges have ceased to be lent to man from the heavens. Thou must have faith in what the heart saith, for the heavens no pledges lend. 7 And only faith in that which is said by the heart. To be sure, there were many miracles back in those days. There were saints who effected miraculous healings. To some righteous men, according to their life chronicles, the Queen of Heaven herself came down. But the devil does not slumber, and in humankind there had already begun to grow a doubt in the genuineness of these miracles. Just at that time there appeared in the north, in Germany, a terrible new heresy. 8 An enormous star, burning as it were a lamp, that's the church, you see, fell upon the fountains of the waters, and they were made bitter. 9 These heresies began blasphemously to contradict the miracles. But all the more ardent was the faith of those who remained true believers. The tears of humankind ascended to him as before, he was awaited, loved, trusted in, people thirsted to suffer and die for him, as before. And for how many centuries had humankind prayed with faith and ardor, O God the Lord, show us light. 10 For how many centuries had it appealed to him that he, in his immeasurable compassion, should deign to come down among his supplicants. He had been known to condescend before and had visited certain men of righteousness, martyrs and holy cenobites while yet they lived on earth, as it is written in their lives. Among us Tyachev, who believed profoundly in the truth of his words, announced that, weighed down by the cross's burden, all of you, my native land? Heaven's czar in servile aspect trudged while blessing, end to end. 11. Which really was the case, I do assure you. And so it happens that he conceives the desire to manifest himself, if only for an instant, to his people, to his struggling, suffering, stinkingly sinful people that none the less childishly love him. My poem is set in Spain, at the most dreadful period of the Inquisition, when bonfires glowed throughout the land every day to the glory of God and in resplendent autos de fe burned the wicked heretics. 12. Oh, this is not, of course, that coming in which he will appear, according to his promise, at the end of days in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and which will take place suddenly, as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west. No, he has conceived the desire to visit his children at least for an instant, and precisely in those places where the bonfires of heretics had begun to crackle. In his boundless mercy he passes once more among men in that same human form in which for 3 years he walked among men 15 centuries earlier. He comes down to the hot streets and squares 13 of the southern town in which only the previous day, in a resplendent auto de fe, in the presence of the king, the court, the knights, the cardinals, and the loveliest ladies of the court, in the presence of the numerous population of all Seville, there have been burned by the Cardinal Grand Inquisitor very nearly a good 100 heretics all in one go. Ad majorum gloriam Dei. 14 He has appeared quietly, unostentatiously, and yet, strange, this. Everyone recognizes him. That could have been one of the best bits in my poem, I mean, the question of why it is that everyone recognizes him. The people rush towards him with invincible force, surround him, mass around him, follow him. Saying nothing, he passes among them with a quiet smile of infinite compassion. The sun of love burns in his heart, the beams of light, enlightenment and power flow from his eyes and, as they stream over people, shake their hearts with answering love. He stretches out his arms to them, blesses them, and from one touch of him, even of his garments, there issues a healing force. Then from the crowd an old man, blind since the years of his childhood, exclaims, O Lord, heal me, that I may behold thee, and lo, it is as though the scales fall from the blind man's eyes, and he sees him. The people weep and kiss the ground on which he walks. The children throw flowers in his path, singing and crying to him, Hosanna! It's him, they all repeat, it must be him, it can't be anyone but him. He stops in the parvis of Seville Cathedral just at the moment a white, open child's koan is being borne with weeping into the place of worship, and it is a 7-year-old girl, the only daughter of a certain noble and distinguished citizen. The dead child lies covered in flowers. He will raise up your child, voices cry from the crowd to the weeping mother. The cathedral pater who has come out to meet the koan looks bewildered and knits his brows. But then the mother of the dead child utters a resounding wail. She throws herself at his feet. If it is you, then raise up my child, she exclaims, stretching out her arms to him. The procession stops, the koan is lowered to the parvis floor, to his feet. He gazes with compassion, and his lips softly pronounce again, Talitha cumi, 15, damsel, I say unto thee, arise. The girl rises in her koan, sits up and looks around her, smiling, with astonished, wide-open eyes. In her arms is the bouquet of white roses with which she had lain in the koan. Among the people there are confusion, shouts, sobbing, and then suddenly, at that very moment, on his way past the cathedral comes the Cardinal Grand Inquisitor himself. He is an old man of almost 90, tall and straight, with a withered face and sunken eyes, in which, however, there is still a fiery, spark-like gleam. Oh, he is not dressed in his resplendent cardinal's attire, the attire in which yesterday he showed himself off before the people as the enemies of the Roman faith were being burned. No, at this moment he wears only his old, coarse, monkish cassock. Behind him at a certain distance follow his surly assistants and servants and the Holy Guard. He stops before the crowd and observes from a distance. He has seen it all, has seen the Kohen being put down at his feet, has seen the damsel rise up, and a shadow has settled on his face. He knits his thick, grey brows, and his eyes flash with an ill-boding fire. He extends his index finger and orders the guards to arrest him. And lo, such is his power, and so accustomed, submissive and tremblingly obedient to him are the people that the crowd immediately parts before the guards, and they, amidst the sepulchral silence that has suddenly fallen, place their hands on him and march him away. Instantly, the crowd, almost as one man, bow their heads to the ground before the elder inquisitor, and without uttering a word he blesses the people and passes on his way. The guard conduct the captive to a narrow and murky vaulted prison in the ancient building of the ecclesiastical court and lock him up in it. The day goes by, and the dark, passionate and unbreathing Seville night begins. The air of lemon and of laurel reeks. 16 In the midst of the deep murk the prison's iron door is suddenly opened and the old Grand Inquisitor himself slowly enters the prison with a lamp in his hand. He is alone, the door instantly locks again behind him. He pauses in the entrance and for a long time, a minute or two, studies his face. At last he quietly goes up to him, places the lamp on the table and says to him, "Is it you? You?" Receiving no answer, however, he quickly adds, "No, do not reply, keep silent. And in any case, what could you possibly say? I know only too well what you would say. And you have no right to add anything to what was said by you in former times. Why have you come to get in our way? For you have come to get in our way, and you yourself know it. But do you know what will happen tomorrow? I do not know who you are, and I do not want to know. You may be he or you may be only his likeness, but tomorrow I shall find you guilty and burn you at the stake as the most wicked of heretics, and those same people who today kissed your feet will tomorrow at one wave of my hand rush to rake up the embers on your bonfire. Do you know that?" "Yes, I dare say you do," he added in heartfelt reflection, not for one moment removing his gaze from his captive. "I don't quite understand this part of it, Ivan," Alyosha smiled, all the time he had listened in silence. "Is it simply an immense fantasy, or is it some mistake on the part of an old man, some impossible quiproquo? Why don't you assume it's the latter?" Ivan burst out laughing. "If you've been so spoiled by contemporary realism that you can't endure anything fantastic and you want it to be a quiproquo, then so be it. It certainly can't be denied," he laughed again, "that the old man is 90, and might easily have long ago been driven insane by the idea that is in his mind. On the other hand, the captive might have struck him by his appearance. Or it might simply have been a hallucination, the vision of a 90-year-old man on the threshold of death, given added feverish intensity by the previous day's auto-da-fe of 100 burned heretics. Is it not, however, a matter of indifference to us whether it's a quiproquo, or whether it's a colossal fantasy? The point is merely that the old man wants to speak his mind, to finally say out loud the things he has kept silent about for 90 years. And the captive says nothing either? Gazes at him, but says no word? But that is how it must be in all such instances," Ivan laughed again. "The old man himself remarks to him that he has not the right to add anything to what has already been said by him in former times. If one cares to, one can see in that statement the most basic characteristic of Roman Catholicism, in my opinion, at least. It's as if they were saying, 'It was all told by you to the Pope and so it is now all of it in the Pope's possession, and now we should appreciate it if you would stay away altogether and refrain from interfering for the time being, at any rate.' That is the sense in which they not only speak but also write, the Jesuits, at least. I've read such things in the works of their theologians. Do you have the right to divulge to us so much as one of the mysteries of the world from which you have come? My old man asks him, supplying the answer himself. No, you do not, lest you add anything to what has already been said by you, and lest you take away from people the freedom you so stood up for when you were upon the earth. Anything new that you divulge will encroach upon people's freedom to believe, for it will look like a miracle, and their freedom to believe was what mattered to you most even back then, 1500 years ago. Was it not you who so often used to say back then, I want to make you free, 17? Well, but now you have seen those free people, the old man suddenly adds with a thoughtful and ironic smile. Yes, this task has cost us dearly, he continues, looking at him sternly, but we have at last accomplished it in your name. For 15 centuries we have struggled with that freedom, but now it is all over, and over for good. You don't believe that it is over for good? You look at me meekly and do not even consider me worthy of indignation? Well, I think you ought to be aware that now, and particularly in the days we are currently living through, those people are even more certain than ever that they are completely free, and indeed they themselves have brought us their freedom and have laid it humbly at our feet. But we were the ones who did that, and was that what you desired, that kind of freedom? Once again I don't understand, Alyosha broke in. Is he being ironic? Is he laughing? Not at all. What he is doing is claiming the credit for himself and his kind for at last having conquered freedom and having done so in order to make people happy. For only now, he is talking about the Inquisition, of course, has it become possible to think for the first time about people's happiness. Man is constituted as a mutineer. Can mutineers ever be happy? You were given warnings, he says to him, you had plenty of warnings and instructions, but you did not obey them, you rejected the only path by which people could have been made happy, but fortunately when you left you handed over the task to us. You gave your promise, you sealed it with your word, you gave us the right to bind and loose 18, and so of course you cannot even dream of taking that right from us now. So why have you come to get in our way? I wonder if you could explain the meaning of that phrase, you had plenty of warnings and instructions? Alyosha asked. Yes, well, that is exactly the point on which the old man wants to speak his mind. The terrible and clever spirit, the spirit of self-annihilation and non-existence, the old man continues, that great spirit spoke with you in the wilderness, and we are told in the scriptures that it tempted you. Is that so? And would it be possible to say anything more true than those things which he made known to you in 3 questions and which you rejected, and which in the scriptures are called temptations? Yet at the same time, if ever there took place on the earth a truly thunderous miracle, it was on that day, the day of those 3 temptations. Precisely in the emergence of those 3 questions did the miracle lie. Were one to imagine, just for the sake of experiment and as an example, that those 3 questions put by the terrible spirit had been lost without trace from the scriptures and that it was necessary to reconstruct them, invent and compose them anew so they could again be entered in the scriptures, and for this purpose to gather together all the sages of the earth, the rulers, the high priests, the scholars, the philosophers, the poets, and give them the task of inventing, composing 3 questions, but of such a kind that would not only correspond to the scale of the event but would also express, in 3 words, in but 3 human phrases, the entire future history of the world and mankind, then do you suppose that all the great wisdom of the earth, having united together, would be able to invent anything at all even remotely equivalent in power and depth to those 3 questions that were actually put to you that day by the mighty and clever spirit in the wilderness? Why, by those very questions alone, by the sheer miracle of their emergence, it is possible to gain the realization that one is dealing not with a fleeting human intelligence, but with one that is eternal and absolute. For it is as if in those 3 questions there is conjoined into a single whole and prophesied the entire subsequent history of mankind. There are manifested the 3 images in which all the unresolved historical contradictions of human nature throughout all the earth will coincide. Back then this was not as yet evident, for the future was unknown, but now after the passage of 15 centuries we can see that everything in those 3 questions was the product of such foresight and foreknowledge and was so reasonable that it is no longer possible to add anything to them or to remove anything from them. Decide for yourself who was right, you or the one who questioned you that day? Remember the first question, though not in literal terms, its sense was this: you want to go into the world and are going there with empty hands, with a kind of promise of freedom which they in their simplicity and inborn turpitude are unable even to comprehend, which they go in fear and awe of, for nothing has ever been more unendurable to man and human society than freedom. Look, you see those stones in that naked, burning hot wilderness? Turn them into loaves and mankind will go trotting after you like a flock, grateful and obedient, though ever fearful that you may take away your hand and that your loaves may cease to come their way. But you did not want to deprive man of freedom and rejected the offer, for what kind of freedom is it, you reasoned, if obedience is purchased with loaves? You retorted that man lives not by bread alone, but are you aware that in the name of that same earthly bread the earth spirit will rise up against you and fight with you and vanquish you, and everyone will follow it, crying, who is like unto this beast? He has given us fire from heaven. 19 Are you aware that centuries will pass, and mankind will proclaim with the lips of its wisdom and science that there is no crime and consequently no sin either, but only the hungry? Feed them, and then ask virtue of them. That is what will be inscribed upon the banner they will raise against you and before which your temple will come crashing down. In the place of your temple there will be erected a new edifice, once again a terrible Tower of Babel will be erected, and even though this one will no more be completed than was the previous one, but even so you would be able to avoid that new tower and abbreviate the sufferings of the human beings by 1,000 years, for after all, it is to us that they will come, when they have suffered for 1,000 years with their tower. Then they will track us down again under the ground, in the catacombs, hiding, for we shall again be persecuted and tortured. They will find us and cry to us, feed us, for those who promised us fire from heaven have not granted it. And then we shall complete their tower, for it is he that feeds them who will complete it, and it is only we that shall feed them, in your name, and lie that we do it in your name. Oh, never, never will they feed themselves without us. No science will give them bread while yet they are free, but the end of it will be that they will bring us their freedom and place it at our feet and say to us, enslave us if you will, but feed us. At last they themselves will understand that freedom and earthly bread in sous sciency for all are unthinkable together, for never, never will they be able to share between themselves. They will also be persuaded that they will never be able to be free, because they are feeble, depraved, insignificant and mutinous. You promised them the bread of heaven, but, I repeat again, can it compare in the eyes of a weak, eternally depraved and eternally dishonorable human race with the earthly sort? And if in the name of the bread of heaven thousands and tens of thousands follow you, what will become of the millions and tens of thousand millions of creatures who are not strong enough to disdain the earthly bread for the heavenly sort? Or are the only ones who care about the tens of thousands of the great and the strong, while the remaining millions, numerous as the grains of sand in the sea, weak, but loving you, must serve as mere raw material for the great and the strong? No, we care about the weak, too. They are depraved and mutineers, but in the end they too will grow obedient. They will marvel at us and will consider us gods because we, in standing at their head, have consented to endure freedom and rule over them, so terrible will being free appear to them at last. But we shall say that we are obedient to you and that we rule in your name. We shall deceive them again, for we shall not let you near us any more. In that deception will be our suffering, for we shall be compelled to lie. That is the significance of the first question that was asked in the wilderness, and that is what you rejected in the name of freedom, which you placed higher than anything else. Yet in that question lay the great secret of this world. Had you accepted the loaves, you would have responded to the universal and age-old anguish of man, both as an individual creature and as the whole of mankind, namely the question, before whom should one bow down? There is for man no preoccupation more constant or more nagging than, while in a condition of freedom, quickly to find someone to bow down before. But man seeks to bow down before that which is already beyond dispute, so far beyond dispute that all human beings will instantly agree to a universal bowing down before it. For the preoccupation of these miserable creatures consists not only in finding that before which I or another may bow down, but in finding something that everyone can come to believe in and bow down before, and that it should indeed be everyone, and that they should do it all together. It is this need for a community of bowing down that has been the principal torment of each individual person and of mankind as a whole since the earliest ages. For the sake of a universal bowing down, they have destroyed one another with the sword. They have created gods and challenged one another, "Give up your gods and come and worship ours, or else death to you and to your gods." And so it will be until the world's end, when even gods will vanish from the world. Whatever happens, they will fall down before idols. You could not fail to know that peculiar secret of human nature, but you rejected the only absolute banner that was offered to you, and that would have compelled everyone to bow down before you without dispute, the banner of earthly bread, and you rejected it in the name of freedom and the bread of heaven. Just take a look at what you did after that. And all of it again in the name of freedom. I tell you, man has no preoccupation more nagging than to find the person to whom that unhappy creature may surrender the gift of freedom with which he is born. But only he can take mastery of people's freedom who is able to set their consciences at rest. With bread you were given an undisputed banner. Give bread and man will bow down, for nothing is more undisputed than bread. But if at the same time someone takes mastery of his conscience without your knowledge, then he will even throw down your bread and follow the one who seduces his conscience. In that you were right. For the secret of human existence does not consist in living, merely, but in what one lives for. Without a firm idea of what he is to live for, man will not consent to live and will sooner destroy himself than remain on the earth, even though all around him there be loaves. That is so, but how has it worked out? Instead of taking mastery of people's freedom, you have increased that freedom even further. Or did you forget that peace of mind and even death are dearer to man than free choice and the cognition of good and evil? There is nothing more seductive for man than the freedom of his conscience, but there is nothing more tormenting for him either. And so then, in place of a firm foundation for the easing of the human conscience once and for all, you took everything that was exceptional, enigmatic, and indeterminate, took everything that was beyond people's capacity to bear, and therefore acted as though you did not love them at all. And who was this? The one who had come to sacrifice his life for them. Instead of taking mastery of people's freedom, you augmented it and saddled the spiritual kingdom of man with it forever. You desired that man's love should be free, that he should follow you freely, enticed and captivated by you. Henceforth, in place of the old, firm law, man was himself to decide with a free heart what is good and what is evil, with only your image before him to guide him. But surely you never dreamed that he would at last reject and call into question even your image and your truth were he to be oppressed by so terrible a burden as freedom of choice. They will exclaim at last that the truth is not in you, for it would have been impossible to leave them in more confusion and torment than you did when you left them so many worries and unsolvable problems. Thus, you yourself laid the foundation for the destruction of your own kingdom, and no one else should be blamed for it. And yet, is that really what was offered you? There are only three powers on the earth that are capable of eternally vanquishing and ensnaring the consciences of those feeble mutineers. For their happiness, those powers are miracle, mystery, and authority. You rejected the first, the second, and the third, and yourself gave the lead in doing so. When the wise and terrible Spirit set you on a pinnacle of the temple and said to you, "If you would know whether you are the Son of God, then cast yourself down from hence, for it is written that the angels will take charge of him and bear him up, and he will not fall and dash himself to pieces, and then you will know if you are the Son of God, and will prove how much faith you have in your Father." 20 But having heard him through, you rejected his offer and did not give way and did not cast yourself down. Oh, of course, in that you acted proudly and magnificently, like God, but people, that weak, mutinying tribe, are they gods? Oh, that day you understood that by taking only one step, the step of casting yourself down, you would instantly have tempted the Lord and would have lost all faith in him, and would have dashed yourself to pieces against the earth which you had come to save, and the clever spirit which had tempted you would rejoice. But, I repeat, are there many such as you? And could you really have supposed, even for a moment, that people would have the strength to resist such a temptation? Is human nature really of a kind as to be able to reject the miracle, and to make do, at such terrible moments of life, moments of the most terrible fundamental and tormenting spiritual questions, with only a free decision of the heart? Oh, you knew that your great deed 21 would be preserved in the scriptures, would attain to the depth of the ages and to the outermost limits of the earth, and you hoped that, in following you, man too would make do with God, not requiring a miracle. But you did not know that no sooner did man reject the miracle than he would at once reject God also, for man does not seek God so much as miracles. And since man is not strong enough to get by without the miracle, he creates new miracles for himself, his own now, and bows down before the miracle of the quack and the witchcraft of the peasant woman, even though he is a mutineer, heretic, and atheist 100 times over. You did not come down from the cross when they shouted to you, mocking and teasing you, "Come down from the cross and we will believe that it is you." 22 You did not come down because again you did not want to enslave man with a miracle and because you thirsted for a faith that was free, not miraculous. You thirsted for a love that was free, not for the servile ecstasies of the slave before the might that has inspired him with dread once and for all. But even here you had too high an opinion of human beings, for of course, they are slaves, though they are created mutineers. Look around you and judge. Now that 15 centuries have passed, take a glance at them. Which of them have you borne up to yourself? Upon my word, man is created weaker and more base than you supposed. Can he perform the deeds of which you are capable? In respecting him so much you acted as though you had ceased to have compassion for him, because you demanded too much of him, and yet who was this? The very one you had loved more than yourself. Had you respected him less you would have demanded of him less, and that would have been closer to love, for his burden would have been lighter? He is weak and dishonorable. So what if now he mutinies against your power and is proud of his mutiny? This is the pride of a small boy, a schoolboy. These are little children, mutinying in class and driving out their teacher. But the ecstasy of the little boys will come to an end, it will cost them dearly. They will overthrow the temples and soak the earth in blood. But at last the stupid children will realize that even though they are mutineers, they are feeble mutineers, who are unable to sustain their mutiny. In floods of stupid tears they will at last recognize that the intention of the one who created them mutineers was undoubtedly to make fun of them. They will say this in despair, and their words will be blasphemy, which will make them even more unhappy, for human nature cannot endure blasphemy and in the end invariably takes revenge for it. Thus, restlessness, confusion and unhappiness, those are the lot of human beings now, after all that you underwent for the sake of their freedom. Your great prophet 23 says in an allegorical vision that he saw all those who took part in the first resurrection and that of each tribe there were 12,000. But if there were so many of them, they cannot have been human beings, but gods. They had borne your cross, they had borne decades in the hungry and barren wilderness, living on roots and locusts, and of course, it goes without saying that you may point with pride to those children of freedom, of a love that is free, of the free and magnificent sacrifice they have made in your name. Remember, however, that there were only a few thousand of them, and those were gods, but what about the rest? And in what way are the other weak human beings to blame for not having been able to bear the same things as the mighty? In what way is the weak soul to blame for not having the strength to accommodate such terrible gifts? And indeed, did you really only come to the chosen ones and for the chosen ones? But if that is so, then there is a mystery there and it is not for us to comprehend it. And if there is a mystery, then we were within our rights to propagate that mystery and teach them that it was not the free decision of their hearts and not love that mattered, but the mystery, which they must obey blindly, even in opposition to their consciences. And that was what we did. We corrected your great deed and founded it upon miracle, mystery, and authority. And people were glad that they had once been brought together into a flock and that at last from their hearts had been removed such a terrible gift, which had brought them so much torment. Were we right to teach and act thus, would you say? Did we not love mankind, when we so humbly admitted his helplessness, lightening his burden with love and allowing his feeble nature even sin, but with our permission? Why have you come to get in our way now? And why do you gaze at me so silently and sincerely with those meek eyes of yours? Why do you not get angry? I do not want your love, because I myself do not love you. And what is there I can conceal from you? Do you think I don't know who I'm talking to? What I have to say to you is all familiar to you already, I can read it in your eyes. And do you think I would conceal our secret from you? Perhaps it is my own lips that you want to hear it from. Then listen, we are not with you, but with him, there is our secret. We have long been not with you, but with him, 8 centuries now. It is now just 8 centuries 24 since we took from him that which you in indignation rejected, that final gift he offered you, when he showed you all the kingdoms of the world. We took from him Rome and the sword of Caesar and announced that we alone were the kings of the world, the only kings, even though to this day we have not succeeded in bringing our task to its complete fulfillment. But whose is the blame for that? Oh, this task is as yet only at its beginning, but it has begun. The world will have to wait for its accomplishment for a long time yet, and it will have to suffer much, but we shall reach our goal and shall be Caesars, and then we shall give thought to the universal happiness of human beings. And yet even back then you could have taken the sword of Caesar. Why did you reject that final gift? Had you accepted that third counsel of the mighty Spirit, you would have supplied everything that man seeks in the world, that is, someone to bow down before, someone to entrust one's conscience to, and a way of at last uniting everyone into an undisputed, general, and consensual ant-heap, for the need of universal union is the third and final torment of human beings. Invariably mankind as a whole has striven to organize itself on a universal basis. Many great peoples have there been, and peoples with great histories, but the loftier those peoples, the more unhappy, for more acutely than others have they been conscious of the need for a universal union of human beings. The great conquerors, the Tambalanes and Genghis Khans, hurtled like a whirlwind through the world, striving to conquer the universe, but even they, though they did so unconsciously, expressed the same great need of mankind for universal and general union. Had you accepted the world and the purple of Caesar, you would have founded a universal kingdom and given men universal peace. For who shall reign over human beings if not those who reign over their consciences and in whose hands are their loaves? Well, we took the sword of Caesar, and, of course, in taking it rejected you and followed him. Oh, centuries yet will pass of the excesses of the free intellect, of their science and anthropophagy, because, having begun to erect their Tower of Babel without us, they will end in anthropophagy. But then the beast will come crawling to our feet 25 and lick them and sprinkle them with the bloody tears from his eyes. And we will sit upon the beast and raise the cup, and on it will be written, Mystery. But then and only then for human beings will begin the kingdom of peace and happiness. You are proud of your chosen ones, but all you have are chosen ones, and we shall bring rest to all. And there is more. How many of those chosen ones, of the mighty, who might have become chosen ones, at last grew tired of waiting for you, and have transferred and will yet transfer the energies of their spirits and the fervor of their hearts to a different sphere and end by raising their free banner against you? But it was you yourself who raised that banner. In our hands, though, everyone will be happy and will neither mutiny nor destroy one another anymore, as they do in your freedom, wherever one turns. Oh, we shall persuade them that they will only become free when they renounce their freedom for us and submit to us. And what does it matter whether we are right or whether we are telling a lie? They themselves will be persuaded we are right, for they will remember to what horrors of slavery and confusion your freedom has brought them. Freedom, the free intellect and science will lead them into such labyrinths and bring them up against such miracles and unfathomable mysteries that some of them, the disobedient and ferocious ones, will destroy themselves, others, disobedient and feeble, will destroy one another, while a third group, those who are left, the feeble and unhappy ones, will come crawling to our feet and will cry out to us, Yes, you were right, you alone were masters of his secret, and we are returning to you. Save us from ourselves. Receiving loaves from us, of course, they will clearly see that what we have done is to take from them the loaves they won with their own hands in order to distribute it to them without any miracles. They will see that we have not turned stones into loaves, but truly, more than of the bread, they will be glad of the fact that they are receiving it from our hands. For they will be only too aware that in former times, when we were not there, the very loaves they won used merely to turn to stones in their hands, and yet now they have returned to us, those very same stones have turned back to loaves again. All too well will they appreciate what it means to subordinate themselves to us once and for all. And until human beings understand that, they will be unhappy. Who contributed most of all to that lack of understanding, tell me? Who split up the flock and scattered it over the unknown ways? But the flock will once more gather and once more submit, and this time it will be forever. Then we shall give them a quiet, reconciled happiness, the happiness of feeble creatures, such as they were created. Oh, we shall persuade them at last not to be proud, for you bore them up and by doing so taught them to be proud. We shall prove to them that they are feeble, that they are merely pathetic children, but that childish happiness is sweeter than all others. They will grow fearful and look at us and press themselves to us in their fear, like nestlings to their mother. They will marvel at us and regard us with awe and be proud that we are so powerful and so clever as to be able to pacify such a turbulent, 1,000,000-headed flock. They will feebly tremble with fright before our wrath, their minds will grow timid, their eyes will brim with tears, like those of women and children, but just as lightly at a nod from us will they pass over into cheerfulness and laughter, radiant joy and happy children's songs. Yes, we shall make them work, but in their hours of freedom from work we shall arrange their lives like a childish game, with childish songs, in chorus, with innocent dances. Oh, we shall permit them sin, too, they are weak and powerless, and they will love us like children for letting them sin. We shall tell them that every sin can be redeemed as long as it is committed with our leave. We are allowing them to sin because we love them, and as for the punishment for those sins, very well, we shall take it upon ourselves. And we shall take it upon ourselves, and they will worship us as benefactors who have assumed responsibility for their sins before God. And they shall have no secrets from us. We shall permit them or forbid them to live with their wives or paramours, to have or not to have children, all according to the degree of their obedience, and they will submit to us with cheerfulness and joy. The most agonizing secrets of their consciences, all will they bring to us, and we shall resolve it all, and they will attend our decision with joy, because it will deliver them from the great anxiety and fearsome present torments of free and individual decision. And all will be happy, all the millions of beings, except for the 100,000 who govern them. For only we who preserve the mystery, only we shall be unhappy. There will be thousands upon millions of happy babes, and 100,000 martyrs who have taken upon themselves the curse of the knowledge of good and evil. Quietly they will die, quietly they will fade away in your name, and beyond the tomb will find only death. But we shall preserve the secret, and for the sake of their happiness will lure them with a heavenly and eternal reward. For if there were anything in the other world, it goes without saying that it would not be for the likes of them. It is said in Prophesy 26 that you will come and prevail anew, will come with your chosen, your proud and mighty ones, but we will say that they have saved only themselves, while we have saved all. It is said that the whore who sits on the beast holding her mystery will be disgraced, that the weak will rise up in mutiny again, that they will tear her purple and render naked her desolate body. But then I shall arise and draw your attention to the thousands upon millions of happy babes, who know not sin. And we, who for the sake of their happiness have taken their sins upon us, we shall stand before you and say, judge us if you can and dare. You may as well know that I am not afraid of you. You may as well know that I too was in the wilderness, that I too nourished myself on roots and locusts, that I too blessed the freedom with which you have blessed human beings, I too prepared myself to join the number of your chosen ones, the number of the strong and the mighty, with a yearning to fulfill the number. 27 But I came to my senses again and was unwilling to serve madness. I returned and adhered to the crowd of those who have corrected your great deed. I left the proud and returned to the humble for the sake of their happiness. What I say to you will come to pass, and our kingdom shall be accomplished. I tell you again, tomorrow you will see that obedient flock, which at the first nod of my head will rush to rake up the hot embers to the bonfire on which I am going to burn you for having come to get in our way. For if there ever was one who deserved our bonfire more than anyone else, it is you. Tomorrow I am going to burn you." Ivan paused. He had grown flushed from talking, and talking with passion. Now that he had stopped, however, he suddenly smiled. Alyosha, who had listened to him all this time without saying anything, though towards the end, in a state of extreme agitation, he had several times attempted to interrupt the flow of his brother's speech, but had evidently held himself in check, suddenly began to speak as though he had leapt into motion. "But, that is preposterous," he exclaimed, turning red. "Your poem is a eulogy of Jesus, not a vilification of him, as you intended it. And who will listen to you on the subject of freedom? That is a fine way to understand it. That is not how it's understood in the Orthodox faith. That's Rome, and not even Rome completely, either. That isn't true. It's the worst elements in Catholicism, the Inquisitors, the Jesuits. And in any case, a fantastic character like your Inquisitor could not possibly have existed. What are these sins of human beings that have been taken by others upon themselves? Who are these bearers of mystery who have taken upon themselves some kind of curse for the sake of human happiness? Whoever heard of such people? We know the Jesuits, bad things are said of them, but they're not as they appear in your poem, are they? They're not at all like that, in no way like that. They are simply a Roman army for a future universal earthly kingdom, with an emperor, the pontiff of Rome, at their head. That is their ideal, but without any mysteries or exalted melancholy. The most straightforward desire for power, for sordid earthly blessings, for enslavement, like a future law of serf ownership, with themselves as the owners, that's all they care about. Why, they probably don't even believe in God. Your suffering Inquisitor is only a fantasy." Hold on, Ivan said, laughing. "What a temper you're in. A fantasy, you say? Very well. All right, it's a fantasy. But wait a moment, do you really suppose that the whole of that Catholic movement of recent centuries is nothing but a desire for power in order to attain earthly comfort? That wouldn't be something Father Paisy taught you, would it?" No, on the contrary, Father Paisy did actually once say something that was slightly similar to your idea, but of course it wasn't the same, not the same at all, Alyosha suddenly remembered. A valuable piece of information, nevertheless, in spite of your, not the same at all. The question I want to ask you is, why have your Jesuits and Inquisitors joined together for the sole purpose of attaining wretched material comfort? Why may there not be among them a single martyr, tormented by a great Weltschmerz and loving mankind? Look, suppose that out of all those who desire nothing but sordid material comfort there is just one, like my aged Inquisitor, who has himself eaten roots in the wilderness and raged like one possessed as he conquered his flesh in order to make himself free and perfect, though all his life he has loved mankind and has suddenly had his eyes opened and seen that there is not much moral beatitude in attaining perfect freedom if at the same time one is convinced that millions of the rest of God's creatures have been stitched together as a mere bad joke, that they will never have the strength to cope with their freedom, that from pathetic mutineers there will never grow giants to complete the building of the tower, that not for such geese did the great idealist dream of his harmony. Having understood all that, he returned and joined forces with the clever people. Could that really not happen? A fine lot of people he joined. How can one call them clever? Alyosha exclaimed, almost reckless in his passion. They have no intelligence, nor do they have any mysteries or secrets. Except perhaps atheism, that is their only secret. Your Inquisitor doesn't believe in God, that's his whole secret. So what if even that is true? At last you've realized it. And indeed it is true, that is indeed the only secret, but is that not suffering, even for a man such as he, who has wasted his entire life on a heroic feat in the wilderness, and has not been cured of his love for mankind? In the decline of his days he becomes clearly persuaded that only the counsel of the terrible spirit could in any way reconstitute in tolerable order the feeble mutineers, imperfect, trial creatures, who were created as a bad joke. And lo, persuaded of this, he sees that it is necessary to proceed according to the indication of the clever spirit, the terrible spirit of death and destruction, and to such end accept deceit and falsehood and lead people consciously to death and destruction and deceive them moreover all of the way, so that they do not notice whither they are being led, so that at least on the way those pathetic blind creatures shall believe themselves happy. And note that it is deceit in the name of the one in whose ideal the old man had all his life so passionately believed. Is that not a misfortune? And even if there were only one such man at the head of this entire army, thirsting for power for the sake of mere sordid earthly blessings, then would not one such man be enough to produce a tragedy? Not only that, one such man, standing at their head, would be enough in order to establish at last the whole guiding idea of the Roman cause with all its armies and Jesuits, the loftiest idea of that cause. I declare to you outright that I firmly believe that these unique men have never been hard to find among those who stand at the head of the movement. Who can say, perhaps there have been such unique men even among the Roman pontiffs? Who can say, perhaps that accursed old man who loved mankind with such a stubborn, original love exists even now in the form of a whole crowd of such unique old men, and not by mere accident but as a secret alliance, formed long ago for the preservation of the mystery, for its preservation from feeble and unhappy human beings, in order to make them happy? That is certainly the case, and must be so. I fancy that even among the Masons there is something of the same sort of mystery at the basis of their movement, and that the Catholics hate the Freemasons so much because they see them as rivals, a division of the unity of the idea, while there must be one flock and one shepherd. As a matter of fact, in defending my thesis like this, I feel like an author who is unable to withstand your criticism. Enough of this. I think you are a Freemason yourself. Alyosha suddenly let out. You don't believe in God, Head, this time with extreme sorrow. It seemed to him, moreover, that his brother was gazing at him with mockery. How does your poem end? He asked suddenly, looking at the ground. Or have we already had the end? I was going to end it like this. When the inquisitor falls silent, he waits for a certain amount of time to hear what his captive will say in response. He finds his silence difficult to bear. He has seen that the prisoner has listened to him all this time with quiet emotion, gazing straight into his eyes and evidently not wishing to raise any objection. The old man would like the other to say something to him, even if it is bitter, terrible. But he suddenly draws near to the old man without saying anything and quietly kisses him on his bloodless, 90-year-old lips. That is his only response. The old man shudders. Something has stirred at the corners of his mouth. He goes to the door, opens it and says to him, "Go and do not come back at all, ever, ever." And he releases him into the town's dark streets and squares. 28 The captive departs. And the old man? The kiss burns within his heart, but the old man remains with his former idea. And you along with him, you too? Alyosha exclaimed sadly. Ivan laughed. Oh, Alyosha, why, it's nonsense. It's just an incoherent poem by an incoherent student who has never so much as put 2 lines of verse to paper. Why are you taking it so seriously? Surely you don't think that now I shall go straight there, to the Jesuits, in order to join the crowd of people who are correcting his great deed? Oh Lord, what do I care about that? I mean, I told you, all I want to do is to hold out until I'm 30, and then, dash the cup to the floor. And the sticky leaf buds, and the beloved tombs, and the blue sky, and the woman you love? How are you going to live? What are you going to love them with? Alyosha exclaimed sadly. With a hell like that in your breast and your head, is it possible? No, of course you're going to join them, and if you don't, you'll kill yourself. You won't be able to endure. There is a power that can endure everything, Ivan said, with a cold, ironic smile now. What power? The Karamazovian power, the power of Karamazovian baseness. You mean, to drown in depravity, to crush the life from your soul in corruption, is that it, is that it? Possibly that too. Only perhaps when I'm 30, I shall escape, and then. But how will you escape? With what means will you escape? With your ideas it's impossible. Again, the Karamazovian way. So that all things are lawful, 29 all things are lawful, is that what you mean, is that it? Ivan frowned and suddenly turned strangely pale. Ah, you've got hold of the little remark I made yesterday at which Myasov took such offense, and which Brother Dmitri was so naive as to butt in and repeat, he said, smiling a crooked smile. Yes, perhaps, all things are lawful, since the remark has been made. I do not disown it. And dear Mitya's version of it is not so bad, either. Alyosha stared at him without saying anything. In leaving, brother, I had imagined that in all the world I have only you, Ivan said suddenly, with unexpected emotion, but now I see that in your heart there is no room for me, my dear hermit. I do not disown the formula all things are lawful, but, I mean, are you going to disown me because of it, eh? Eh? Alyosha rose, walked over to him, and without saying anything kissed him quietly on the lips. Literary thieving! Ivan exclaimed, suddenly passing into a kind of ecstasy. You stole that from my palma. But never mind, I thank you. Come on, Alyosha, let us go, it is time both for you and for me. They went outside, but paused by the entrance to the inn. Look, Alyosha, Ivan pronounced in a resolute voice. If I am indeed capable of loving the sticky leaf buds, then I shall love them at the mere memory of you. It is enough for me that you are somewhere here, and I shan't yet lose my will to live. Is that enough for you? If you like, you may take it as a confession of love. But now you must go to the right, and I to the left, and enough, do you hear, enough? That is to say that if it proves that I do not leave tomorrow, though it seems to me that I most certainly shall, and we were again to meet somehow, then I want you not to say another word to me on all these subjects. I earnestly request you. And concerning Brother Dmitri, I also particularly request that you not even so much as mention him to me ever again, he added in sudden irritation. It's all settled and decided, isn't it? And in exchange for that, I for my part will also give you a certain promise. When I attain the age of 30 and want to dash the cup to the floor, then, wherever you are, I shall come once again to discuss things with you. Even if it's from America, I shall have you know. I shall come specially. It will be very interesting to set eyes on you at that time. What will you be like? You see, it's quite a solemn sort of promise. And indeed it may well be that we are saying goodbye for 10 years. Well, go to your pater Seraphicus 30 now, after all, he is dying. If he dies in your absence you may well be angry at me for having kept you back. Goodbye, kiss me once more, like that, and go. Ivan suddenly turned and went his way, without looking round this time. It resembled the manner in which Brother Dmitri had left Alyosha the day before, though then the mood had been quite different. This strange little observation flashed, like an arrow, through Alyosha's sad mind, sad and sorrowful at that moment. He waited for a bit as he watched his brother go. For some reason he suddenly noticed that Brother Ivan walked with a kind of sway and that, seen from behind, his right shoulder looked lower than his left. Never had he observed this previously. Suddenly, however, he also turned and set off almost at a run in the direction of the monastery. It was by now getting very dark, and he felt a sense that was almost one of fear. Something new was growing within him, something he was unable to account for. The wind rose again, as it had done yesterday, and the ancient pine trees soughed darkly around him as he entered the hermitage woods. He was almost running. Pater Seraphicus, the name, he had taken it from somewhere, where? Flashed through Alyosha's brain. Ivan, poor Ivan, and when will I see you again? Here is the hermitage, O Lord. Yes, yes, it is him, it is Pater Seraphicus, he will save me, from him and forever. Later on, several times in his life, he recollected that moment with great bewilderment, wondering how he could suddenly, having only just parted with Ivan, so completely forget his brother Dmitri, who that morning, only a few hours ago, he had determined to track down, vowing not to return without having done so, even if it meant he could not go back to the monastery that night. 6. One is yet very indistinct. But Ivan Fyodorovitch, having parted from Alyosha, went home, to Fyodor Pavlovich's house. It was strange, however, he was suddenly assailed by an unendurable anguish, one which, he could not help noting, with each step took in the direction of the house increased further and further. The strangeness lay not in the anguish itself, but in the fact that Ivan Fyodorovitch could not for the life of him determine what it concerned. He had often suffered anguish before, and it would have been surprising had it not arrived at such a moment, when the very next day, making a sudden break with all that had drawn him here, he was going once more to take a sharp turn to one side and enter upon a new, completely unfamiliar path, again all on his own, as before, with many hopes, though he knew not of what, expecting much, far too much, of life, but unable himself to determine anything, either of his expectations or his desires. And yet all the same at this moment, though the anguish of the new and the unfamiliar really was in his soul, it was anything but that which tormented him. Is it not the revulsion I feel towards my father's house? He wondered to himself. Something like that, so repulsive has it become to me, and even though today is the last time I shall cross that loathsome threshold, yet still it's repulsive. But no, that was not what it was, either. Was it his saying goodbye to Alyosha and his erstwhile conversation with him? How many years have I gone without deigning to say a word to anyone, and yet suddenly I blabbered all that rubbish? Indeed, it might be a youthful annoyance at youthful inexperience and youthful vanity, an annoyance at not having been able to express himself properly, especially with someone like Alyosha, for whom his heart really did have significant plans. Of course, this too was only to be expected, the annoyance, that was to say, in fact, it could hardly be otherwise, but even that was not it, still not what the trouble was. Anguish to the point of nausea, yet I am unable to determine what it is I want. Perhaps I should not think at all. Ivan Fyodorovitch proceeded to attempt not to think, but even that did not help. The main thing that annoyed him about this anguish, and the main reason that it irritated him, was that it possessed a sort of accidental, wholly external aspect. This he could feel. Some being or object stood constantly present somewhere, rather in the way something may on occasion constantly present itself to one's gaze, while for a long time, as one works or engages in heated conversation, one fails to notice it, yet all the while grows visibly irritated, almost tormented, until at last it dawns on one to move aside the worthless object, frequently a very trivial and absurd one, some item that has been left where it does not belong, a handkerchief fallen to the floor, a book not returned to the bookcase, and so on and so forth. At last Ivan Fyodorovitch, in a most foul and irritated condition of spirit, attained his parental home, and suddenly, some 15 paces from the wicket gate, as he glanced at the entranceway, realized in a flash what it was that had so tormented and disturbed him. On the bench by the entrance sat the lackey Smerdyakov, and from a first glance at him Ivan Fyodorovitch understood that the lackey Smerdyakov also sat in his soul, and that it was precisely this person it was unable to endure. Everything was suddenly bathed in light and became clear. Earlier, as Alyosha had described his encounter with Smerdyakov, something dark and repulsive had suddenly penetrated his heart, instantly evoking within him a reciprocal malice. Later, during their conversation, Smerdyakov had been forgotten for a while, but had nevertheless remained in his soul, and no sooner had Ivan Fyodorovitch parted from Alyosha and walked alone to the house, than the forgotten emotion had instantly begun to surface again. Can it really be true that this good-for-nothing scoundrel is able to upset me to such a degree? He wondered with intolerable malice. The fact was that Ivan Fyodorovitch really had conceived a deep antipathy towards this man of late, particularly during the last few days. He had even himself begun to notice this mounting emotion in respect of this creature, an emotion akin almost to hatred. It was possible that the process of hatred had grown so intense for the initial reason that at the outset, when Ivan Fyodorovich had first come to live among us, things had been rather different. Then Ivan Fyodorovich had suddenly begun to take an especial interest in Smerdyakov, even finding him rather original. He had himself schooled him to talk to him, always, however, marveling at a certain incoherence or, rather, a certain disturbance of his mind, and was unable to think what it might be that could so constantly and persistently disturb it. They would talk about philosophical questions and even about how there could have been light on the first day when the sun, moon, and stars had only been brought into being on the fourth, and how this should be interpreted, but Ivan Fyodorovich soon grew convinced that the important point here had nothing whatever to do with the sun, moon, and stars, that even though these were of interest to Smerdyakov they were entirely insignificant, and that what he was after was something altogether different. This may or may not have been the case, but whatever the truth of the matter, he had begun to display and manifest a boundless vanity that was, moreover, a wounded one. This had not appealed to Ivan Fyodorovich at all. It was from this that his sense of revulsion had sprung. Subsequently there had been the disorderly scenes in the house, Grushenka had appeared, the episodes involving Dmitry Fyodorovich had begun, troubles had ensued, these things they spoke of, too, but although Smerdyakov invariably talked of them with great agitation, it was again quite impossible to discover what it was he wanted in this respect. One could even marvel at the illogicality and chaotic nature of some of his desires, which would involuntarily come to the surface and were always equally obscure. Smerdyakov kept pumping him with questions, which were always of an oblique, evidently prepared nature, but why he did so he would not explain, and usually at the most heated point of his questioning he would suddenly fall silent or pass to some other subject altogether. The thing that Ivan Fyodorovich found most irritating of all, however, and that had finally inspired him with such revulsion, was the singular and loathsome familiarity that Smerdyakov had begun in no small measure to display towards him, one that increased with the passage of time. It was not that he took the liberty of being discourteous, on the contrary, he always spoke with exceptional deference, but it came to the point where Smerdyakov evidently began to consider himself, heaven knows why, in some kind of solidarity with Ivan Fyodorovich, and invariably spoke in a tone that made it seem as though between the two of them there was now something agreed in secret, something that had once been spoken on both sides, was known only to the two of them and to the other mere mortals who pottered about them, was quite simply incomprehensible. Even then, however, it had taken Ivan Fyodorovich a long time to understand the real reason for his mounting revulsion, and it was only of late that he had realized its cause. With a sense of squeamish irritation he began now to pass through the wicket gate in silence, not looking at Smerdyakov, but Smerdyakov rose from the bench, and by this one gesture alone Ivan Fyodorovich in a flash realized that the man wanted to engage him in particular conversation. Ivan Fyodorovich gave him a look and paused, and the fact that he had suddenly paused and not gone past as he had intended to a moment earlier made him violently lose his temper. In anger and revulsion he stared at Smerdyakov's emaciated, Skopets-like physiognomy with its hair combed at the temples and whipped up into a little topknot. His left eye, ever so slightly narrowed, winked and smiled ironically, as though he were saying, "Where are you off to? You won't get past me, for you see, we two clever men have some business to discuss." Ivan Fyodorovich began to tremble. "Away, scoundrel, what company am I for you, fool?" was what was about to leap from his tongue, but, to his very great astonishment, what leapt from it was something quite different. "How is Pater? Is he asleep or has he woken up?" he said in a quiet, meek voice that was unexpected even to himself, and suddenly, in a manner also entirely unexpected, sat down on the bench. For a split second he felt almost afraid. He remembered that later. Smerdyakov stood facing him, his hands behind his back, staring at him with confidence, almost sternly. "His honor is still reposing, sir," he articulated without hurry. It was as if he were saying, "You spoke first, and not I." "I'm surprised at you, sir," he added, after a silence during which he lowered his eyes in an affected manner, advancing his right foot and fidgeting with the toe cap of his patent leather shoe. "Why are you surprised at me?" Ivan Fyodorovich enunciated brusquely and sternly, restraining himself with all his might, and suddenly with revulsion it dawned on him that he felt the most intense curiosity, that not for anything in the world would he leave this place until he had satisfied it. "Why haven't you gone to Chermashnya, sir?" Smerdyakov said, suddenly looking up and smiling familiarly. It was as if his narrowed left eye were saying, "Well, if you're a clever man you will understand why I'm smiling." "Why should I go to Chermashnya?" Ivan Fyodorovich asked in astonishment. Smerdyakov again said nothing. "Well, sir, even Fyodor Pavlovitch himself kept beseeching you to," he said at last, not hurrying and almost as if he himself attached no value to his answer, as if to imply, "I'm getting myself off the hook with a third-rate excuse, just in order to have something to say." "Ah, the devil, can't you be more precise? What is it you want?" Ivan Fyodorovich at last exclaimed wrathfully, from meekness passing over into vulgarity. Smerdyakov brought his right foot in towards his left and drew himself up straighter, but continued to gaze with the same equanimity and the same little smile. "It's nothing essential, sir. I were just making conversation, sir." Again, a silence ensued. For very nearly a minute neither of them said anything. Ivan Fyodorovich knew it was his duty to get up immediately and lose his temper, but Smerdyakov went on standing there, facing him, as if in expectation, "I'm waiting to see if you'll lose your temper or not." Thus, at any rate, did it appear to Ivan Fyodorovich. At last he began to stagger to his feet. It was as if Smerdyakov seized the moment as opportune. "My position is a dreadful one, Ivan Fyodorovich, sir, and I really do not know where to turn," he said suddenly, in a firm, clearly articulated voice, ending his last word with a sigh. Ivan Fyodorovich at once sank back on the bench again. "They're both quite insane, sir, they've both gone right back to early childhood again, sir," Smerdyakov continued. "I'm talking about your parent and that fine brother of yours, sir, Dmitri Fyodorovich. He'll get up now, Fyodor Pavlovitch will, and start pestering me every moment with, 'Why hasn't she arrived? What's the reason for her not arriving?' And so on all the way until midnight and even after. And if Agrafena Alexandrovna doesn't arrive, because I think it may be that she doesn't ever intend to arrive, sir, he'll hurl himself on me again in the morning, 'Why hasn't she arrived? What's the reason for her not arriving? When is she going to arrive?' As though I were in some way to blame for it. On the other hand, sir, there's the matter of how, as soon as it gets dark now, or even before, that fine brother of yours will come to pay me a neighborly visit with a weapon in his hands. 'Watch out,' he'll say, 'blackguard, bouillon boy, if you don't spot her and don't let me know she's arrived, you'll be the first one I'll kill.' The night will pass, and tomorrow morning he too, like Fyodor Pavlovitch, will start torturing me like a torturer, sir, 'Why hasn't she arrived? When is she going to show her face?' And again it will be as though I'm guilty before him because his lady hasn't turned up. And so angry are they getting with every day and every hour, worse and worse, the two of them, sir, that sometimes I could take my own life from terror, sir. Why, sir, I have no faith in them, sir." "Well, why did you get involved? Why did you start taking messages to Dmitri Fyodorovich?" Ivan Fyodorovich said, irritably. "But how could I not get involved? And actually, I tried not to get involved in any way, if you want to know the whole truth, sir. Right from the very beginning I didn't say anything, didn't dare to make any objection, and it was he himself who made me act as his Licharda.1 ever since. All he's been able to say is, 'I'll kill you, you blackguard, if you let her slip.' I most certainly suppose, sir, that tomorrow I shall have a long fit of the falling sickness." "What are you talking about?" "One of them long fits, sir, an exceptionally long one, sir. They last for several hours, sir, or maybe even a day or two, sir. I once had one that lasted for about 3 days. I fell down from the garret that time. It stops and goes away, and then it starts up again. I could not gain my reason for 3 days. Fyodor Pavlovitch sent for Herzenstube, the local doctor, sir, and he put ice on my temples, and employed some other remedy, as well. I could have died, sir. But I thought it was supposed to be impossible to anticipate a fit of the falling sickness, and to say it will happen at such and such a time. Why do you say you're going to have one tomorrow? Ivan Fyodorovitch inquired with a peculiar and irritable curiosity. That's precisely so, sir, it's impossible to anticipate it. What's more, you fell down from the garret that time. I go up to the garret every day, sir, I could fall down from the garret tomorrow. And if not from the garret, then I'll fall into the cellar, sir, I go down to the cellar every day, too, sir, on my necessary business, sir. Ivan Fyodorovitch gave him a long look. You're talking through your hat, I can tell, and I don't think I understand you, he said quietly, but with a touch of menace. What are you going to do tomorrow? Pretend to have a fit of the falling sickness for 3 days. Eh? Smerdyakov, who had again been looking at the ground and fidgeting with the toe cap of his right shoe, now made his right foot still, advanced his left instead, raised his head and with a grin pronounced. Even if I played that very trick, sir, the trick of pretending, sir, which is very easy for a person with experience, why even then I'd be fully within my rights to employ such means in order to save my life from death, for when I am lying ill in bed, then even if Agrafena Alexandrovna comes to see his parent, he can't ask a sick man, why didn't you report it? Even he would be ashamed. Ah, the devil! Ivan Fyodorovitch suddenly hurled at him, his face distorted with malicious anger. Why are you always so frightened for your life? All those threats made by brother Dmitri are simply hot air, nothing more. He won't kill you, he'll kill, but it won't be you. He'll kill me like a fly, sir, and I'll be the first, sir. But what frightens me more is something else, that I shall be considered an accessory when he goes and does something stupid to his parent. Why should you be considered an accessory? I shall be considered an accessory because I let him into the signals, in great secret, sir. What signals? To whom? The devil take you, speak more clearly. It is my duty to confess to you in all entirety, Smerdyakov drawled with pedantic composure, that I share a certain secret with Fyodor Pavlovitch. He, as you are aware, if you are aware of it, sir, has for several days now immediately, as soon as it is night or even evening, taken to locking himself in. Of late you've begun going back up to your room early, and yesterday you didn't go out at all, sir, and so it may be that you are not aware how zealously he's now begun to lock himself up for the night. And even if Grigory Vasilievich himself was to come, then he'd only unlock the door if he was convinced by his voice it was him, sir. But Grigory Vasilievich doesn't come, sir, because I'm the only one who waits on him now in his rooms, sir. Them were his orders right from the very moment he started this bit of fun with Agrafena Alexandrovna, sir, but now, in accordance with his directions, even I make myself scarce at night, and spend it in the outbuilding, though I'm not allowed to sleep until midnight but have to stay on lookout, get up and make rounds of the yard, waiting for Agrafena Alexandrovna to come, sir, as he's been waiting for her several days now, like a real madman. The way he talks is like this, sir, she, he says, is scared of him, of Dmitri Fyodorovitch, his honor calls him Mitka, sir, and so she'll come to me late at night by way of the rears. You, he says, must watch out for her right until it's midnight and even after. And if she comes, you must run up and knock on my door, or window, from the garden, the first 2 times slowly, like this, 1, 2, and then immediately after 3 times quickly, rat-tat-tat. Then, he says, I shall know at once that she's come, and I'll open the door for you without making any noise. There was another signal he told me, for in case there was an emergency, first 2 times quickly, rat-tat, and then after a bit another 1 time, much louder. Then he'll know that something unforeseen's come up and that I need to see him urgently, and he'll open up for me and I'll go in and tell him what's happened. That once for if Agrafena Alexandrovna can't come herself but sends someone to notify him of something, or then again Dmitri Fyodorovitch may arrive, so it may be to notify him that he's close at hand. He's terrible scared of Dmitri Fyodorovich, so that even if Agrafena Alexandrovna's already arrived and she and he have locked themselves in, and meanwhile Dmitri Fyodorovich is somewhere close at hand, even then I'm sworn to go and let him know immediately, by knocking 3 times, and the first signal of 5 knocks means, Agrafena Alexandrovna has arrived, and the second signal of 3 knocks means, it's very, very urgent. He's taught me it and explained it to me by example several times. And since there's only him and me in the whole of the universe what knows about those signals, sir, he'll open up for me without any doubt and without calling out. He's awful scared of calling out loud. Well, now Dmitri Fyodorovich knows them signals, too. What do you mean, he knows them? Did you tell him? How could you dare to tell him? Because of this same very fear, sir. And how could I not mention it to him, sir? Every day Dmitri Fyodorovich keeps on at me, saying, "Are you trying to deceive me? Are you trying to conceal something from me? I'll break both your legs." Well, it was then that I gave him access to those secret signals, so he would at least see my servility and therefore be sure that I'm not trying to deceive him but am reporting everything to him. If you think he'll use those signals and try to get in, you must not admit him. But when I'm lying in my fit, sir, how will I be able to stop him coming in, even if I had the courage to try, knowing how desperate he is, sir? Ah, the devil take you! Why are you so certain that you're going to have a fit of the falling sickness, the devil take you? Are you making fun of me, or what? How would I ever dare to make fun of you? Is fear like mine any occasion for fun? I can feel that I'm going to have the falling sickness. I have a sort of premonition, and it will come upon me out of pure fear, sir. Ah, the devil! If you're going to be in bed, then Grigory will keep watch. You must tell Grigory about it in advance and he won't let him in. Without the Baron's instructions, sir, I don't dare to tell Grigory Vasilievich about the signals, not on any account. And regarding the possibility that Grigory Vasilievich may hear him and not let him in, well, the fact is that ever since yesterday he's been taken poorly, and Marfa Ignatievna is planning to get him over it tomorrow. They agreed about it earlier. It's a very peculiar treatment, sir. Marfa Ignatievna knows how to make some kind of a liqueur and she keeps a ready stock of it, strong stuff it is, made from some herb or other, it's a secret of hers, sir. And she treats Grigory Vasilievich with this secret medicine about 3 times a year, sir, when he gets all seized up with the lumbago, sir, like a palsy it is, sir, about 3 times a year, sir. Then Marfa Ignatievna takes a towel, sir, soaks it in the liqueur stuff and rubs his back all over for half an hour, sir, until it's dry, sir, right until it's even red and swollen, sir, and then she makes him drink the rest of what's in the bottle, sir, with a certain prayer, sir, only it's never the whole lot, because on those rare occasions she keeps a little bit for herself and also has a tipple, sir. And I tell you, both of them, not being drinkers, immediately fall flat on their backs, sir, and sleep for a long time very soundly, sir, and when Grigory Vasilievich wakes up he's nearly always completely recovered, sir, and when Marfa Ignatievna wakes up she always has a sore head afterwards, sir. So that if Marfa Ignatievna carries out her plan tomorrow, sir, they're not likely to hear anything, sir, or let Dmitri Fyodorovich in, sir. They'll be asleep, sir. What a rigmarole! And it's all going to dovetail as if according to some design, you're going to have a fit, and those other 2 are going to be unconscious. Ivan Fyodorovich shouted. I say, are you going to arrange it so it dovetails? Broke from him suddenly, and he knit his brows threateningly. How would I ever arrange such a thing, sir? And why should I bother, when it all depends on Dmitri Fyodorovich alone, sir, and on the thoughts that are in his head, sir? If he wants to commit anything, he will, sir, and if he doesn't commit it, well, I'm not likely to want to bring him here on purpose in order to shove him into your parents' room. But why should he want to get in to see father, and on the sly, too, if, as you yourself say, Agrafena Alexandrovna isn't going to show up at all? Ivan Fyodorovich continued, turning pale with malicious anger. You yourself say, and indeed all the time I have lived here I have been quite certain that the old man has simply been indulging in fantasy and that that brute creature won't show up. Why would Dmitri break in on the old man if she doesn't show up? Speak. I want to know your thoughts. Why, sir, you know yourself why he'll come, so what good are my thoughts to you? He'll come solely because of his nasty temper or because of his suspicions about whether I'm really ill or not. He'll start having doubts and go hunting through the rooms in his impatience the way he did yesterday, as if to say, perhaps she's got away from him somewhere on the sly. He's also very well aware that Fyodor Pavlovitch has a big envelope ready with 3,000 rubles sealed inside it under 3 seals, sir, tied up with ribbon and inscribed in his own hand, for my angel Grushenka, if she decides to come, and then, 3 days later, with the addition, for my little chicken. That's the questionable part of it, sir. Rubbish! Ivan Fyodorovitch shouted, almost in a frenzy. Dmitri isn't going to break in and steal the money, and murder father while he's about it. He might have murdered him yesterday because of Grushenka, like a frenzied, foul-tempered fool, but he's not a burglar. He needs money very badly just now, sir, he needs it in the uttermost extremity, Ivan Fyodorovitch. You just don't know how badly he needs it, Smerdyakov declared with exceptional calm and remarkable succinctness. What's more, sir, he views the 3,000 as his own, and he explained as much to me. My parent still owes me the sum of 3,000, he said. And on top of all that consider, Ivan Fyodorovitch, a certain undeniable truth, sir, I mean, it's practically certain that if she decides to, Agrafena Alexandrovna will make him marry her, the Baron, Fyodor Pavlovitch, sir, if she decides to, sir, well, and you see, she may very well decide to, sir. I'm just saying she won't come, but she may decide she wants even more than that, sir, in other words quite simply to become the Barinya, sir. I know that merchant of hers, Samsonov, told her in all frankness that a marriage like that would be not at all a stupid thing for her to undertake, and he laughed, too, when he said it. And she herself is far from stupid in her mind, sir. She doesn't stand to gain much from marrying a naked babe like Dmitri Fyodorovitch, sir. So that taking that as given, now, Ivan Fyodorovitch, you can see for yourself that after the death of your parent neither Dmitri Fyodorovitch nor even that nice brother of yours Alexei Fyodorovitch will end up with anything, not so much as a ruble, sir, because Agrafena Alexandrovna will marry him in order to have everything bequeathed to her and have whatever capital there is transferred to her own name, sir. But if your parent were to die now, while there's none of that going on, sir, then each of you would immediately get 40,000 of the readies, sir, even Dmitri Fyodorovitch, whom he so hates, sir, as his will hasn't been made, you see, sir. Dmitri Fyodorovitch is perfectly well aware of all that. Something seemed to distort and quiver in Ivan Fyodorovitch's face. Suddenly he flushed. Then why after all that, he said, interrupting Smerdyakov, do you advise me to go to Chermashnia? What did you mean by that? I shall go away, and look at what's going to happen among you here. Ivan Fyodorovitch took a breath with difficulty. That is quite correct, sir, Smerdyakov said quietly and soberly, watching Ivan Fyodorovitch fixedly, however. What do you mean, that is quite correct? Ivan Fyodorovitch interrogated him, restraining himself by force of effort, his eyes glittering with menace. I said it because I was sorry for you. If I were here in your place, I'd turn my back on it all, rather than sit through a business like this, sir, Smerdyakov replied, with an air of utter frankness, gazing at Ivan Fyodorovitch's glittering eyes. The way I see it, you're a massive idiot and, need one add, a horrible scoundrel, said Ivan Fyodorovitch, suddenly getting up from the bench. Thereupon he began to make his way through the wicket gate, but suddenly paused and turned round to face Smerdyakov. There occurred something strange. All of a sudden, as though in a convulsion, Ivan Fyodorovitch bit his lip, clenched his fists and, given another instant, would certainly have thrown himself upon Smerdyakov. The latter had at any rate observed this and at the same moment started and jerked his whole body backwards. But the instant passed safely for Smerdyakov and Ivan Fyodorovich turned towards the gate without saying anything, though in a kind of bewilderment. "I am going to Moscow tomorrow, if you want to know, early tomorrow morning, that is all," he said with malice, loudly and distinctly, afterwards surprised at himself, wondering why he had needed to say this to Smerdyakov at the time. "That will be best, sir," the latter supplied, as though he had been waiting for this. "Though it's possible that you may be disturbed in Moscow by a telegram and have to return in the event of some incident, sir." Ivan Fyodorovich paused again, and again turned quickly round to face Smerdyakov. But something appeared to have happened to him. All his familiarity and casualness of manner had leapt from him in a trice. The whole of his face displayed extreme attention and expectation, though it was now of a timid and servile kind. "Are you going to say anything more? Are you going to add anything?" were the words that could be read in his fixed gaze that really seemed to be piercing its way into Ivan Fyodorovich. "And would I also not be called from Chermashnia, in the event of something happening?" Ivan Fyodorovich suddenly howled, his voice for some unknown reason horribly raised. "Yes, sir, you'd be disturbed in Chermashnia, too, sir," Smerdyakov muttered in a near whisper, as though he were at a loss, but continuing fixedly to stare Ivan Fyodorovich straight in the eye. "Only Moscow is far away and Chermashnia is close at hand, so is it my travel expenses that you're worried about when you insist on Chermashnia, or are you simply worried that I'm taking such a long way round?" "That is quite correct, sir," Smerdyakov muttered in a voice by this time broken, smiling foully and again convulsively preparing to leap back in time. But much to Smerdyakov's astonishment, Ivan Fyodorovich suddenly began to laugh and quickly walked in through the wicket gate, still laughing. Anyone who had glanced at his face would have concluded beyond doubt that he had not begun to laugh from any promptings of good humor. Indeed, he himself could not on any account have said what were his feelings at that moment. He moved and walked as though in a convulsive spasm. 7. It's always interesting to talk to a clever man. And indeed spoke thus, too. Encountering Fyodor Pavlovitch in the reception room, having only just entered, he suddenly shouted to him, waving his arms, "I'm going upstairs to my room, not in to see you, goodbye," and walked past, even trying to avoid looking at his father. It may very well have been that the old man was excessively hateful to him at that moment, but such an unceremonious manifestation of hostile feeling came as a surprise even to Fyodor Pavlovitch. And the old man really had, it was plain, wanted to tell him something as soon as possible, to which end he had especially come out to meet him in the reception room. Having absorbed this compliment, he said nothing, but with a mocking air followed the fruit of his loins with his gaze up the staircase to the attic until it disappeared from view. "What's he behaving like that for?" he quickly asked Smerdyakov, who had followed Ivan Fyodorovich in. "He must be angry about something, sir, who can tell with him?" the latter muttered evasively. "The devil, then! Let him be angry. Bring him the samovar and then make yourself scarce, and be quick about it. Is there no news?" At this point there ensued a bout of questions of precisely the kind that had caused Smerdyakov to complain to Ivan Fyodorovich just then, questions, that is to say, concerning the expected female visitor, and we shall omit them here. Within half an hour the house had been locked and bolted, and the demented old codger paced alone about the rooms in the anxious and imminent expectation of 5 prearranged knocks, staring out of the dark windows now and again and seeing through them nothing but the night. It was by this time very late, but Ivan Fyodorovich was still awake, and weighing things over. Late it was before he went to bed that night, about 2 o'clock. We shall not, however, reproduce the entire current of his thoughts, and indeed now is not the time for us to enter into his soul, that soul shall have its turn. And even were we to attempt such reproduction, it would be very hard, because these were not thoughts, but rather something very ill-defined, and chiefly, all too ill at ease. He himself could feel that he had lost all his bearings. He was also tormented by various strange and almost entirely unexpected desires, such as the following. After midnight he suddenly felt an insistent and intolerable urge to go downstairs, unlock the door, go over to the outbuilding and beat Smerdyakov unmercifully, though had he been asked why, he himself would quite certainly have been unable to set forth one single reason with any accuracy, save perhaps that this lackey had become hateful to him as the most insufferable assailant of his honor it was possible to find upon the earth. On the other hand, several times that night his soul had been gripped by a kind of inexplicable and degrading cowardice, which, he could feel this, had even made him suddenly lose his physical powers. His head ached and whirled. Some emotion of hatred was pincering his soul, as though he were making ready to take his revenge on someone. He even hated Alyosha as he remembered the conversation he had had with him earlier, and at moments he also experienced an immeasurable hatred of himself. As for Katerina Ivanovna, she had almost gone out of his head, something he later found greatly astonishing, even more so when he himself retained a firm memory of having the previous morning, when he had so proudly boasted at her house that he would the following day depart for Moscow, at the same time whispered to himself, "Why, that's rubbish, you won't go, it will be far harder for you to tear yourself away than you're bragging now." Recalling this night long afterwards, Ivan Fyodorovich brought to mind with particular revulsion how suddenly he would get up from the sofa and quietly, as though he were horribly afraid that someone might be spying on him, open the door, go out onto the staircase and listen to Fyodor Pavlovitch moving about, pacing to and fro in the rooms downstairs, listen for a long time, some 5 minutes at a stretch, with a strange curiosity, holding his breath, his heart pounding, though why he did all this, why he listened, he, of course, himself did not know. This action he dubbed all his life thereafter a loathsome one, and all his life considered it, deep within himself, in his soul of souls, as the basest action of his entire existence. At these moments he did not even feel any hatred towards Fyodor Pavlovitch himself, but was only filled with a curiosity that consumed all his energies. Was he walking about down there? What was he doing down there in his rooms? He divined and considered how he must be staring out of the dark windows and suddenly pausing in the midst of the room and waiting for someone to knock. Ivan Fyodorovich had gone out onto the staircase a couple of times to indulge in this pursuit. When all had grown quiet and Fyodor Pavlovitch went to bed at around 2 o'clock, Ivan Fyodorovich also went to bed with the firm resolve of falling quickly asleep, as he felt horribly exhausted. And indeed, he suddenly fell into a sound, dreamless sleep, but awoke early, at about 7, when it was already light. Opening his eyes, he suddenly felt to his wonderment an access of unusual energy within himself, quickly leapt up and quickly put his clothes on, then hauled out his suitcase and without delay hurriedly began to pack it. It so happened that yesterday morning he had received his linen back from the washerwoman. Ivan Fyodorovich even smiled an ironic smile at the thought that everything had fitted together so well, that there was nothing to hold up his sudden departure. And sudden it certainly was. Though Ivan Fyodorovich had said yesterday, to Katerina Ivanovna, Alyosha, and later Smerdyakov, that he would leave tomorrow, going to bed last night, he remembered very well that at that moment he had not been thinking of going away, or at any rate had never dreamed that his first deed upon waking up that morning would be to rush to pack his suitcase. At last both suitcase and traveling bag were ready. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Marfa Ignatyevna came up to his room with her usual daily question, "Where will you drink tea, in your room or will you come downstairs?" Ivan Fyodorovich went downstairs with a semblance almost of cheerfulness, though there was about him, in his words and gestures, something incoherent and hurried. Greeting his father affably and even venturing a particular inquiry as to his health, without awaiting the conclusion of his parents' reply, he at once declared that in an hour's time he would be traveling to Moscow, for good, and asked him to send for some horses. The old man listened to this communication without the slightest astonishment, quite indecently forgetting to bemoan the departure of the fruit of his loins. Instead, he suddenly began to fuss about in an extraordinary manner, having apropos remembered a certain urgent matter of his own. "Oh, you annoying fellow! What a fellow you are! Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Oh well, never mind, we'll make it work all the same. Please do me a great favor, dear kindred father mine, one, and look in at Chermashnya on your way. I mean, you only have to take a left turning at Volovia station and go just 12 versts down the road, and there you are at Chermashnya. For pity's sake, I can't. It is 80 versts to the railway, and the locomotive for Moscow departs from the station at 7 o'clock in the evening. I shall only have just enough time to catch it. You can catch it tomorrow, or the day after, but today I want you to take the turning to Chermashnya. What's it going to cost you to put a parent's mind at rest? If I hadn't had things to see to hear, I'd have nipped down there long ago, because there's an exceptionally urgent bit of business there, but it's not the right time for me just now. You see, I've a birch grove down there in 2 lots, in Bejichev and in Dyakino, in the waste ground. The Maslovs, an old man and his son, they're merchants, won't pay more than 8,000 for the timber, yet only last year a buyer turned up who was offering 12, but he wasn't from round these parts, and there's the rub. Because our local bunch in town here have no commercial pull these days, the Maslovs lord it over everyone, father and son. They're worth 100,000, what they want they get, and none of our local chaps dares to take them on. Well, I had a letter from the priest of Ilyinskoye last Thursday saying that Gorstkin had arrived. He's another of those rotten merchant fellows. I know him, only the precious thing about him is that he's not from around these parts, but from Pograbovo, and that means he isn't scared of the Maslovs, because he's not from round here. 11,000, he said, I'll give you for your grove, do you hear? But he'll only be here another week, the priest said in his letter. So now I want you to go there and come to an agreement with him. Then write to the priest, let him do it for you. He's not capable of it, that's the whole point. The priest hasn't an eye for such things. The man's pure gold. I'd have no qualms about letting him look after 20,000 for me, and I wouldn't even ask him for a receipt, but he hasn't an eye in his head, as though he weren't even a grown man at all, and a crow could hoodwink him. And yet he's a man of learning, can you credit it? This Gorstkin looks like a muzhik, goes about in a blue padiavka too, but where character's concerned he's an utter villain, and therein lies our common misfortune. He tells lies, that's the trouble with him. Sometimes he tells such stories that one can only wonder what the reason for it is. The year before last he told me that his wife had died and that he'd married another woman, and none of it was true. Can you credit it? His wife hasn't died at all, she's still alive and gives him a beating every 3 days. So that's why we must find out now whether he's telling the truth when he says he wants to buy the grove and will pay 11,000 for it. Well, in that case I also shall be unable to make much of a contribution, for I have no eye for such things, either. Wait, hang on a minute. You'll manage, because I'll tell you all the signs by which you may know him. This Gorstkin, I've been dealing with him for a long time. Look, you need to keep an eye on his beard. He has this little beard, a nasty, straggling, ginger one. If his beard's shaking and he's talking in an angry fashion, that means it's all right, he's telling the truth, he wants to do business. But if he's smoothing his beard with his left hand, and chuckling to himself, well, that means he's out to swindle you, he's cheating. Never look him in the eye, you won't be able to tell anything from his eyes, the water's dark, he's a swindler. No, look at his beard instead. I'll give you a letter, and you can show it to him. He calls himself Gorstkin, only that isn't his real name, it's Lyagavi 3, but you mustn't address him by that name, he'll take it as an insult. If you come to an agreement with him and can see that it's all right, write to me immediately. All you need to put is "he isn't lying," or words to that effect. Try to keep him to 11,000, you can drop the price by 1,000, but not by any more. Think about it, between 8 and 11 there's a difference of 3,000. It's just as if I'd had that 3,000 as a windfall. It takes a long time to find a buyer, and I need the money so badly I could cut someone's throat for it. When you let me know that the deal is in earnest, I'll nip down there myself and round it off. I shall find the time somehow. But why should I go galloping off there now, if it's all something the priest's made up? Well, will you go or won't you? Ah, I've no time, spare me the trouble. ACH, you might at least oblige your father, I won't forget. None of you has a heart, that's the trouble. What difference will a day or two make to you? Where are you bound for now, Venice? That Venice of yours isn't going to collapse in 2 days. I'd send dear Alyosha, but what could dear Alyosha contribute to such matters? No, I want you to go because you're a clever man. Do you think I can't see it? You're no timber merchant, but you've an eye in your head. The important thing here is to see if the man's talking in earnest or not. Keep an eye on his beard. I tell you, if it starts shaking, that means he's in earnest. So you yourself are going to shove me off to that accursed Chermashnya in person, are you? Ivan Fyodorovitch exclaimed with a malicious smile. Fyodor Pavlovitch either did not perceive the malice or did not wish to perceive it, but he caught the smile. Then you'll go? I'll write the letter for you in a jiffy. I don't know whether I shall go, I don't know, I shall decide en route. Why does it have to be en route? Decide now. My dear fellow, decide. Come to an agreement with him, write me a couple of lines, give them to the priest, and he will send me your missive in a flash. And after that I shan't detain you, you may embark for Venice. The priest will have you driven back to Volovia station with his own horses. The old man was simply in an ecstasy. He wrote the letter, sent for the horses, zakuski were served, cognac. When the old man was happy about anything he always started to behave expansively, but on this occasion he seemed to hold himself in check. About Dmitri Fyodorovitch, for example, he uttered not so much as a single word. As for the parting, it seemed to affect him not at all. It was even as though he could not find anything to talk about, and Ivan Fyodorovitch took good note of this. I'm damned if he's not fed up with me, he thought to himself. Only as he was accompanying his son down the steps of the porch did the old man begin to show any signs of agitation, and moved up close in order to kiss him. Ivan Fyodorovitch, however, lost no time in offering him his hand to shake, plainly in an effort to ward off the kiss. The old man instantly understood and in a trice reined himself in. Well, God go with you, he said from the porch. Why, you'll come back again sometime in your life, won't you? Well, see that you do, I'm always glad to see you. Well, Christ be with you. Ivan Fyodorovitch climbed into the springless carriage. Farewell, Ivan, don't take it too badly, his father cried for the last time. All the menials came out to see him off, Smerdyakov, Marfa, and Grigory. Ivan Fyodorovitch made a present of 10 rubles to each of them. When he was already seated inside the carriage, Smerdyakov leapt up to adjust the rug. You see. I'm going to Chermashnya, broke suddenly from Ivan Fyodorovitch. As they had done the previous day, the words leapt out of their own accord, this time with a kind of nervous laugh. He remembered this for a long time afterwards. So it's true what they say, then, that it's always interesting to talk to a clever man, Smerdyakov answered resolutely, giving Ivan Fyodorovitch a heartfelt glance. The springless carriage rolled into motion and darted away. The traveler's soul was troubled, but he gazed avidly around him at the fields, the hills, the trees, at a flock of geese that was flying high above him over the clear sky. And suddenly he felt really happy. He attempted to engage the driver in conversation, and some of what the muzhik told him he found enormously interesting, but after a minute he realized that it had all gone in one ear and out the other and that he really had not understood anything of what the muzhik said. He fell silent, and that felt all right too. The air was pure, fresh, with an edge of chill, the sky clear. Images of Alyosha and Katerina Ivanovna began to flit through his mind, but he quietly smiled an ironic smile and quietly blew upon the dear shades, and they wafted away. Their time will come again, he thought. Quickly covering the distance to the first station, they changed horses and darted off to Volovia. Why is it always interesting to talk to a clever man? What did he mean by that? He thought, suddenly catching his breath. And why did I let him know I was going to Chermashnya? They reached Volovia station at a gallop. Ivan Fyodorovitch got out of the springless carriage and was surrounded by coachmen. They haggled about the price of the journey to Chermashnya, 12 versts along a country road. He gave instructions that the horses be harnessed. He made his way inside the post house, took a look round, glanced at the station master's wife and suddenly went back out onto the porch again. Forget about Chermashnia. Shall I have time to get to the railway by 7 this evening, brothers? We'll just about make it. Do you want them harnessed up? Do it this instant. Is there any one of you who may be in the town tomorrow? How could there not be, sir? There's Mitery here, he'll be in town. I wonder, Mitery, if you could do something for me? I want you to go and see my father, Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, and tell him I haven't gone to Chermashnia. Can you do that? Why not, sir? I can go and see him. I've known Fyodor Pavlovich a long time. And here's a tip for you, because I think he may not give you one, said Ivan Fyodorovich, laughing with good spirit. Indeed he won't, said Mitery, laughing too. Thank you, sir, I shall do it without fail. At 7 o'clock that evening Ivan Fyodorovich boarded the train and darted off to Moscow. Away with all that went before, I'm finished with my old world forever, and I don't want to hear so much as a peep out of it ever again. I am going to a new world and new places, and I shall not look back. But instead of ecstatic bliss there suddenly descended upon his soul a terrible gloom, and his heart ached with an intense sorrow such as he had never experienced in his life before. All night he thought things over, the train sped on, and only at dawn, as it pulled into Moscow, did he suddenly seem to come awake. I'm a scoundrel, he whispered to himself. But Fyodor Pavlovich, having seen off the fruit of his loins, remained well satisfied. For a whole 2 hours he felt almost happy and slowly imbibed much cognac, but suddenly in the house there occurred an event most vexatious and unpleasant to all, one that instantly cast Fyodor Pavlovich into great disarray. Smerdyakov, who had for some reason gone to the cellar, fell down into it from the uppermost step of the stairway. It was just as well that Marfa Ignatyevna happened to be out in the yard at the time and opportunely heard him. His fall she did not see, but she did hear the cry, a cry of a peculiar nature, strange, but one already long familiar to her, the cry of an epileptic falling in a fit. Whether he had had the fit at the moment he had begun his descent of the steps, which would of course mean that he had instantly plunged below insensible, or whether it was, on the other hand, that the fall and the shock had precipitated the fit in Smerdyakov, who was well known to have epilepsy, it was impossible to tell, but whatever the truth of the matter they found him at the bottom of the cellar, in writhings and convulsions, flailing about him and with foam at his mouth. Initially they thought he must have broken something, an arm or a leg, and caused injury to himself, but it appeared that the Lord had spared him as Marfa Ignatyevna expressed it. Their fears turned out to be groundless, and the only difficulty they had was in getting hold of him and carrying him out of the cellar into God's good day. Help was solicited from among the neighbors, however, and by various means the task was accomplished. Among those present throughout the whole of this ceremony was Fyodor Pavlovich himself. He himself proffered assistance, evidently most alarmed and almost at the end of his tether. Yet the patient did not regain consciousness. The fits, though they subsided for a time, came back again with renewed vigor, and they all concluded that the same thing was about to happen as had happened last year, when he had likewise fallen, by accident, on that occasion from the garret. It was remembered that at that time they had applied ice to his temples. There was still some ice in the cellar, and Marfa Ignatyevna made the necessary arrangements. As for Fyodor Pavlovich, towards evening he sent for Dr. Herzenstube, who arrived at once. Having examined the patient thoroughly, he was the most thorough and careful doctor in all the province, an aging and most venerable old fellow. He concluded that the fit was an acute one and might prove dangerous, that he, Herzenstube, it all did not yet understand, but that the following evening, were the present remedies to prove inefficacious, he would most certainly apply some others. The patient was put to bed in the outbuilding, in a little room next to the chamber of Grigory and Marfa Ignatyevna. All day thereafter Fyodor Pavlovich suffered one mishap after another. That dinner was cooked by Marfa Ignatyevna. The soup, in comparison with that normally prepared by Smerdyakov, was like slop water, and the fowl turned out to be so deprived of moisture that even to chew it was quite beyond the realms of possibility. To her master's bitter, though justified, reproaches, Marfa Ignatyevna retorted that the fowl was in any case a very old one, and that as for herself, she had never trained to be a cook. Towards evening there presented itself yet another cause for concern. It was brought to Fyodor Pavlovitch's notice that Grigory, who had been poorly ever since the day before yesterday, was now almost completely incapacitated by lumbago. Fyodor Pavlovitch finished his tea as early as possible and locked himself up alone in the house. He was in an intense and troubled state of expectation. The fact was that precisely this evening did he expect the arrival of Grushenka almost as a matter of certainty. At any rate, he had received from Smerdyakov, early that morning, what amounted to a categorical assurance that she promises to come without fail, sir. The heart of the unquiet old fellow beat anxiously. He paced about his empty rooms and listened. It was essential that he keep his ears pricked. Dmitri Fyodorovitch might be on the lookout for her somewhere, and as soon as she knocked on the window, Smerdyakov had the day before yesterday assured Fyodor Pavlovitch that he had told her where and in what manner she should knock. He must unlock the door as quickly as possible and under no circumstances detain her in the passage a second longer than was necessary, lest, God forbid, she take fright at something and run away. Fyodor Pavlovitch had his work cut out for him, but never before had his heart been suffused with such sweet hope. After all, it was now almost certainly possible to predict that on this occasion she would arrive without fail. Book 6. The Russian Monk. 1. The elder Zosima and his guests. When Alyosha, with anxiety and pain in his heart, went inside the elder's cell, he paused in near amazement. Instead of a man ill and passing away, and possibly already unconscious, such as he had feared to find him, he suddenly caught sight of him sitting in his armchair, with a face which, although it was exhausted from debility, was none the less merry and cheerful, surrounded by guests and conducting with them a quiet and radiant discourse. He had, as a matter of fact, risen from his bed no more than a quarter of an hour before Alyosha's arrival. The guests had already gathered in his cell earlier, waiting for him to wake up, after a firm assurance from Father Paisy that the master will undoubtedly rise in order once more to discourse with those dear to his heart, as he himself spake and as he himself promised this morning. This promise, like every other remark of the departing elder, Father Paisy had believed firmly, to the point that if he had seen him already quite without consciousness and even without breath, but had his promise that he would yet once more arise and say farewell to him, he would quite possibly have not believed that he had died at all, still in the constant expectation that the dying man would regain consciousness and fulfill what had been promised by him. That morning the elder Zosima had uttered to him in ruminative tones, as he passed into slumber, "I shall not die before I once more know the intoxication of discoursing with you, beloved ones of my heart. I shall look upon your dear countenances, I shall pour out my soul to you yet one more time." Those who had gathered for this, probably the last discourse of the elder, were his most devoted friends of long years' standing. They were four: the hieromonichs Iosif and Father Paisy, the hieromonach Father Mikhail, the Father Superior of the Hermitage, a man not yet all that old, far from being particularly learned, of humble station yet firm in spirit, an unshakable and plain believer, stern of aspect but permeated by a deep religious tenderness within his heart, though it was a tenderness which he concealed to the point almost of shame. The fourth guest was a little monk, plain and unpretentious and quite old, of the poorest peasant station, Brother Anfim, who was very nearly illiterate, a taciturn and quiet man who very seldom spoke to anyone, the meekest of the meek, someone who gave the impression of being perpetually frightened by something great and terrible that was beyond his mental grasp. This, as it were, trembling individual was a favorite of the elder Zosima, and all his life he had accorded him an unusual respect, though it was possible that there was no one to whom all his life he had spoken fewer words than to him, notwithstanding the fact that he had at one time spent many years with him, wandering the length and breadth of Holy Rus. This had been very long ago, some 40 years earlier, when the elder Zosima had just begun his monastic endeavor in a certain poor and little-known Kostraman monastery and when soon after that he had gone to accompany Father Anfim on his wanderings for the collection of alms with which to sustain their poor Kostraman monastery. All, guests and host alike, had made themselves comfortable in the elder's second room, which contained his bed, a room, as was indicated earlier, exceedingly confined, so that all four, Porphyry the novice, who was also present, remained standing, were scarcely able to accommodate themselves around the armchair of the elder on the chairs that had been brought in from the first room. Darkness had already begun to fall, and the room was lit by the lamps and wax candles in front of the icons. Catching sight of Alyosha, who had been embarrassed upon entering and was standing in the doorway, the elder smiled to him joyfully and stretched forth his hand. "Hail, quiet one, hail, dear one, here you are. I knew that you would come." Alyosha approached him, bowed to the earth before him and began to weep. Something burst from within his heart, his soul trembled, he wanted to sob. "What is it?" "No, you must wait with your mourning," the elder smiled, placing his right hand on Alyosha's head. "You see, here I sit in discourse, and perhaps I shall live another 20 years yet, as that good, dear woman from Vishigori wished me yesterday, she that hath charge of the infant Lizaveta. Remember, O Lord, the mother and the infant Lizaveta." He crossed himself. "Porphyry, did you take her gift where I told you?" This was a reference to the 6 10-kopeck pieces that had been contributed by his cheerful female admirer for "a woman that's poorer than me." Contributions of this kind are made as an epithymia imposed voluntarily upon oneself for whatever reason, and must always consist of money that has been earned by one's own effort. The evening before, the elder had sent Porphyry to a certain artisan's widow of our town who had children, lost all her possessions in a fire and subsequently took to begging. Porphyry hastened to report that the errand had been accomplished and that he had given her the money, telling her, as he had been instructed, that it came from an unknown benefactress. "Arise, dear one," the elder continued, addressing Alyosha. "Let me look at you. Did you go to your family and did you see your brother?" Alyosha thought it strange that he should ask so firmly and specifically about only one of his brothers, but which one was it? This might mean that it was for the sake of that brother he had sent him away both yesterday and today. "I saw one of my brothers," Alyosha replied. "I speak of the brother who was here yesterday, the older one, to whom I bowed down to the ground. I only saw him yesterday, and today I haven't been able to find him," said Alyosha. "You must hurry to find him, tomorrow again you must hurry and go there, leave everything and hurry. It may be that you can still prevent something dreadful. Yesterday I bowed down to his great future suffering." He suddenly fell silent and appeared to reflect. His words had been strange. Father Iosif, who had been a witness of yesterday's prostration by the elder, exchanged looks with Father Paisy. Alyosha's endurance ran out. "Father and teacher," he said in extreme agitation, "your words are too obscure. What is this suffering that awaits him? Do not be curious. Yesterday something terrible presented itself to me, as though the whole of his destiny were expressed in his gaze. His eyes bore a certain expression, so that in my heart for an instant I sensed horror at what that man is preparing for himself. On 1 or 2 occasions in my life I have seen a similar expression on the faces of a few. It seemed to portray the entire destiny of those men, and their destinies, alas, were accomplished. I sent you to him, Alexei, for I thought that your brotherly countenance would aid him. But even our destinies are from the Lord. Except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. Remember this saying. And as for you, Alexei, many times in the course of my life have I blessed you in my thoughts for your countenance. I should like you to know that," the elder said with a quiet smile. "I think if you like this, you will go out beyond these walls, but in the world you will abide as a monk. Many are the adversaries you will face, but even your enemies will love you. Many are the misfortunes that life will bring you, but even with them you will be happy, and you will bless life, and make others bless it with you, which is the most important thing. For that is your nature. My fathers and teachers," he said in a moved voice, turning to his guests, "never until this day have I told, even to this youth himself, why his countenance has been so dear to my soul. Only now will I say it, his countenance has been to me as a reminder and a prophecy. At the dawning of my days, when I was still a small child, I had an older brother who died as a youth, before my eyes, at the age of only 17. And later, as I lived my life, I gradually attained the conviction that this brother of mine had been in my destiny a kind of indication and preordination from above, for had he not appeared in my life, had he not existed at all, never, perhaps, I think now, would I have taken monastic orders or entered upon this precious path. That first manifestation took place in my childhood, and now upon the decline of my path there has manifested itself before my very eyes what seems like its repetition. The wondrous thing, fathers and teachers, is that, though he does not really resemble him in feature, or only a little, Alexei has seemed so spiritually akin to him that on many occasions I have quite simply seen him as that youth, my brother, who has come to me at the end of my path mysteriously, as a kind of memory and emotion, making me wonder even at myself and at my strange dream. Do you hear these words, Porphyry? He said, turning to the novice who attended him. On many occasions I have seen on your face an expression almost of grief that I love Alexei more than I do you. Now you know why it was so, but I do love you, please know that, and on many occasions I have grieved at your grief. As for you, dear guests, I want to tell you about this youth, my brother, for there has not been in all my life a manifestation more precious than this, more prophetic and more touching. My heart has been moved, and I contemplate my life at this moment as though I were living it all over again. Here I must observe that a partial record of this final discourse of the elder with the guests who visited him on the last day of his life has been retained. It was written down by Alexei Fyodorovich Karamazov from memory some time after the elder's death. But whether it consists entirely of that evening's discourse, or whether he had appended to his record earlier discourses with his teacher, this I cannot now determine. In the record, moreover, the whole of the elder's side of the discourse is presented in a continuous fashion, as though he were describing his life in the form of a narrative tale addressed to his friends, whereas there can be no doubt from subsequent reports that what actually took place was somewhat different, for the discourse that evening was conducted in general fashion, and though the guests interrupted their host but little, they nonetheless spoke on their own account, intervening in the conversation and possibly even telling and narrating certain things of their own. Then again, the elder's narration could not have possessed such a continuous quality, for he sometimes gasped for breath, lost his voice and even lay down to rest on his bed, though he did not fall asleep, and his guests did not go away. On one or two occasions the discourse was broken by readings from the New Testament, given by Father Paisy. It is also worthy of note that not one of the guests supposed that the elder would die that very same night, all the more so since on this last evening of his life, having slept deeply during the day, he suddenly seemed to acquire a new strength which sustained him throughout the whole of this long discourse with his friends. This was, as it were, a final surge of tender and pious feeling which sustained within him an incredible animation, but only for a short time, for his life was suddenly cut short. But more of this anon. For the present I wish only to inform the reader that it has been my preference to avoid giving all the details of the discourse, confining myself to the elder's narrative as it is presented in the manuscript of Alexei Fyodorovich Karamazov. That way it will be more concise and less wearisome, though of course, I repeat, Alyosha derived much of the material from earlier discourses and combined it all together. 2. From the life of the departed in God the Hieroschemonach the elder Zosima, collated from his own words by Alexei Fyodorovich Karamazov. Biographical information concerning the youth who was the elder Zosima's brother. Beloved fathers and teachers, I was born in a far-off northern province, in the town of V, of a father who was of the gentry, but not aristocratic or of any particularly high social grade. He died when I was but 2 years old, and I have no memory of him at all. He left my dear mother a small wooden house and ascertain amount of capital, not great but sufficient to enable her to live with her children in a state removed from penury. There were in the care of my dear mother but 2 of us, myself, Zinovy, and my elder brother, Markel. He was some 8 years older than me, of hot and irritable temper, but good at heart, not given to mocking and strangely taciturn, particularly in his own home, with me, with mother and the servants. He was a good gymnasium scholar, but did not mix with his companions, though he did not quarrel with them either. Thus, at any rate, did my mother remember him. Some 6 months before his decease, when he had already passed his 17th birthday, he got into the habit of visiting a certain man who led a retired existence among us, some sort of political exile who had been banished to our town from Moscow for free thinking. This exile was a man of not inconsiderable learning and was an eminent philosopher in the university. For some reason he took a liking to Markel and began to encourage visits from him. The youth would spend whole evenings with him, and this went on all winter, until the exile was recalled to government service in St. Petersburg, at his own request, for he had protectors and patrons. Lent began, but Markel would not fast, heaping abuse and ridicule on it. "It is all mere nonsense, and there is no God, either," he would say, horrifying my mother and the servants, and even me, small as I was, for though I was only 9 years old, I too was very alarmed. All our servants were bondsmen and bondswomen. There were 4 of them, and they had all been purchased on behalf of a landowner of our acquaintance. I can still recall how dear mother sold one of the 4, the cook Euphemia, who was lame and getting on in years, for 60 paper rubles, one, and engaged a freedwoman in her place. And then in the 6th week of Lent my brother suddenly got worse, for he was always unwell, chesty, of weak constitution and disposed towards consumption. He was tall enough, but thin and puny, with a face that was, however, of most goodly form. Whether he had caught cold I do not remember, but the doctor arrived and quickly whispered to dear mother that it was galloping consumption and that he would not survive the spring. Mother began to weep, began to ask my brother with circumspection, mainly in order not to frighten him, to fast for a little and then attend communion with God's holy mysteries, for he was at that time still up and about. Upon hearing this, he lost his temper and gave God's temple a good rating, but then grew meditative. He had guessed at once that he was dangerously ill and that this was why his mother was sending him, while still he had the strength, to fast and attend communion. As a matter of fact, he himself already knew that he had long been unwell, and even a year previously had once announced to mother and me at table with Sangfroid, "I am not long for this world among you, and I may not live 1 more year," and now it was as if that had been a prophecy. Some 3 days went by, and Holy Week began. And then, from the Tuesday evening, my brother went to fast and take communion. "I am doing this, properly speaking, for you, dear mother, in order to please you and to calm your fears," he told her. Mother wept from happiness, and also from grief. It means his end must be near, if there is such a sudden change in him. But not for long did he go to church. He took to his bed, and so was given confession and communion at home. The days were starting to be bright, serene and fragrant. It was a late Easter. All night he would cough, I recall. He slept badly, and in the mornings would always get dressed and try to sit in a soft armchair. That is how I shall remember him, sitting there quietly, meekly, smiling, in reality ill, but with a countenance of cheerfulness and joy. He had undergone a complete spiritual alteration. Such a wondrous change had suddenly begun within him. Our old nurse would enter his room. "Let me light the lamp before your icon, dearie," she would say. And previously he had not allowed it, would even blow it out. "Light it, dear nurse, light it. I was a cruel monster to forbid you earlier. As you light the lamp you say your prayers, and I, in rejoicing for your sake, say mine also. That means we pray to the same God." Strange did those words seem to us, and mother would go away to her room and weep, though when she came in again to him she would wipe her eyes and assume an air of cheerfulness. "Dear mother, don't cry, my darling," he used to say. "I have much time to live yet. I shall make merry with you both, and my life will be joyful and merry." "Oh, dear boy, what kind of merriment can there be for you, when all night you burn in a fever and cough till your chest nearly bursts apart?" "Mamma," he replied to her, "do not weep. Life is paradise, and we are all in paradise, but we don't want to realize it, and if we did care to realize it, paradise would be established in all the world tomorrow." And we all wondered at his words, so strangely and so resolutely did he say this. We felt tender emotion and we wept. Friends would come to visit us. "My beloved, my dear ones," he would say, "what have I done to deserve your love? Why do you love such a one as me? and why did I not know it and value it earlier? To the servants who came in he would say every moment, "My beloved, my dear ones, why do you serve me? Am I worthy of it? If God would have mercy on me and let me stay among the living, I would serve you, for all must serve one another." Kind mother, when she heard this, shook her head. "My dear one, it's your illness that's making you talk like this." "Mama, joy of my life," he said, "it's impossible that there be no masters and no servants, but let me be the servant of my servants, and let me be to them what they are to me. And I say to you also, dear mother, that each of us is guilty before the other for everything, and I more than any." Dear mother smiled wryly at this. She wept and smiled, saying, "But why are you more guilty before all than anyone else? What about the murderers and brigands? What offenses have you committed, that you should blame yourself more than anyone else?" "Dear mother, droplet of my blood," he said. At that time he had begun to use endearments of this kind, unexpected ones. "Beloved droplet of my blood, joyful one, you must learn that of a truth each of us is guilty before all for everyone and everything. I do not know how to explain this to you, but I feel that it is so, to the point of torment. And how could we have lived all this time being angry with one another and knowing nothing of this?" Thus did he arise from slumber, each day growing more and more full of tender piety and joy, and trembling all over with love. The doctor used to come, old Eisenschmidt, the German, on his rounds. "Well, doctor, will I live another day upon the earth?" he would ask. He used to like to play the clown with him. "Not only will you live another day, you will live many days yet," the doctor used to reply to him. "You will live for months and even years." "Oh, what use are months and years?" he would exclaim. "Why count the days, when one is enough for a man to know all of happiness? My dear ones, why do we quarrel, boast in front of one another, remember wrongs against one another? We should go straight into the garden and make merry and romp, love and praise and kiss one another, and bless our lives. He is not long for the world, your son," the doctor told dear mother as she was seeing him off from the porch. "He is lapsing from illness into madness." The windows of his room overlooked the garden, and our garden was a shady one, with old trees on which the springtime buds were forming, and where the early birds came to rest, twittering and singing through his windows. And suddenly, as he looked at them, lost in wonder at them, he began to ask them for forgiveness. "Birds of God, birds of joy, you must forgive me too, for against you too I have sinned." No one was able to understand this at the time, but he wept with joy. "Yes," he said, "all around me there has been such divine glory, birds, trees, meadows, sky, and I alone have lived in disgrace, I alone have dishonored it all, completely ignoring its beauty and glory." "You take too many sins upon yourself," dear mother would say, weeping. "But dear mother, joy of my life, I am crying from joy, and not from grief. Why, I myself want to be guilty before them, only I cannot explain it to you, for I do not know how to love them. Let me be culpable before all, and then all will forgive me, and that will be paradise. Am I not in paradise now?" And there was much more, which I cannot remember and cannot enter here. I recall that I once went in to see him alone, when there was no one attending him. The hour was vesperal, serene, the sun was going down, illuminating all his room with an oblique ray. At the sight of me he motioned me towards him. I went across to him and he took me around the shoulders with both hands, looked into my face tenderly, lovingly. "Well," he said, "off you go now and play and live for me." I left then, and went off to play. But many times in my life I have remembered with tears how he told me to live for him. Many more wondrous and beautiful things did he say, though they were incomprehensible to us at the time. He died during the 3rd week after Easter, conscious, and though by that time he had stopped talking, he did not change right up to his very last hour, looked joyful, with good cheer in his eyes, kept seeking us with his gaze, smiling to us, calling us. Even in the town people talked much about his death. All this affected me deeply at the time, but not too much, though I wept a great deal at his burial. I was a youngster, a child, but in my heart it all remained ineradicably, the emotion was preserved. It would all, inevitably, in its own time, rise up and answer like an echo. And so indeed it came to pass. Concerning Holy Scripture in the life of Father Zosima. Then dear mother and I were left alone. It was not long before good acquaintances began to counsel her, saying, "Look, now you have only one son left, and you are not poor, you have capital, so why not follow the example of others and send your son to St. Petersburg? If he stays here you may deprive him of a noble destiny." And they advised dear mother to take me to St. Petersburg and have me enrolled in the cadet corps, in order that I might subsequently enter the Imperial Guard. For a long time dear mother hesitated. How was she to part with the last of her sons? In the end, however, she made her decision, though not without many tears, in the hope of contributing towards my happiness. She took me to St. Petersburg, secured me a place in the corps, and after that I never saw her again, for at the end of 3 years she too died, having all three of them grieved and trembled for us both. Of my parental home I have retained only precious memories, for a person can have no memories more precious than those of his earliest childhood in his parental home, and this is nearly always so, if there is in the family even the slightest degree of love and union. Indeed, precious memories may be retained even from the very worst of families, if only your soul is capable of seeking that which is precious. Among my domestic memories I also include my memories of biblical history, which in my parental home, though only a child, I was very curious to learn. In those days I had a book, a biblical history, with beautiful pictures and the title 104 Sacred Tales of the Old and New Testaments, too, and using it I also learned to read. Even now it sits upon my shelf here, and I guard it like a precious memory. But I recall that even before I learned to read, there visited me a certain spiritual awakening, when I was only 8 years of age. On the Monday of Holy Week dear mother took me alone, I do not recall where my brother was at that time, to the Temple of the Lord, for morning Massachusetts. It was a sunny day, and as I remember it now I seem to see once again the incense rising from the censer and quietly floating aloft, and up in the cupola, through the narrow little window, God's rays fairly streaming into the church down upon us, and, as it rose towards them in waves, how the incense appeared to dissolve in them. I watched in tender emotion, and for the first time in my life I accepted with understanding the first seed of God's word into my soul. Out into the midst of the temple came a young lad bearing a large book, so large that it seemed to me he could hardly carry it, and placed it upon the lectern, opened it and began to read, and suddenly for the first time I understood some of it. For the first time in my life I understood what was read in the temple of God. There was a man in the land of Uz, 3 perfect and upright, and his substance was such and so many camels, so and so many sheep and she-asses, and his sons went and feasted in their houses, and he loved them greatly and said prayers for them to God, for perhaps they had sinned in feasting. And then when the sons of God went to present themselves before the Lord, Satan came along with them, and said he had come from going to and fro in the earth and from walking up and down in it. Hast thou considered my servant Job? For God asked him. And God boasted to Satan, pointing to his great and perfect servant. And Satan smiled mockingly at God's words, "Deliver him unto me, and you will see that your servant will raise his voice against you and curse your name." And God delivered his righteous one, whom he so loved, unto Satan, and Satan smote his sons and his daughters and cattle, and scattered his wealth, suddenly, as by one of God's thunderbolts, and Job rent his mantle, and fell down upon the ground, and began to wail, "Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this day hence and evermore." Fathers and teachers, look leniently upon my tears now, for all my youth seems to rise up before me once again, and I seem to breathe now as I breathed then with my paltry lungs of an 8-year-old boy, and feel, as I did then, surprise, confusion and joy. And those camels so engaged my imagination then, and Satan, who could talk to God in such a manner, and God, delivering his servant to ruin, and his servant, exclaiming, "Blessed be your name, in spite of that you punish me." And afterwards the sweet and quiet singing in the temple, "Let my prayer arise," 5, and again the incense from the priest's censer and the kneeling prayer. Ever since that day, why, only yesterday I took it into my hands again, I have been unable to read that most biblical of tales without tears. What unimaginable greatness and mystery it contains! Later on I heard the words of the mockers and blasphemers, proud words. How could the Lord deliver the most beloved of his saints to the idle ploys of Satan, take his children from him, smite him with illness and sore boils, so that he took him a potsherd to scrape the pus from his wounds, and for what? Merely in order to be able to boast to Satan, that is what my perfect servant is able to endure for my sake. But the greatness of it is that here there is a mystery, that here the earth's transitory countenance and eternal truth have come into contact with each other. In the face of earthly truth, an act of eternal truth is accomplished. Here the Creator, as in the first days of creation, completing each day with an utterance of praise, that which I have made is good, looks at Job and again praises one of his creations. But Job, in praising the Lord, serves not only him, but also the whole of his creation from generation to generation and from age to age, evermore, for to that he has been preordained. Lord, what a book this is, and what lessons there are in it! What a book is Holy Scripture! What a miracle and what a strength is given to man with it! Like a sculpture composed of the world, of man and human characters, and it has all been named and explained for the ages, evermore. And how many mysteries are resolved and revealed! God gives Job back his well-being, grants him wealth anew, again many years go by, and lo, he has more children, new children, and he loves them, Lord, but how can he love these new children, one might think, when the ones he had before are no more living, when he has lost them? Remembering them, how can he be truly happy as he was before, with new ones, however dear those new ones are to him? But he can, the old grief of the great mystery of human life gradually passes into a quiet, tender joy. In place of the boiling blood of youth there comes a meek, serene old age. I bless the daily rising of the sun, and my heart sings to it as it did of old, but now I am more enamored of its setting, its long, oblique rays, and the quiet, gentle, tender memories that accompany them, the dear images from the whole of a long and blessed life, and above it all the truth of God, moving, reconciling, all forgiving. My life is approaching its end, I know that and sense it, but with each day of mine that remains now I can feel my earthly life coming into contact with a new, infinite, unknown but closely approaching life, whose premonition makes my soul tremble with ecstasy, my mind flood with light, and my heart weep joyfully. Friends and teachers, I have heard on several occasions, and it is a call that in recent times has become even more audible, our Russian priests, especially the rural ones, complaining tearfully and universally about their small stipends and the degradation of their position, and declaring bluntly, even in print, I myself have read such things, that they cannot interpret the scriptures to the people any longer now, for their stipends are too small, and if the Lutherans and heretics are now arriving and beginning to lure away their flocks, then let it be so, for their stipends are too small. Lord, I think, may God grant them an increase in those stipends that are so precious to them, for their complaint is justified, but verily I say, if anyone is guilty in this regard, then half the guilt is our own. For though it may be true that he has no time, though he may be justified in claiming that he is all the time oppressed by work and religious ceremonies, why, even so, it is not all the time, and he does after all have an hour or so in all the week in which he can also remember God. Then again, his work is not performed the year round. Were he to assemble in his home once a week, at the evening hour, at first only the small children, their fathers would come to hear of it, and the fathers, too, would start to arrive. And it would not be necessary to build a mansion for this undertaking, but merely to receive some guests in one's izba. Have no fear, I say to him, they will not make a mess of your izba, after all it is only for a single hour that you will hold your assembly. Come then, I say to him, open this book before them and begin to read without long words and without self-conceit, not putting yourself above them, but tenderly and gently, yourself taking delight in what you read to them and so that they listen to you and understand you, who love those words yourself, stopping only occasionally in order to explain some word incomprehensible to the common folk. Do not worry, they will understand it all. Their orthodox hearts will understand it all. Read to them of Abraham and Sarah, of Isaac and Rebekah, of how Jacob went to Laban and wrestled in a dream with the Lord and said, how dreadful is this place, 6 and you will make an impression on the devout minds of the common folk. Read to them, and to the little children especially, of how the brothers sold into slavery their own brother, the sweet boy Joseph, the dreamer and great prophet, telling their father that his son had been devoured by an evil beast, and showing him his bloodied coat. Read how then the brothers went down to buy corn in Egypt, and Joseph, by now a great courtier, unrecognized by them, tormented them, accused them, detained his brother Benjamin, yet loving them all the while. I love you and, loving, torment you. For after all, throughout the whole of his life he had remembered ceaselessly how they had sold him somewhere in the hot steppe, by a well, to some merchants, and how, wringing his hands, he had wept and begged his brothers not to sell him as a slave into a strange land, and now, setting eyes on them again after so many years, loved them again immeasurably, but tormented and tortured them, loving them all the while. At last he withdrew from them, unable to endure the torment of his own heart, threw himself upon his couch and wept. Then he wiped his face and came out to them bright and radiant and announced to them, "Brethren, I am Joseph your brother." Then I say to him, you may read further of how the elder Jacob rejoiced upon learning that his beloved son was still alive and went into Egypt, forsaking his native land, and died in a strange country, uttering in his testament the very great pronouncement, 7 which had lodged mysteriously within his meek and fearful heart throughout the whole of his life, that from among his tribe, the tribe of Judah, would come the great hope of the world, its reconciler and savior. Fathers and teachers, forgive me and do not be angry that like a little child I prattle on about things with which you have long been familiar and concerning which you could instruct me 100 times more cleverly and more elegantly. It is from enthusiasm that I say these things, and you must forgive my tears, for I love this book. Let him also weep, the priest of God, and he will see that the hearts of his listeners tremble in answer to him. All that is required is a little seed, a tiny one. If he throws it into the soul of the common folk, it will not die, it will live on in his soul for the rest of his life, concealed in him amidst the darkness, amidst the stench of his sins, like a point of light, like a great reminder. And it is not necessary to do much explaining or instruction, he will understand it all without that. Do you suppose the common folk will not understand? Try reading to them also the tale, and a touching and moving one it is, of the fair Esther and the haughty Vashti, or the wondrous legend of the prophet Jonah in the belly of the whale. Do not forget, either, the parables of our Lord, especially those in the Gospel according to St. Luke. Such was my practice, and then Saul's conversion of the Jews 8 from the Acts of the Apostles, that is indispensable, and finally perhaps, from the Chatti Minii, the lives of Alexei the man of God and of the sublimely great and joyous martyr and mother, the God-seer and Christ-bearer, Mary of Egypt 9, and you will pierce their hearts with these simple legends, and all of it for only 1 hour each week, regardless of your small stipend, 1 single little hour. And, I say to him, you will see for yourself that our common folk are gracious and ready to give thanks. They will return your kindness 100-fold, remembering the zealous efforts of their priest and his moving words. They will help him voluntarily upon his field 10 and will also help him in his home, and will accord him greater respect than before, thus will his stipend already be made larger. A matter so straightforward that on occasion we have even been afraid to speak of it out loud, for they may laugh at you, and yet how true it is. Whoever has no faith in God will have no faith in God's people either. But whoever acquires faith in God's people will also behold his holiness, even though previously he has had no faith in it at all. Only the people and its coming spiritual strength will convert the atheists among us, who have uprooted themselves from their native soil. And what is the word of Christ without example? Ruin awaits the people without the word of God, for the people's soul thirsts for his word and every beautiful perception. In our youth, a long time past now, very nearly 40 years ago, Father Anfim and I walked the length and breadth of Rus, gathering alms for the monastery, and on one occasion we stayed the night near a large river accessible to shipping, on the bank, with fishermen, and down with us had sat a certain youth of comely aspect, a peasant, some 18 years of age by the look of him, who was hurrying back to his locality in order the following day to haul a merchant's barge in a towing gang. And I saw him looking ahead of him with a moved, clear gaze. It was a light night in July, quiet and warm. The river was wide, a vapor rose from it, refreshing us, a fish jumped here and there with a splash, the birds had fallen silent, all was quiet and fair of form, all was immersed in prayer. And only the two of us, the youth and I, did not sleep, but talked together about the beauty of this world that God has created, and about its great mystery. Each stalk of grass, each little insect, each ant and golden bee, they all to a bewildering extent know the paths they must follow, having no intellect, they testify to God's mystery, incessantly accomplishing it in themselves, and I could see that the heart of the charming youth was fired. He confided to me that he loved the forest, the birds of the forest. He was a bird catcher, understood each of their calls, knew how to lure any bird. "I know of no better thing than to be in the forest," he said, "and indeed it is all good." "Verily," I replied to him, "all is good and magnificent, because all is truth." "Look," I said to him, "upon the horse, that great animal that stands close to man, or at the ox that nourishes him and works for him, thoughtful and with hanging head. Look upon their countenances, what meekness, what devotion to man, who often flogs them without pity, what lack of malice, what trust and what beauty there is in their countenances. It is most moving to realize that they bear no sin, for all things and all creatures universally, all except for man, are without sin, and Christ is with them first, before he is with us." "What?" the youth inquired. "Is Christ with them, as well? How can it be otherwise?" I said to him, "For his word is for all, and all creation and all creatures, each little leaf is striving towards the word, singing praise to God, weeping to Christ, unknown to itself, accomplishing this by the mystery of its sinless life. Yonder in the forest," I said to him, "roams the fearsome bear, menacing and truculent, and yet in no wise guilty because of it." And I told him the story of how once a bear came to a great Saint 11 who was living as a hermit in the forest, in a little cell, and how the great saint was moved to compassion for it, fearlessly went out to it and gave it a piece of bread, saying, "Off you go now, Christ is with you," and how the truculent beast withdrew, obediently and meekly, causing him no harm. And the youth was moved at the notion that the bear had withdrawn without causing any harm, and that Christ was with him, too. "Oh," he said, "how good that is, how all God's things are good and wondrous." He sat in sweet and quiet reflection. I could see he had understood. And beside me he fell into a light and sinless slumber. The Lord bless youth. And then, when I too retired to sleep, I prayed for him. "Lord, send peace and light unto thy people." A reminiscence of the youth and early manhood of the elder Zosima while yet in the secular world. A duel. At St. Petersburg, enrolled in the Cadet Corps, I remained for a long time, almost 8 years, and with the new training I closed off many of my childhood impressions, though I forgot nothing. In their stead did I absorb so many new habits and even opinions that I became transformed into a creature almost savage, cruel and preposterous. I acquired a gloss of politeness and worldly manners together with a knowledge of the French language, while at the same time we all of us viewed the common soldiers who served us in the Corps as not much better than cattle, and I was no exception in this regard. Indeed, I was perhaps worse than the rest, for of all my companions I was the most receptive to outside influences. When we graduated as Hussars we were ready to shed our blood if anyone offended the honor of our regiment, while of genuine honor none of us had the slightest conception, and had any of us had one, he himself would have been the first to laugh it to scorn. Drunkenness, debauchery and reckless behavior were things of which we were very nearly proud. I will not say that we were wicked, all these young men were good at heart, but conducted themselves in a wicked fashion, and I in the wickedest of all. The point was that some capital of my own had come into my hands, and so I proceeded to live for my own enjoyment, with all my youthful headlong desire, free of restraint, I set forth at full sail. But here is the wondrous part. At that time I read books and did so with positively great enjoyment. Only the Bible did I almost never open, though I never parted with it either, but took it with me everywhere. In truth, I was cherishing that book, without myself being aware of the fact, for an hour, and a day, and a month, and a year. 12 Having served thus for some 4 years, I found myself at length in the town of K, where our regiment was at that time stationed. The social life of the town was diverse, crowded and merry, welcoming and opulent, and everywhere I was received well, for I had been born with a cheerful disposition, and was moreover reputed to be not exactly a pauper, which in society counts for more than a little. It was at this juncture that there occurred a certain circumstance that was to serve as the start of it all. I became attached to a certain young and attractive maiden, intelligent and deserving, of radiant and noble character, the daughter of respected parents. These were people of no small consequence, they had wealth, influence and power, and they received me cordially and with affection. And then I suddenly took it into my head that the girl was tenderly disposed towards me. My heart caught fire at such a dream. I later perceived and fully realized that it was possible I had loved her with such passion not at all, but had simply revered her exalted intellect and character, something I could hardly have failed to do. At the time, however, love of self prevented me from offering my hand to her. Wretched and dreadful did it seem to have to say goodbye to the temptations of a lewd, untrammeled, bachelor existence at such young years, given, to boot, the possession of money. Though I did drop certain hints. At any rate, for a short while I postponed taking any decisive step. Then without notice I had to undertake a special assignment in another district for 2 months. When the 2 months were up I returned and suddenly discovered that the girl was now married, to a rich local landowner, a man who though older than myself in years was still young, with connections in the capital and in the best society, something I did not have, a man of great kindness who was, moreover, progressively educated, and that kind of education I did not possess at all. So shocked was I by this unexpected occurrence that I almost lost my reason. My principal distress lay in at the same time discovering that this young landowner had long been her fiancé and in the fact that on a number of occasions I had met him at her parents' home, but, blinded by the virtues of my character, had failed to notice anything. This it was, however, that I found hardest of all to take. How could it be that everyone had known about it, yet I alone had not? And I suddenly felt an intolerable surge of malice. With color in my face, I began to recall how many times I had almost declared my love to her, and as she had not stopped me or warned me, I concluded that she had been laughing at me. Later, of course, I thought the better of this, recollecting that she had in no way laughed at me. On the contrary, she herself had playfully cut short such conversations, substituting other topics in their place, but at the time I was unable to perceive this and blazed with vengefulness. I remember that this vengefulness and this anger of mine were wretched and abhorrent to me in the extreme as, being of an easygoing nature, I was unable to be angry with anyone for long, and so I fanned the flames myself, as it were, artificially, in the end behaving in a manner that was preposterous and morally deformed. I bided my time, and on one occasion I suddenly managed to insult my rival on what was apparently the most irrelevant of pretexts, making fun of a certain opinion he expressed concerning a certain important event then. This took place in the year 182613, and succeeded in doing so wittily and with finesse, so people said. Then I forced him to call me to account, and during our discussion I behaved so offensively that he accepted my challenge, in spite of the enormous difference between us, for I was younger than he, insignificant and of lowly rank. I subsequently gained reliable knowledge that he had accepted my challenge also out of some kind of jealous feeling towards me. He had been a little jealous of me even earlier, in respect of his wife, whom then he had only been engaged to. Now he thought that if she were to learn that he had endured an insult from me but had not challenged me to a duel, she would begin involuntarily to despise him and her love for him would grow uncertain. I quickly obtained a companion who was a lieutenant in our regiment. Although at that time duels were savagely punished, there was what amounted to a kind of vogue for them among the servicemen, so widespread and ingrained do barbarous prejudices on occasion grow. The end of June was approaching, and now our meeting had been appointed for the morrow, outside town, at 7 o'clock in the morning, and in truth, there then befell me something that was in a way to seal my fate. That evening, upon returning home, in a state of truculence and moral deformity, I became angry with my Batman of fantasy and struck him twice about the face with all my strength, drawing blood. He had been in my employ but a short time, and I had had occasion to strike him previously, but never with such brutal savagery. And perhaps you will credit it, dear ones, if I tell you that 40 years have passed since that day, yet even now I remember it with shame and torment. I went to bed and fell asleep for some 3 hours. When I raised my head again the day was already beginning. I suddenly got to my feet, did not feel like sleeping anymore, walked over to the window, opened it looked onto the garden, and saw the sun rising, everything warm and beautiful, the calls of the birds beginning to resound. Why does my soul feel as though there were something shameful and base in it? I wondered. Is it not perhaps because I am going to spill blood? No, I thought, it did not seem to be that. Well then, was it not because I was afraid of death, afraid of being killed? No, not that at all, not even that. And suddenly I realized what it was because the evening before I had mercilessly beaten a fantasy. And suddenly I saw it all again, as though it were being repeated. He stood before me, and I struck him with all my might, directly in the face, while he kept his hands at his sides, his head held erect, his eyes staring as though he were standing to attention on the parade ground, quivering with each blow and not even daring to raise an arm in order to shield himself. And this was what a human being had been reduced to. This was one man beating another. What a crime! It was as though a sharp needle had passed right through my soul. I stood there like a crazy man, and the sun was shining, the leaves were rejoicing, sparkling, and the birds were singing their praise to God. I covered my face with the palms of both hands, collapsed onto the bed and broke into violent sobbing. And then I remembered my brother Markel and the words he had spoken to our servants before his death. My beloved, my dear ones, why do you serve me? Am I worthy of it? Yes, am I worthy of it? Suddenly leapt through my head. Indeed, why should I be worthy of having another man, the same as I was, the image and likeness of God, serve me? Thus it was that this question thrust itself into my mind for the first time. Dear mother, beloved droplet of my blood, in truth each of us is guilty before the others for everyone, only people don't realize it, but if they did, we should all instantly be in paradise. O Lord, is that not true also? I wept, and I thought, in truth I am perhaps more guilty than all, and worse than all the other people in the world. And suddenly the whole truth presented itself to me in all its enlightenment. What was I going to do? I was going to kill a good and clever man of noble spirit, who was in no way culpable in my regard, and thereby deprive his spouse of happiness forever, torture her and kill her. With these thoughts did I lie prone upon the bed, my face pressed to the pillow, marking not at all the onward flux of time. Suddenly my companion, the lieutenant, came in to fetch me, with the pistols. Ah, he said, that's good, you're up, come on now, it's time, let us be on our way. At that, I began to rush to and fro, completely lost my head, but nevertheless we went outside to get into the landau. Wait here, I said to him, I shall be back in an instant, I have left my purse inside. And I ran back alone into my quarters, and went straight to a fantasy's little cupboard of a room. A fantasy, I said, yesterday I struck you twice in the face, please forgive me, I said. He fairly started, as though he had taken fright, staring at me, and I perceived that this was not enough, not nearly enough, and suddenly, just as I was, in my epaulets, I bumped my forehead to the ground, right at his feet. Forgive me, I said. At that point he froze in complete stupefaction. Your Honor, Father, Baron, how can you, am I worthy of it? And he suddenly began to weep, just as I had done earlier, covered his face with the palms of both hands, turned to the window and shook violently all over with tears, while I ran out to my companion and sprang into the landau with a shout of drive on. If you want to see a victor, I cried to him, there is one sitting before you now. I was in a kind of ecstasy, laughing and talking all the way. I do not remember now what I talked about. He looked at me, well, brother, you're a brave fellow, I can see you'll be a credit to the uniform. Thus did we arrive at the place, and they were already there, waiting for us. We were placed apart, at 12 paces distance from each other. He had the first shot. I stood before him cheerfully, face to face, direct, not blinking an eyelid, gazing at him pleasantly, knowing what I was about to do. When he fired, the shot only grazed my cheek, brushing past my ear. Thank God, I cried, no one has been killed. And I seized my pistol, turned behind me and threw it up into the air, over into the forest. There, I cried, good riddance to you. I turned round to face my antagonist. Dear sir, I said, I ask your forgiveness, a stupid young man, for having through my own fault caused you great offense and having now compelled you to shoot at me. I am 10 times your inferior, and possibly even more. Please convey that to the lady whom you honor more than anyone else in the world. No sooner were the words out of my mouth when all three of them began to shout and clamor. "Excuse me," said my antagonist, really losing his temper, "if you had no intention of fighting, why did you put me to all this trouble?" "Yesterday I was still stupid," I said, "but today I have acquired a bit of sense." I made my reply sound cheerful. "I believe you about yesterday," he said, "but about today it is difficult to concur with your opinion." "Bravo!" I cried to him, clapping my hands. "I agree with you on that, too. I deserve it." "Are you going to shoot, dear sir, or not?" "No, I am not," I said, "but if you wish you may fire again, though it would be better if you refrained from doing so." The seconds, too, raised a cry of protest, especially my own, who shouted, "What do you mean by bringing shame upon the regiment, asking for forgiveness while on the firing line?" If only I had known. I stood there facing them all, but I was no longer laughing. "Gentlemen," I said, "is it really such an astonishing thing in our time to encounter a man who is willing to show remorse for his stupidity and to publicly apologize for that of which he is guilty?" "But not on the firing line, surely," my second shouted again. "That is the whole point," I replied to him. "That is the astonishing thing, because I ought to have apologized when first we arrived, even before his shot, in order not to lead him into great and mortal sin. But we have established ourselves in the world," I said, "in a manner so morally deformed that to act thus was well nigh impossible, for only after I had faced his shot at 12 paces could my words mean anything to him now, and had I spoken them before his shot, when first we arrived, he would simply have said I was a coward, frightened of his pistol and not worth listening to. Gentlemen," I suddenly exclaimed with all my heart, "take a look around you at God's gifts, the sunny sky, the pure air, the gentle grass, the birds, a nature that is beautiful and without sin, while we alone, are godless and stupid and do not realize that life is paradise, for all that we have to do is to want to understand, and at once it will begin in all its beauty, and we shall embrace one another and weep." I wanted to go on, but I could not. I was even out of breath, in a delightfully pleasant, youthful sort of way, and in my heart there was such happiness as I had never experienced in all my life. "All that is very sensible and devout," my antagonist said to me, "and, at any rate, you are a man of originality." "You may laugh," I said to him, laughing, "but later you will praise me." "But I am ready to praise you now, by all means. I give you my hand, for you seem like a man who is really sincere." "No," I said, "don't do it just now, but later, when I have made myself better and deserved your respect, then you may give it to me, and you will do well to do so." We returned home. My second showered me with abuse all the way home, but I kept embracing him. My companions instantly got to hear of what had happened, and they gathered together in order to court-martial me that very day. "He's besmirched the uniform," they said. "He ought to leave the service." Voices for the defense were also heard. "He faced one shot, after all," they said. "Yes, but he was afraid of the other shots and asked for forgiveness on the firing line." "If he'd been afraid of being shot," retorted the voices for the defense, "he'd have fired his pistol first, before asking forgiveness, but he threw it into the forest fully loaded. No, it was something else, something original." I listened. It amused me to look at them. "My dearest friends and companions," I said, "please do not be anxious about my leaving the service, because I have already taken the necessary steps. I have handed in my application and did so this morning, at the Chancery. When I receive my discharge I shall at once go and join a monastery, and as a matter of fact, that is why I have made my application." As soon as I said this, they all of them to a man burst into loud laughter. "Oh, you should have told us in the first place, that explains it all. We can't court-martial a monk," they said, laughing, and would not quieten down, yet their laughter was not at all derisive but rather affectionate and merry. They all suddenly grew fond of me, even those who had been my most fervid accusers, and thereafter, throughout that whole month, until my discharge came through, it was as if they carried me around on their shoulders. "Oh, you monk," they would say. And each of them had an affectionate word for me. They began to try to talk me out of it, felt really sorry for me. "What are you doing to yourself?" "No," they would say, "he's one of us, and he's brave. He faced that shot but couldn't fire his own pistol. He must have had a dream the night before about becoming a monk, and that's why he couldn't do it." In the town's social circles the reaction was almost the same. Whereas previously I had not been noticed much there, but merely received with cordiality, now all of a sudden they all started vying with one another to get to know me and invite me to their houses, and while they laughed at me, they also treated me with affection. I should observe here that although people talked about our duel quite openly at the time, the military authorities covered up the affair, for my antagonist was a close relative of the general, and as the whole thing had passed off without any blood being spilt and seemed almost to have been done in jest, and as, moreover, I had applied for a discharge, they did indeed turn it into a jest. And then I began to talk out loud and without fear, in spite of their laughter, because it was not malicious but good-natured. These conversations took place for the most part at soirees, in the company of ladies. At that time it was mostly the women who were fond of listening to me, compelling their men folk to do likewise. But how can it be that I am guilty before everyone, each of them would say, laughing in my face. Well, how can I be guilty before you, for example? Oh, I replied to them, how can you hope to understand that, when the whole world has long been progressing along another road, and when downright falsehood is considered by us as truth, and when we expect and demand similar falsehood from others? What I did, you see, was to go and act sincerely for once in my life, and what was the result? That I became a kind of holy fool to you all. Even though you have taken a liking to me, you still laugh at me, I said. But how could one not take a liking to you, the hostess said to me laughing aloud in my presence, though the gathering in her house was a numerous one. Suddenly I saw arising from the midst of the ladies that same young female person for whose sake I had issued the challenge to the duel and whom so recently I had intended to make my bride. I had not observed her arrival at the soiree. She got to her feet, came over to me and extended her hand. Please allow me to make it clear to you, she said, that I am the first to refrain from laughing at you, and that, on the contrary, I thank you with tears and declare my respect for you concerning the action you took. At that point her husband, too, came over, and then suddenly they were all reaching out their hands to me, practically embracing me. I was filled with gladness, but most of all I suddenly noticed a certain gentleman, a man already advanced in years, who was also coming up to me. Though I knew him by name, I had never made his acquaintance, and until that evening we had not even exchanged so much as a word. The mysterious visitor. He had been in government service in our town for a long time, and occupied an eminent position, was a man looked up to by all, rich, with a reputation for philanthropy, donated significant sums of capital to the almshouse and the orphanage and, in addition to this, performed many good deeds in secret, without publicity, all of which was subsequently discovered after his death. He was about 50 years of age and had an air about him almost of severity, said little. He had, on the other hand, been married for no more than 10 years to a spouse still young, from whom he had had 3 children as yet still in their infancy. The following evening I sat alone at home, when suddenly my door opened and this same gentleman entered my lodgings. I should observe that I was not then living in my previous quarters, having, as soon as I had handed in my application for a discharge, vacated them for others in the home of an old woman, a civil servant's widow, and her maid. My removal to these new lodgings took place solely because on the very same day I returned from my duel I had dispatched a fantasy back to his company, for I was ashamed to look him in the eye after the action I had taken towards him earlier, so inclined is the unprepared secular to be ashamed of even those deeds of his that are most just. The gentleman who had entered my lodgings said to me, I have been listening to you in various homes with great curiosity for several days now and have at last conceived a desire to become personally acquainted with you in order to talk with you in more detail. Can you, dear sir, perform for me such a great favor? I can, I said, with the greatest of pleasure, and shall consider it a particular honor. As I said this, I felt almost afraid, such a striking impression had he made on me from the very first moment. For although people had listened to me and had shown curiosity, no man had yet approached me with such an earnest and severe inward demeanor. And this one had actually come into my own lodgings. He sat down. Great, he continued, is the strength of character that I discern in you, for you were not afraid to serve the truth in such an affair, where you ran the risk of bearing, for the sake of your sense of what is right, the general contempt of all. I think you possibly exaggerate your praise of me. I said to him. No, I do not exaggerate, he replied to me. Believe me, it is far more difficult to accomplish such an action than you suppose. In fact, he continued, that was the thing that struck me so greatly, and is the real reason why I have come to see you. Please describe for me, if you do not shrink from my curiosity as being possibly indecent, what it was you felt at that moment when in the course of a duel you resolved to ask for forgiveness, if you remember? Please do not construe my question as a frivolous one, on the contrary, in asking it I have a secret purpose of my own, one which I shall certainly explain to you later, if it shall please God to bring us more intimately together. All the time he was saying this, I looked him straight in the eye and suddenly experienced towards him a most powerful sense of trust, added to which there was a curiosity unusual in myself, for I could feel that there was within his soul a secret of some peculiar nature. You ask what it was I felt at the moment I asked forgiveness of my opponent, I replied to him, but I would do best to tell you right at the outset what I have not yet told to others. And I told him all that had taken place with the fantasy at my quarters and how I had bowed to the earth before him. From that you may see for yourself, I concluded, that by the time it came to the duel I already felt easier, for I had begun my progress at home, and once I had embarked upon that road, all that followed later was not only without difficulty, but even joyous and merry. He heard me through, watching me in such a pleasant manner. All this, he said, is exceedingly curious, and I shall come and see you again not once, but many times. And from that day hence he began to drop in on me practically every evening. And we should have become great friends, had he also told me about himself. On that subject, however, he said almost not a word, keeping up a constant flow of questions about me, instead. In spite of this, I grew very fond of him and with perfect trust confided to him all my feelings, for I thought, why do I require to know his secrets? I do not need them in order to see that the man is righteous. What is more, he is such an earnest fellow and unequal to me in years, yet he comes to visit me, a youth, and does not show disdain for me. And many useful things did I learn from him, for he was a man of lofty intellect. That life is paradise, he told me one day, is something I have long thought about, adding suddenly, it is all that I think about. He looked at me, smiling. I am more convinced of it than you, and later you shall discover why. Hearing this, I thought to myself, it sounds as though he wants to divulge something to me. Paradise, he said, is concealed in each one of us, and now it is contained within myself, and I want it to begin for me tomorrow and to last for the rest of my life. I looked, he spoke with tender piety, watching me mysteriously, as though he were questioning me. And as for what you said, he continued, about each person being guilty for all creatures and for all things, as well as his own sins, there your reasoning was perfectly correct, and it is remarkable that you were suddenly able to embrace this idea in such completeness. And indeed it is true that when people understand this idea the kingdom of heaven will begin for them, not in a dream but in actual fact. But when, I exclaimed to him then with sorrow, will that come true, and will it ever come true? Is it not only a dream and nothing else? There, he said, you have no faith, you preach to others yet have no faith yourself. Know then that this dream will come true, as you put it, have faith in that, only it will not be now. For every process has its law. This is a matter of the soul and of psychology. In order for the world to be transformed into a new mold, it is necessary that human beings themselves shall psychically turn on to another path. Until you really make yourself the brother to all, brotherhood will not arrive. Never, prompted by science or self-interest alone, will human beings be able to share their property and their privileges in harmless fashion. None will consider that he has enough, and all will grumble, envying and destroying one another. You ask when what I describe will come true. It will come true, but first there must be a period of human solitariness. What kind of solitariness do you mean? I asked him. The kind that reigns everywhere now, particularly in our own time, though it has not yet established itself universally, and its hour has not yet come. For each now strives to isolate his person as much as possible from the others, wishing to experience within himself life's completeness, yet from all his efforts there results not life's completeness but a complete suicide, for instead of discovering the true nature of their being, they lapse into total solitariness. For in our era all are isolated into individuals, each retires solitary within his burrow, each withdraws from the other, conceals himself in that which he possesses, and ends by being rejected of men and by rejecting them. He amasses wealth in solitariness, thinking, "How strong I am now and how secure," yet he does not know, the witless one, that the more he amasses, the further he will sink into suicidal impotence. For he has become accustomed to relying upon himself alone and has isolated himself from the whole as an individual, has trained his soul not to trust in help from others, in human beings and mankind, and is fearful only of losing his money and the privileges he has acquired. In every place today the human mind is mockingly starting to lose its awareness of the fact that a person's true security consists not in his own personal, solitary effort, but in the common integrity of humankind. But it will certainly be the case that this terrible solitariness will come to an end, and all will comprehend at once how unnaturally they have divided themselves one from the other. Such will be the spirit of the age, and they will be astonished that they have sat in darkness for so long without seeing the light. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. 14. But until that day we must nevertheless cherish the banner from time to time, and even though he does it individually, a man must suddenly show an example and lead his soul out of solitariness to a heroic deed of brotherly and loving communion, even though he does it in the capacity of a holy fool. This, in order that the great idea shall not die. In such ardent and enraptured colloquies did our evenings pass, one after the other. I even gave up my rounds of society and began to appear less and less frequently as a visitor in people's homes. The fashion surrounding me had, moreover, begun to pass. I say this not in condemnation, for I continued to receive affection and a cheerful welcome, but of the circumstance that in the social world fashion is a not inconsiderable empress, of that one must also take cognizance. Upon my mysterious visitor, on the other hand, I began to gaze at last in admiration, for, in addition to the pleasure I experienced in the face of his intellect, I began to sense that he was nourishing within himself a certain project and was preparing himself for what might possibly be a great heroic deed. It may also have been that he was pleased I did not show any outward curiosity about his secret, that neither directly nor by allusion did I question him about it. At length, however, I perceived that he had almost begun to live in an agony of wishing to divulge something to me. At any rate, this became quite plain approximately a month after he had taken to visiting me. "Are you aware," he asked me one day, "that there is in the town a great deal of curiosity concerning us both? People find it strange that I come to see you so often. But let them, for soon all will be explained." At times he was suddenly assailed by an extreme agitation, and almost invariably in such cases he would get up and leave. At other times, however, he would stare at me long and penetratingly, and I would think, he is going to say something in a moment, but he would suddenly interrupt his thoughts and begin to talk of something ordinary and of common knowledge. He also began frequently to complain of headaches. And then one day, quite unexpectedly, after he had spoken long and ardently, I saw him turn suddenly pale, his face completely twisted and distorted, staring at me. "What ails you?" I said. "Do you feel unwell?" For he had indeed complained of a headache. "Do you know? I killed a person." He said it smiling, but he was white as chalk. Why does he smile, was the thought that suddenly transfixed my heart, before I had time to make any sense of it. I too had turned pale. "What is this you say?" I cried to him. "You see," he replied to me, still with a pale, ironic smile, "how much it has cost me to say the first word. Now that I have said it, I think I have started along the road. I shall travel it." Long did I not believe him, and indeed I came to it not at once but only after he had been to see me for 3 days in a row and narrated it all to me in detail. I had considered him deranged, but ended at last by being convinced, with the greatest sorrow and surprise, which I took no pains to conceal. There had been committed by him a great and terrible crime, 14 years before, against a certain wealthy lady, a young and attractive person, the widow of a landowner, who owned a house in our town for when she made visits there. Having conceived a great love for her, he made her a declaration of love and began to try to persuade her to marry him. She had, however, already given her heart to another, a certain aristocratic military man of considerable rank who was at that time on a campaign, 15, but whom she soon expected to return to her. She rejected his proposal and asked him not to pay her visits. Having ceased to do so, but being familiar with the disposition of her house, one night he stole into her chambers from the garden by way of the roof, with the greatest of boldness, risking discovery. But as very often is the case, it is precisely those crimes committed with uncommon boldness that are most frequently successful. Entering the garret of the house through a dormer window, he descended to her accommodations by means of the stepladder, being aware that the door at its foot was not always secured by lock and key, thanks to the negligence of the servants. He had been relying upon this inadvertence on the present occasion, too, and found it to be so. Making his way to the living apartments, he passed in the darkness into her bedchamber, in which a lamp was burning. And, as if by design, both of her maidservants had gone out on the sly, without asking permission, to a name-day celebration that was taking place in a house on that same street. The rest of the servants and serving maids were asleep in the servants' rooms and the kitchen, on the ground floor. At the sight of the sleeping woman his passion flared up, and then his heart was seized by vengeful, jealous hatred and, beside himself, like a man intoxicated, he went over to her and plunged a knife straight into her heart, so that she did not even cry out. Then with infernal and most criminal calculation he arranged things so as to suggest that the servants had done it, did not disdain to take her purse, unlocked her chest of drawers with the keys which he fished out from under her pillow and took several items from inside it, in precisely the way an ignorant male servant would have done, that is to say, leaving the securities and taking only the money, taking a few of the larger gold articles and neglecting the small ones that were 10 times more valuable. He also pocketed some other things as keepsakes, but of this later. Having accomplished this dreadful deed, he left by his earlier route. Neither on the following day, when the alarm was raised, nor subsequently throughout all the rest of his life did it ever enter anyone's head to suspect the true villain. Even concerning his love for her no one knew anything, for he had always been of a taciturn and uncommunicative disposition and had no friend to whom he might have confided his soul. He was thought merely to have been an acquaintance of the murdered woman and not even a particularly close one, for during the past 2 weeks he had not paid her an open visit. Her bondsman servant Fyodor was instantly suspected, and indeed all the circumstances fitted together in order to confirm this suspicion, for this servant had known, and the deceased lady had not concealed it from him, that she intended to send him away to the army as payment of the recruit debt 16 owed by her, as he was single and moreover of reprobate conduct. He had been heard in a drinking house, angry and intoxicated, threatening to kill her. And 2 days before her death he had run off to the town where he had stayed at some unknown address. The day after the murder he had been found on the road near the town gate, mortally drunk, with a knife in his pocket, the palm of his right hand oddly stained with blood. He asserted that the blood had come from his nose, but he was not believed. As for the 2 serving maids, they owned up to having been out at the celebration and apologized for having left the front door unlocked until their return. And indeed there were a great number of other similar indications by means of which the innocent servant was ensnared. He was arrested and a process at law was begun, but no more than a week later the arrested man fell sick of a fever and died unconscious in hospital. With that the matter was closed, abandoned to the will of God, and all, judges, police and society alike, remained convinced that the crime had been committed by no one but the deceased servant. And thereupon began the punishment. The mysterious visitor, who was now my friend, informed me that at first he had not even been tormented by the gnawings of conscience at all. He suffered long torments, but not of that kind, only those of regret at having killed the woman he loved, at the fact that she was no more, and that, having killed her, he had killed his love, while the fire of passion remained within his blood. To the innocent blood he had spilt, however, and to the fact that he had murdered another human being, he almost never devoted any thought at the time. As for the notion that his victim might have become another man's spouse, it seemed to him impossible, and so for a long time he was persuaded in his conscience that he could not have acted any differently. He was initially somewhat perturbed by the arrest of the servant, but the sudden illness and ensuing death of the accused man had the effect of calming him, for in manifest probability the man had died, so he reasoned at the time, not because of his arrest or his fear, but by reason of a catarrhal ague incurred during the days of his flight when, mortally drunk, he had wallowed for an entire night upon the ground. Concerning the articles and money he was little troubled, for, thus did he continue to deliberate, the theft had been committed not for any motive of self-interest, but in order to divert suspicion elsewhere. The value of the stolen things was insignificant, and he soon donated a sum equivalent to its whole and even slightly greater to the almshouse that had been founded in our town. He did this with the especial purpose of stilling his conscience on account of the theft, and it was a remarkable fact that for a time, even quite a long one, he really did experience a sense of calm. He himself told me this. In those days he had embarked upon a period of intense activity in government service, angling for himself a difficult and troublesome assignment which kept him busy for about 2 years, and, being of strong character, he almost began to forget what had taken place, and whenever he did remember it, he tried not to think about it at all. He also embarked upon philanthropy, establishing many institutions and making many charitable donations in our town, announced himself in the capitals, and was elected in Moscow and St. Petersburg as a member of the philanthropic societies there. But nevertheless, in the end he began to reflect, and did so with a torment that was beyond his strength to bear. At this point his fancy was engaged by a certain beautiful and sensible young lady, and he quickly married her, hoping that marriage might dispel his solitary anguish, and that by entering upon a new path and zealously fulfilling his duty in respect of wife and children he would leave his old memories behind once and for all. Instead, what happened was quite contrary to this expectation. Even in the first month of his marriage the ceaseless thought began to trouble him, my wife there, she loves me, but what if she were to find out? When she became pregnant with their first child and announced this to him, he was suddenly troubled. I am giving life, but have taken it away. As his children were born, he thought, how can I dare to love, instruct, and educate them in the ways of man? How can I talk to them of virtue? I have spilt blood. His children grew up and were beautiful, he wanted to caress them, and he thought, but I cannot look upon their serene and innocent countenances, I am not worthy of it. At last he began to see cruel and menacing visions of the blood of his murdered victim, of her young life that had been destroyed, of her blood that cried out to be avenged. He began to have horrible dreams. Being resolute of heart, however, he endured the torment long. By my secret torment I shall redeem it all, he thought. But even this hope was in vain. The longer his suffering continued, the more intense did it grow. His philanthropic activity had begun to earn him respect in society, though all were intimidated by his severe and gloomy character, but the more respect he acquired, the more unendurable to him did it become. He confessed to me that he had thought of killing himself. But instead another dream began to visit him, a dream which he at first considered impossible and crazy, but which leached his heart so greedily that it could not be wrenched away. He dreamed thus, of getting up, going out before the people and declaring to all that he had murdered someone. For some 3 years did he go around with this dream inside him, and it visited him constantly in different aspects. At last he attained the belief with all his heart that, having declared his crime, he would of a certainty heal his soul and be at rest once and for all. Having attained it, however, he felt a sense of horror in his heart, for how could he bring himself to execute this deed? And suddenly there had occurred that incident in the course of my duel. As I gazed at you, I took my resolve. I looked at him. And can it really be, I exclaimed to him, lifting my hands, that a little incident like that was capable of engendering in you such resolution? My resolution has been 3 years in the engendering, he replied to me. The incident at your duel merely gave it a spur. As I gazed at you I reproached myself and envied you. He announced this to me with positive severity. In any case, no one will believe you, I observed to him. 14 years have passed. I have proof, formidable proof. I shall submit it. And then I began to weep, and kissed him. One thing decide for me, one thing, he said to me, as though now all depended on myself. My wife, my children. My wife may die from grief, and though my children will not be deprived of lands and title, they will be the children of an exiled convict, and for I. And the memory that I shall leave behind me in their hearts. I was silent. And to part with them, to leave them for eternity? For it will be for I. I sat there, silently whispering a prayer to myself. At last I arose, filled with dread. What is it? He said, looking at me. Go, I said, declare what you have done. It will all pass, the truth alone will remain. Your children will understand when they grow up how much magnanimity there was in your great resolution. That day he left me as though he had indeed taken his resolve. This notwithstanding, he kept coming back to see me almost every evening for more than 2 weeks, in a state of constant preparation, but still unable to take the final step. He had worn my heart out. Sometimes he would arrive with an air of firmness and say with tender piety, I know that paradise will begin for me, will begin immediately I declare what I have done. For 14 years I have been in hell. I want to suffer. I shall accept suffering and start to live. One can pass one's life in falsehood, but one cannot go back. Now it is not only my neighbor whom I dare not love, but even my own children. O Lord, but after all my children will perhaps understand what my suffering has cost me, and they will not condemn me. The Lord is not in strength, but in truth. All will comprehend the heroic deeds you have accomplished, I said to him, if not now, then later, for you have served truth, a truth that is higher and not of this world. And he would leave me like a man consoled, and on the morrow would arrive once more, rancorous and pale, and say mockingly, Every time I come to see you, you look at me with such curiosity, as if to say, have you not declared it yet? Wait, do not be too contemptuous of me. It is, after all, not as easy as it appears to you. It may yet be that I cannot bring myself to do it at all. Perhaps then you will go and inform on me, eh? But not only was I too afraid to look at him with rash curiosity, I even feared to glance at him at all. I was worn out to the point of illness, and my soul was full of tears. I even lost sleep at nights. I have just come, he continued, from my wife. Have you any idea of what a wife is? As I was leaving, my children cried to me, Goodbye, Papa, come back soon and read the Children's Reader 17 with us. No, you have no idea. No man gains wisdom from another's woe. As he said this, his eyes began to glitter and his lips to twitch. Suddenly he brought his fist down hard on the table, making the objects on it jump. He was such a gentleman, it was the first time such a thing had happened. But is it necessary? He exclaimed, is it incumbent upon me? After all, no one has been convicted, no one has been sent into penal exile because of me, the servant died of his illness. And for the blood I spilt I have been punished with torments. And in any case, they won't believe me, no proof that I could ever bring will ever make them believe me. Is it necessary to declare my deed, is it incumbent upon me, is it? For the blood I have spilt I am prepared to suffer for the rest of my life, if only my wife and children are not affected. Would it be just to drag them down along with me? Are we not in error? Where is justice in this case? And will others perceive that justice, will they value it, respect it? O Lord, I thought to myself, he thinks of the respect of others at a time like this. And so sorry then did I begin to feel for him that I think I myself would have shared his partage, had that been any way to bring him alleviation. I saw that he was in a frenzy. I felt horror, grasping now not with my mind alone, but with my living soul, the cost of such resolve. Decide my fate, he exclaimed again. Go and declare your deed, I whispered to him. My voice was shaky, but I whispered the words firmly. Then I picked up from the table my copy of the New Testament, in a Russian translation, and showed him St. John, chapter 12, verse 24. Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. I had read that verse immediately before his arrival. He read it. True, he said, but with a bitter, ironic smile. Yes, he said after a pause, terrible are the things one comes across in those books. To shove them under someone's nose is easy enough. But who wrote them? Surely not human beings? The Holy Ghost did, I said. It is easy for you to talk, he said, again smiling ironically at me, but this time almost with hatred. I picked up the book again, opened it at another passage and showed him Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 31, he read. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. He read it, and fairly threw the book from him. He had even begun to tremble all over. A terrible verse, he said, you have chosen, indeed. He got up from his chair. Well, he said, goodbye, it may be that I shall not come again. We shall see each other in paradise. So it is 14 years since I fell into the hands of the living God, and that is how those 14 years had best be described. Tomorrow I shall ask those hands to release me. I was on the point of embracing him and kissing him, but I did not dare, so distorted were his features and so heavy his look. He went out. Oh Lord, I thought, where has the fellow gone? I threw myself to my knees before the icon and began to weep for him to the most holy Mother of God, swift intercessor and helper. Half an hour went by as I knelt there in tears and prayer. It was by this time late at night, around 12 o'clock. Suddenly, I looked, the door opened and he came in again. I was dumbfounded. But where have you been? I asked him. He said. It would seem, have forgotten something, my handkerchief, it would seem. Well, even if I have not, let me at least sit down. He took a chair and sat down. I was standing over him. You sit down too, he said. I did so. We continued to sit there for some 2 minutes, and he looked at me fixedly, then suddenly he smiled his ironic smile, I remember that, then rose to his feet, embraced me tightly and gave me a kiss. Remember, he said, how I came to see thee a second time. Remember it, dost thou hear? For the first time he addressed me as thou. And departed. Tomorrow, I thought. So it proved to be. I did not know that evening that the morrow was his birthday. I had not been out of my lodgings for the past few days, and so there was no one from whom I could have discovered it. Annually upon this day he held a large gathering at his home, at which the whole town assembled. Such was the case even now. And lo, after the prandial feast he walked into the center of the room, holding in his hands a document, a formal report to the police. And since the chief of police, his superior, was present, he at once read out the document to all the assembled people, and in it was a full description of his crime and all its details. As an outcast I cast myself out 18 from the midst of men, the document concluded. God has visited me, and I want to suffer. With that, he produced and displayed upon the table all the evidence by which he thought to prove his crime and which he had preserved for 14 years, the gold articles which had belonged to the murdered woman and which he had stolen with the motive of diverting suspicion from himself, her medallion and cross, which he had removed from around her neck. In the medallion there was a portrait of her betrothed, her notebook, and, finally, 2 letters, one from her betrothed to her, announcing his imminent arrival and her reply to this letter, which she had begun but not concluded, leaving it upon the table with the aim of posting it the following day. Both letters he had taken with him, to what end? To what end had he preserved them, instead of destroying them as incriminating evidence? And lo, what should happen? All were assailed by surprise and horror, and none would believe, though they had all listened to what he had to say with extreme curiosity, but as from a man who was sick, and several days later the matter was finally settled and verdict pronounced in every household, the unhappy man was deranged. The police and the court could hardly let the case rest there, but even they drew up short, though the articles and letters that had been submitted certainly made them reflect. Here too it was decided that even if these documents turned out to be genuine, it would nonetheless be hard to make a charge of murder stick on the basis of them alone. And then again, he might have received the gold articles from her as her friend and for safekeeping. As a matter of fact, I have heard it said that the authenticity of the gold articles was subsequently established by means of consultation with many friends and relatives of the murdered woman, and that there were no doubts on the matter. But these proceedings too were fated to be left without completion. Some 5 days later they all discovered that the sufferer had fallen ill and that there were fears for his life. With what illness he was affected I am unable to determine. It was said to be a tachycardiac disorder, but it became known that the council of doctors had, at his wife's insistence, testified as to his mental condition also, and that they had drawn the conclusion that derangement had set in. I gave nothing away, even though everyone rushed to question me, but when I expressed a wish to visit him, I received lengthy abuse from them all, particularly his spouse. "It is you," she said to me, "who have upset him. He was gloomy enough before, but during this last year we have all noticed that he has been unusually agitated and has been doing strange things, and it is you who are at the bottom of it all, no one else. He has not been out of your lodgings for a whole month." And lo, not only his spouse but everyone in the town hurled themselves upon me and accused me. "It is all your doing," they said. I remained silent, and indeed I felt rejoicing within my soul, for I beheld the unfailing mercy of God towards the one who turns up against himself and takes the punishment upon himself. As for his derangement, I was unable to believe in it. I too was at last allowed to see him, for he himself had insistently demanded to say farewell to me. I entered, and saw immediately that not only his days but also his hours were numbered. He was weak and sallow of feature, his hands trembled, and he gasped for breath, but looked at me with tender piety and joy. "It is accomplished," he said to me. "Long have I thirsted to see you. Why did you not come?" I did not explain to him that I had not been allowed to see him. God has taken compassion on me and is calling me unto him. I know that I am dying, but for the first time in so many years I feel joy and peace. As soon as I had done what was incumbent on me, I at once felt paradise within my soul. Now I dare to love my children and to kiss them. I am not believed, and no one has believed me, neither my wife, nor my judges. Never will my children believe me, either. In this I see God's mercy towards my children. I shall die, and my name will be unsullied for them. But now I sense the nearness of God, and my heart rejoices as in paradise. I have performed my duty. He could not speak, he gasped for breath, squeezed my hand warmly, gazed at me ardently. But our conversation did not last long, for his spouse kept looking in to keep a watchful eye upon us. Even so, he managed to whisper to me, "But do you remember how I came to see you that evening a second time, at midnight? How I told you to remember it? Do you know why I came? You see, I came to kill you." I fairly started. That evening I emerged from your lodgings into the darkness and set off wandering through the streets, struggling with myself. And suddenly I conceived such a hatred of you that my heart could barely endure it. Now, I thought, he alone binds me and is my judge. Now I cannot renounce the punishment I shall receive tomorrow, for he knows all. And it was not that I feared you would inform on me, I had no thought of that, but rather that I thought, how shall I be able to look him in the eye if I do not inform on myself? And though you had been at the other end of the world, but living, it would have been all the same. The thought that you were alive, and knew all, and were judging me, that thought would have been unendurable. I began to hate you, as though you were the cause of it all and bore the guilt for it all. That night I went back to your lodgings again. I remembered that there was a dagger lying on your table. I sat down and asked you also to be seated, and for a whole minute reflected. Had I killed you, I should have perished for that murder all the same, even though I had not declared my earlier crime. But at that moment I did not think of that, and did not want to think of it. I simply hated you and desired to be avenged on you with all my might for everything. But my Lord conquered the devil in my heart. Know, however, that never in your life were you more close to death. At the end of a week he died. The whole town walked with his Kohen to the grave. The archpriest delivered a short and heartfelt oration. They lamented the terrible illness that had cut short his days. But after he had been buried, the whole town rose up against me and even stopped receiving me as a visitor in their homes. To be sure, some of them, at first only a few, but subsequently more and more, started to believe the truth of his testimony, and they began to come and see me in order to ply me with questions, which they did with great curiosity and glee, for men like to see the fall of a righteous man and to witness his disgrace. But I told them nothing and soon got out of town altogether, and 5 months later the Lord God saw fit to embark me upon a firm and well-apportioned path, and I blessed the invisible finger that had so plainly pointed it to me. As for Mikhail, the long-suffering servant of God, 19, I have remembered him in my prayers each day unto this day. 3. From the Discourses and Teachings of the Elder Zosima. Something concerning the Russian monk and his possible significance. Fathers and teachers, what is a monk? In the enlightened world this word is pronounced in our day by some with mockery, and by some even as an expletive. And the more time passes, the more this is so. It is true, that there are in the monkhood also many parasites, lovers of the flesh, voluptuaries and brazen vagabonds. Worldly men of progressive education point to this. You are, they say, idlers and useless members of society, shameless beggars, you live upon the efforts of others. Yet even so, how many meek and humble ones there are in the monkhood, thirsting for seclusion and ardent prayer in silence. These are pointed to less and are even passed over without comment altogether, and how surprised would the same worldly men be if I told them that from these meek souls who thirst for secluded prayer may once again issue the salvation of the Russian land. For verily they are being prepared in silence for an hour, and a day, and a month, and a year. Meanwhile in their seclusion they are preserving the image of Christ in well-apportioned and undistorted form, in the purity of God's truth, as it was handed down to them by the most ancient fathers, apostles and martyrs, and when the need arrives they will show that image to the wavering truth of the world. Great is this thought. This star will shine in the east. Such is my opinion concerning the monk, and is there any falseness in it, or pride? Go, look among the secular and at all the world that exalts itself above God's people. Have not God's image and His truth become distorted therein? What they have is science, and in science only that which is subject to the senses. The spiritual world, on the other hand, the loftier half of man's being, is rejected altogether, cast out with a certain triumph, hatred even. The world has proclaimed freedom, particularly of late, and yet what do we see in this freedom of theirs? Nothing but servitude and suicide. For the world says, you have needs, so satisfy them, for you have the same rights as the wealthiest and most highly placed of men. Do not be afraid to satisfy them, but even multiply them. That is the present day teaching of the world. In that, too, they see freedom. And what is the result of this right to the multiplication of needs? Among the rich solitariness and spiritual suicide, and among the poor, envy and murder, for while they have been given rights, they have not yet been afforded the means with which to satisfy their needs. Assurance is offered that as time goes by the world will become more united, that it will form itself into a brotherly communion by shortening distance and transmitting thoughts through the air. Alas, do not believe in such a unification of men. In construing freedom as the multiplication and speedy satisfaction of needs, they distort their own nature, for they engender within themselves many senseless and stupid desires, habits, and most absurd inventions. They live solely for envy, for love of the flesh and for self-conceit. To have dinners, horses and carriages, rank, and attendants who are slaves is already considered such a necessity that they will even sacrifice their lives, their honor and philanthropy in order to satisfy that necessity, and will even kill themselves if they cannot do so. Among those who are not rich we see the same thing, and among the poor envy and the frustration of needs are at present dulled by drunkenness. But soon in place of alcohol it will be blood upon which they grow intoxicated. To that they are being led. I ask you, is such a man free? I knew one fighter for the cause who himself told me that when in prison he was deprived of tobacco, so tormented was he by this deprivation that he almost went and betrayed his cause in order that he should be given some tobacco. And after all, it is a man such as this who says, I am going to fight for mankind. Well, where can such a man go and of what is he capable? Of a quick action perhaps, but he will not endure long. And it is small wonder that in place of freedom they have found slavery, and in place of service to brotherly love and the unity of mankind they have found isolation and solitariness, as my mysterious visitor and teacher told me in my youth. And so it is that in the world the idea of service to mankind, of the brotherhood and inclusiveness of men, is fading more and more, and in truth this thought is now encountered with mockery. For how can he desist from his habits, this slave? Where can he go, if he is so accustomed to satisfying his countless needs, which he himself has invented? Solitary is he, and what concern can he have for the whole? And they have reached a point where the quantity of objects they amass is ever greater, and their joy is ever smaller. The monkish path is a different matter. Obedience, fasting and prayer are even the objects of laughter, and yet it is only in them that the path to true and genuine freedom is contained. I cut off from myself my superfluous and unnecessary needs, humble and scourge my vain and proud will with obedience, and thereby attain, with God's help, freedom of spirit, and together with it spiritual gaiety. Which of them is more capable of raising aloft a great idea and of going to serve it, the isolated rich man, or this freed one, freed from the tyranny of objects and habits? The monk is reproached for his solitariness. You have withdrawn into solitariness in order to save yourself, living the life of a monk within monastery walls, and have forgotten the brotherly service of mankind. But we shall see which of them will be more diligent in the matter of brotherly love. For the solitariness is not ours, but theirs, only they do not see it. And from our midst since olden days have come leaders of the people, so why should they not exist now? The same meek and humble fasters and vowers of silence will rise up and go to accomplish the great task. From the people is the salvation of Russia. As for the Russian monastery, it has from time immemorial been with the people. And if the people are in solitariness, then we too are in solitariness. The people believe in our way, and the unbelieving activist will achieve nothing among us here in Russia, even though he be sincere of heart and genius in doubt of mind. Remember this. The people will go to meet the atheist and will conquer him, and there will arise a united Orthodox Russia. Then cherish the people and stand guard over their hearts. In silence, educate them. That is your monkish task, for this people is a bearer of God. Something concerning masters and servants, and whether it is possible for masters and servants to become in spirit mutually brothers. Lord, it cannot be denied, there is sin among the people, too. And the flame of corruption is multiplying even visibly, hourly, making its way from above. Solitariness is coming upon the people also, there begin kulaks and extortioners. Already the merchant desires more and more honors, is eager to show himself progressively educated, though he possesses no such education whatsoever, and to this end vilely disdains ancient custom and is even ashamed of the faith of his fathers. He drives out to call on princes, yet is himself but a muzhik gone rotten. The people have festered in drunkenness and can no longer desist from it. And how much cruelty towards their families, their wives, their children, even, all because of drunkenness. In factories I have even seen children of 10 years, unhealthy-looking, stunted, bent and already depraved. An airless hall, clattering machinery, work all God's day, depraved words and vodka, is that what is needed by the soul of a child still so young? He needs the sun, childish games, and everywhere a radiant example and at least a drop of love. This shall not be, O monks, this torture of children shall not be, rise up and preach this quickly, quickly. But God will save Russia, for though the common man is depraved and cannot renounce his stinking sins, he knows all the same that his stinking sin is cursed of God and that he doth badly, sinning. So tirelessly still does our people believe in the truth, recognizing God and weeping in tender piety. Things are otherwise with those who are higher up. They, led by science, want to establish themselves in truth and justice with their minds alone, but now without Christ, as formerly, and they have already proclaimed that crime does not exist, that sin does not exist. And they are right in their way, for if one has not God, then what crime can there be? In Europe the people are already rising up against the rich with force, and popular leaders everywhere lead it to bloodshed and teach that its anger is right. But cursed be their anger, for it is cruel. 1 And the Lord will save Russia, as he has already saved her many times. From the people's salvation will come, from its faith and humility. Fathers and teachers, cherish the faith of the people, and this is not a dream. All my life what has struck me about our great people is its genuine and well-apportioned dignity. I myself have seen it, myself can testify to it, have seen it and wondered, seen it in spite of the stench of the sins and the beggarly aspect of our people. It is not servile, our people, and this after the servitude of 2 centuries. Free in aspect and behavior, but without any sense of injury. And neither vengeful nor envious. You are noble, you are rich, you are clever and talented, and so be it, may God bless you. I honor you, but I know that I too am a human being. By honoring you without envy I display my human dignity before you. Verily, if they do not actually say this, for they are not able yet to say it, thus do they act, I myself have seen it, I myself have experienced it, and you may believe, the poorer and lowlier our Russian, the more noticeable in him is this well-apportioned truth, for the rich kulaks and exploiters among them are for the most part already depraved, and much of this has stemmed from our own negligence and lack of alertness. But God will save his people, for Russia is great in her humility. I dream of seeing and indeed already seem to clearly see our future, for it will be that even the most depraved of our wealthy men will end by being ashamed of his wealth before the poor, and the poor man, seeing this humility, will understand and yield to him with joy and with affection respond to his well-apportioned shame. Believe me, this is how it will end, all things are moving towards it. Only in the dignity of the human spirit can there be equality, and this will be understood by our country alone. Were we brothers, there would be brotherhood, but until there is brotherhood never will there be an equal sharing. We preserve the image of Christ, and it shines like a precious diamond to the whole world. May it come to pass, may it come to pass. Fathers and teachers, once something happened to me that I found deeply affecting. One day while on my wandering I met, in the provincial capital K, my former Batman of fantasy, at which time 8 years had gone by since I parted from him. He caught sight of me by chance at the market, recognized me, ran up to me, and, oh God, how glad he was to see me, he fairly hurled himself upon me. Little father, sire, is it you? Do I really see you again? He took me back to where he lived. Now he was no longer in the army and was married, with 2 young children. He and his spouse earned a living as hawkers at the market. His little room was poor, but neat and joyful. He sat me down, heated the samovar, sent for his wife, as though I had made the day into some kind of festival for him by visiting him. He brought his young children over to me. Bless them, little father, he said. Is it for me to bless them? I replied to him. I am a simple, humble monk, I shall pray for them, and as for you, Afanassy Pavlovitch, always, every day since that day have I prayed for you, for it all began with you. And I explained this to him, as best I was able. The man was taken aback, stared at me and simply could not comprehend that I, his former sire, an Osair, stood before him now in such an aspect and in such garb. He even wept. Why do you weep? I said. You unforgettable man, you ought rather to rejoice for me in your soul, dear fellow, for my path is joyous and bright. He did not say a great deal, just kept sighing and shaking his head at me in tender emotion. "Where is all your wealth?" he inquired. I replied to him, "I have given it to the monastery, for we live in a community together." After we had drunk tea, I began to say goodbye to him, and suddenly he gave me a 50-kopeck piece, and then I looked and he was giving me another 50-kopeck piece, slipping it into my hand. "In a hurry, that one is for you," he said, "as a man of wandering and travel, perhaps it will stand you in good stead, little father." I accepted his coin, bowed to him and his spouse and went on my way cheered and thinking, "There, now the two of us, he in his room and I as I walk, sigh and smile joyfully, in the gaiety of our hearts, shaking our heads and remembering how God led us to our encounter." And since that day I have never seen him again. I was his master and he my servant, yet now that he and I had exchanged kisses lovingly and in spiritual tenderness, between us a great act of human unity had taken place. I thought about this a great deal, and the way I see it now is like this: is it really so beyond the mind to suppose that this great and simple-hearted act of unity may in its own time everywhere take place among our Russian people? I have faith that it will take place and the appointed season is drawing nigh. But of servants I will add the following. Formerly, as a youth, I was often angry with my servants. The cook has served the food too hot, my batman has not cleaned my uniform. Then, however, there suddenly dawned on me the thought expressed by my dear brother, which I had heard from him in my childhood: am I really worthy of having another person serve me, and do I have the right to order him about because of his poverty and ignorance? And then I also experienced wonder at how the very most simple thoughts, which are quite clear and self-evident, take such a long time to appear in our minds. Life without servants is impossible in the secular world, but act in such a manner that your servant is freer in spirit than if he were not a servant. Point 2. And why should I not be a servant to my servant, in such a way that he should even be aware of it, and without any pride on my part or lack of credence on his? Why should my servant not be to me as one of my own flesh and blood, so that at last I accept him into my family and rejoice in this? Even at the present time this is something that may be accomplished in such a fashion, but it will serve as the foundation of a future glorious unity of men, when servants are not what a man will seek for himself nor what he will desire to make of those who are his like, as he does now, but, on the contrary, with all his might will himself desire to become the servant to all, in the manner described in the Gospels. Point 3. And is this really a dream, that at last man shall find his joys alone in deeds of enlightenment and mercy, and not in cruel delights, as he does now, in gluttony, lechery, self-conceit, boasting, and the envious exaltation of one above the other? I firmly believe that it is not, and that the time is nigh. People laugh and ask when this time will begin and whether it is probable that it will begin. I, on the other hand, am of the opinion that with Christ we shall resolve this great matter. And how many ideas have there been upon earth, in human history, which only 10 years earlier were unimaginable and which suddenly appeared when their mysteriously appointed season arrived, to go spreading all over the earth? So among us, too, shall it be, and our people shall shine like a light to the world, and all shall say, the stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the headstone of the corner. For and the mockers shall themselves be asked, if what we have is a dream, then when will you build up your edifice and establish yourselves in truth and justice with your minds alone, without Christ? And if they themselves declare that, on the contrary, they are moving towards unity, then verily this will be believed only by the most simple-hearted of them, so that one may even marvel at this simple-heartedness. Verily, they possess more dreamlike fantasy than we do. They think to establish themselves in truth and justice, but, having rejected Christ, they end by bathing the world in blood, for blood seeketh blood, and they that take the sword shall perish with it. 2.5 And were it not for the covenant of Christ, they should destroy one another even unto the last two men upon the earth. 6 And in their pride those last two would not be able to stay each other's hands, but the last would slay the one before the last, and then himself as well. And this would be accomplished, were it not for the covenant of Christ, that for the sake of the meek and the humble those days shall be shortened. 7 In the time after my duel, when still I wore my hussar's uniform, I began to talk about servants when I went into society, and I recall that everyone marveled at me. What do you want us to do? They said. Sit our servants down on the sofa and bring them cups of tea? And then I said to them in answer, well, why not, if at least only on occasion? Then they all laughed. Their question was a frivolous one, and my reply unclear, but I think that it contained a certain amount of truth. Concerning prayer, love, and the contiguity with other worlds. Young one, do not forget prayer. Each time in your prayer, if it be sincere, a new emotion will make itself fleetingly glimpsed, and in it a new thought with which you were previously unfamiliar and which will give you courage again, and you will realize that prayer is an education. Remember also, each day and whenever you are able, say to yourself over and over again, O Lord, have mercy on all those who have appeared before you this day. For at each hour and each moment thousands of human beings forsake their life upon this earth and their souls present themselves before the Lord, and no one knows how many of them have parted from the earth in solitariness, in sadness, and in the anguish that no one will regret their passing nor even knows anything of them at all, whether they have lived or not. And lo, from the other end of the earth, perhaps, your prayer for the repose of his soul will rise up to the Lord, even though you did not know that man at all, nor he you. How deeply affecting it is for his soul, at the moment it appears itself in terror before the Lord, to feel that for him too there is a supplicant, that there is still upon earth a human creature that loves him, too. And indeed God will look upon the two of you more kindly, for if you have had such compassion for that man, how much more will God, who is infinitely more merciful and loving than you, take compassion on you? And for your sake will he forgive him. Brothers, do not be afraid of human sin, love man in his sin, also, for this likeness of divine love is indeed the summit of love upon earth. Love the whole of God's creation, both the whole and each grain of sand. Each leaf, each sunbeam of God, love it. Love the animals, love the plants, love every object. If you love each object, you will also perceive the mystery of God that is in things. Once you have perceived it, you will begin untiringly to be more conscious of it with each day that passes. And at last you will love the whole world with an all-inclusive, universal love. Love the animals, God has given them the basis of thought and an untroubled joy. So do not disturb it, do not torment them, do not take away their joy, do not put yourself in opposition to God's intent. Man, exalt not yourself above the animals, they are sinless, and you in your grandeur fester the earth with your appearance on it and leave your festering footprints after you, alas, almost every one of us. Love young children especially, for they are also sinless as angels, and live in order to affect us with tender emotion, to purify our hearts, and as a certain indication to us. Woe unto the man who offendeth a babe! But Father Anfim taught me to love young children. He, sweet and silent in our wanderings, would take the half-kopeck pieces we received as alms and buy them, the children, honey cakes and fruit drops, and distribute them among them. He could not pass children without a tremor of the soul, such is the man. Before certain thoughts one stands in bewilderment, especially at the sight of human sin, and one asks oneself, should I take it by force, or by humble love? Always determine, I shall take it by humble love. If thus you determine once and for all, you will be able to subdue the whole world. Loving humility is a terrible force, the most powerful of all, the like of which there is none. Each day and hour, each minute walk close to yourself and take care that your inward form is well apportioned. 8 Perhaps you have walked past a little child, walked past him angry, with a foul remark, with a wrathful soul. It may be that you did not notice him, the child, but he saw you, and your inward form, unattractive and impious, may have remained within his unprotected little heart. You are not even aware of this, but by that very fact it may be that you have sown a bad seed in him, and it may grow, and all because you did not guard yourself in the presence of a young child, because you had not tutored in yourself a love circumspect and active. O brothers, love is an instructress, but one must know how to acquire her, for she is acquired with effort, purchased dearly, by long labor and over a long season, for it is not simply for a casual moment that one must love, but for the whole of the appointed season. After all, anyone is capable of loving casually, even the doer of evil. The youth who was my brother asked forgiveness of the birds. That might seem foolish, and yet it is true, for all is like an ocean, all flows and is contiguous, and if you touch it in one place it will reverberate at the other end of the world. Though it may be insanity to ask forgiveness of the birds, after all, both birds and child and indeed all animals around you would feel easier if you yourself were inwardly better apportioned than you are now, even if they felt so only by a single drop. All is like an ocean, I say to you. Then you would start to pray to the birds, too, tormented by an all-inclusive love, as in some kind of ecstasy, and pray that they release you from your sin. Hold such ecstasy dear, however foolish it may seem to men. My friends, ask God for gaiety. Be gay as children, as the birds of the sky. And let not human sin confound you in your deeds. Do not be afraid that it will frustrate your task and not allow it to be accomplished. Do not say, strong is sin, strong is impiety, strong is the vicious world in which men live, and we are alone and helpless. That vicious world will frustrate us and not allow us to accomplish our good deeds. Avoid, O children, this melancholy. There is but one salvation from it. Take yourself and make yourself a respondent for all human sin. Friend, this is indeed truly so, for no sooner do you sincerely make yourself the respondent of all creatures and all things than you will immediately see that it is in reality thus and that it is you who are guilty for all creatures and all things. But by foisting your own laziness and helplessness onto other people, you will end by partaking of satanic pride and by murmuring against God. My view of satanic pride is like this: it is hard for us on earth to grasp it, but for this reason it is so easy to fall into error and to partake of it, while yet supposing we are doing something great and beautiful. And indeed, while yet we are upon earth, there are many of the most powerful emotions and movements of our nature that we cannot as yet grasp. Do not be tempted by this, and do not suppose that this may serve you as an excuse for anything, for the eternal judge will ask of you what you have been able to grasp and not what you have failed to. You yourself will be persuaded of this, for then you will behold things in their correct light and will argue no more. Verily, upon earth we are, in a manner of speaking, out wandering, and were it not for the precious image of Christ before us, we should have perished and wandered astray for good, like the human race before the flood. Much upon earth is concealed from us, but in recompense for that we have been gifted with a mysterious, sacred sense of our living connection with another world, with a celestial and higher world, and indeed the roots of our thoughts and emotions are not here, but in other worlds. That is why the philosophers say that it is impossible to grasp the essence of things upon earth. God took seeds from other worlds and sowed them upon this earth and cultivated his garden, and all that could come up, did so. But that which has grown lives and has its life only in the sense of its mysterious contiguity with other worlds, and if that sense weakens or is destroyed in you, then what has grown dies within you. Then you become indifferent to life and even conceive a hatred of it. Thus do I think. Is it possible to be a judge of one's fellow men? Of faith unto the end. Bear in mind particularly that you can be no man's judge. For a criminal can have no judge upon the earth until that judge himself has perceived that he is every bit as much a criminal as the man who stands before him, and that for the crime of the man who stands before him he himself may well be more guilty than anyone else. Only when he grasps this may he become a judge. However insane this sounds, it is true. For were I myself righteous, it is possible that there would be no criminal standing before me. If you are able to take upon yourself the crime of the man who stands before you and is judged by your heart, then lose no time, but do so and suffer for him yourself, while letting him go without reproach. And even if the law itself appoints you as his judge, then act even then to the best of your ability in this same spirit, for he will go away and condemn himself even more harshly than your judgment. But if with your kiss he departs unfeeling and laughing at you, then do not be tempted by this. It means that his season has not yet arrived, but it will arrive in its own good time, and if it does not arrive, it matters not. If not he, then another will do it instead of him, suffer, and condemn, and take the blame upon himself, and the truth will be accomplished. Believe this, believe it without doubt, for in this lies all hope and all the faith of the saints. Work untiringly. If you remember in the night as you retire to sleep, I have not done what was incumbent upon me, then rise at once and do it. If around you men are malicious and unfeeling and unwilling to listen to you, then fall down before them and beg them for forgiveness, for verily you are guilty of the fact that they do not want to listen to you. And if you cannot speak to the malicious ones, then serve them silently and in humility, without ever losing hope. If, on the other hand, all forsake you and even drive you away with force, then, remaining alone, fall to the earth and kiss her. 9. Moisten her with your tears, and the earth will bear fruit of your tears, even though no one has seen or heard you in your solitariness. Have faith unto the end, even though it should happen that all upon earth are led astray and you are the only faithful one remaining. Even then make sacrifice and extol God, you, the only one remaining. And if two such as you should meet, then there you have the entire world, a world of living love. Embrace one another in tender piety and extol the Lord, for though it is only in the two of you, His truth has none the less been replenished. If you yourself should sin and be sorrowful, even unto death, 10. About your sins, or about one inadvertently committed by you, then rejoice for the other, rejoice for the righteous man, rejoice in the fact that even though you may have sinned, he is none the less righteous and has not sinned. If on the other hand men's evil doing should arouse you to indignation and sorrow that is now not to be mastered and even amounts to a desire for vengeance upon the evildoers, then fear this emotion more than any other. Instantly go and seek for yourself such torments as though you yourself had been guilty of that evil doing of men. Accept those torments and endure them, and your heart will be assuaged, and you will realize that you yourself are guilty, for you might have brought light to the evildoers, as the only sinless one, and you did not shine. If you had shone, then with your light you would have illumined the path for others, too, and he that committed the evil deed might not have committed it in your light. And though you shine, but see that human beings are not saved even by that, stay resolute and do not doubt in the power of the heavenly light. Have faith that even if they have not been saved now, they shall be saved hereafter. And if they are not saved even hereafter, then their sons will be saved, for your light shall not die, though you are now dead. The righteous man shall depart, but his light remains. Men are always saved after the death of the one who saves. The human race fails to accept its prophets and does them to death, but men love their martyrs and honor those whom they have martyred. You, on the other hand, must work for the sake of the whole, you must act for the sake of the future. Never seek any reward, for you already have a great reward upon this earth, your spiritual joy, which only the righteous man acquires. Be afraid neither of the highly placed nor of the strong, but be sage and always inwardly well apportioned. Know the limit, know the seasons, learn these things. And remaining in solitariness, pray. Love to bow down to the earth and kiss her. Kiss the earth and untiringly, insatiably, love all creatures, love all things, seek this ecstasy and this frenzy. Moisten the earth with the tears of your joy and love those tears of yours. As for this frenzy, be not ashamed of it, cherish it, for it is the gift of God, a great gift that is vouchsafed not to the many, but to the chosen. Concerning hell and the fire of hell, a mystical argument. Fathers and teachers, I think, what is hell? I argue thus, the suffering of no longer being able to love. Once, in infinite existence, immeasurable either by time or by space, a certain spiritual being was given, upon visiting the earth, the ability to say to itself, I am, and I love. Once, only once, was it given a moment of love that was active, alive, and for the sake of that moment it was given earthly life, and with it the terms and the seasons, and what should befall, that happy being rejected the priceless gift, did not appreciate it, conceived no love for it, gave it a mocking glance and remained without feeling. Such a one, having already departed from the earth, saw Abraham's bosom, and spoke with Abraham, as it is related to us in the parable of Dives and Lazarus 11, and contemplated paradise, and could ascend unto the Lord, but was tormented precisely by this, that if he ascended unto the Lord without having loved, those who had disdained love would attain contiguity with those who had loved. For he beheld clearly and said to himself, This day I have knowledge, and though I have conceived a thirst to love, there will be no heroism in my love, no sacrifice, for earthly life is ended and Abraham will not bring me even a drop of living water, that is to say again, the gift of earthly life, the former inactive, to cool the flame of thirst for spiritual love with which I am now afire, having disdained it upon earth. Life does not exist now, and there shall be time no longer, 12 even. Though I should be glad to give my life away for others, it is no longer possible, for that life is past which could be sacrificed to love, and now between that life and this existence there is a great gulf fixed. One hears talk of a hellflame that is material. I shall not go into this mystery and do indeed fear to, But I think that if there were a material flame, then verily men would be glad of it, for, thus do I dream, at least for a second in this material torment their most terrible spiritual agony would be forgotten by them. And indeed, to remove this spiritual agony from them is impossible, for this torment is not an outward one, but is within them. And even were it possible to remove it, I think that then they would be even more bitterly unhappy. For though from paradise the righteous, contemplating their agonies, would forgive them and would summon them to them, loving them infinitely, by that very fact they would augment their sufferings even more, for they would quicken in them even more powerfully the flame of the thirst for an answering, active and grateful love, which was now impossible. In my heart of hearts I think, however, that the very cognizance of this impossibility would in the end serve to relieve them, for, having accepted the love of the righteous together with the impossibility of making requital for it, in this compliance and in the action of this humility, they will at last acquire a certain image of that active love which they disdained upon earth, and, as it were, a certain action that resembles it. I regret, my brothers and friends, that I am unable to say this clearly. But woe unto those who annihilate themselves while yet they are on the earth, woe to the suicides. I think there can be none more unhappy than these. It is a sin, we are informed, to say prayers for such as these, and outwardly the Church more or less rejects them, but in the secrecy of my heart I think that one might say a few prayers for them, too. After all, Christ will not be angered in the face of love. For such as these I have prayed inwardly all my life, I confess it to you, fathers and teachers, and even now I pray for them each day. Oh, there are even in hell those who are proud and truculent, in spite of their undisputed knowledge and their contemplation of the irrefutable truth. There are those, frightening ones, who have communed with Satan and his proud spirit to the exclusion of all else. For them hell is already voluntary and insatiable, they are already willing martyrs. For in cursing God and life they have cursed themselves. They nourish themselves on their malicious pride like a hungry man in the wilderness who starts to suck the blood from his own body. 13 But they will be insatiable until the end of time and they will reject forgiveness, the God who calls them, they curse. They are unable to contemplate the living God without hatred and they demand that life shall have no God, that God shall destroy himself and all his creation. And they will burn in the fire of their anger eternally, thirsting for death and non-existence. But they shall not receive death. Here the manuscript of Alexei Fyodorovich Karamazov comes to an end. I say again, it is not complete and it is fragmentary. The biographical information, for example, goes up no further than to the elder's early manhood. From his teachings and opinions there have been brought together as if into a unified whole things which he obviously said at different times and as a result of different promptings. Then again, all of what was spoken by the elder during those last hours of his life is not defined exactly, and one is simply given an idea of the spirit and character of this discourse, if one compares it with what Alexei Fyodorovich cites in his manuscript of earlier teachings. As for the death of the elder, it took place, of a truth, quite unexpectedly. For though all those who gathered in his cell on that last evening were quite aware that his death was near, it was nevertheless impossible to imagine that it would ensue so suddenly. On the contrary, his friends, as I have observed above, seeing him that night so, it appeared, cheerful and eager to talk, were even persuaded that in his health there had occurred a notable improvement, if only for a little while. Even 5 minutes before his end, as was reported later on with wonder, nothing could have been predicted. He suddenly felt what must have been a most violent pain in his chest, turned pale and pressed his hands tightly to his heart. At that moment they all rose from their seats and rushed towards him, but he, though suffering, yet nevertheless gazing upon them with a smile, quietly lowered himself from his armchair to the floor and got to his knees, then bowed his face to the earth, spread wide his arms and, as if in joyful ecstasy, kissing the earth and praying, as he himself had taught, quietly and joyfully gave up his soul to God. The news of his death immediately passed round the hermitage and reached the monastery. Those who had been closest to the newly departed and those whose ocile duty it was, began to adorn his dead body according to ancient ritual, and all the brotherhood went off to assemble in the cathedral. And even before daybreak, as it was said later according to the rumors, the tidings of the newly departed reached the town. By morning practically the whole town was talking about the event, and many of its citizens poured into the monastery. But of this we shall speak in the book that follows, and for now we shall merely add in advance that before a day had passed there was accomplished something so unexpected to all, and if the impression it made in the surroundings of the monastery and in the town is anything to go by, so strange, alarming and disconcerting, that even now, after so many years, there is retained in our town the most lively memory of that day so alarming to many. Part 3. Book 7. Alyosha. 1. A putrid smell. 1. The body of the sleeping two Hieroskamanak Father Zosima was prepared for burial according to the established rite. 3 Dead monks and schemonaks are, as is well known, not washed. When any of the monks departeth unto the Lord, it is written in the great book of occasional prayer, the in-charged monk, that is, the one to whom this task has been appointed, spongeth his body with warm water, first describing with the guba, that is, the Greek sponge, a cross upon the forehead of the departed, upon his fingers, arms, feet and knees, but more than that not. All this was performed over the one who had fallen asleep by Father Paisy himself. After the sponging he dressed him in monkish attire and wound him round with a robe, to which end, according to statute, he slit it somewhat, in order to make the winding follow the shape of a cross. On his head he put a cuculus 4 with an 8-pointed cross. The cuculus was left open, while the sleeper's countenance was covered by a black air. 5 In his hands was placed an icon of the Saviour. In such aspect towards morning was he transferred to his kohen, prepared already long before. It was, however, determined that the kohen be left in the cell, in the first large room, the same in which the departed elder had used to receive brethren and seculars. As the sleeper was by rank a hieroskamanak, the hieromonics and hierodeacons were to read over him not the Psalter but the Gospel. Immediately after the Panikhidus 6 the reading was begun by Father Iosif. Father Paisy, who intended in the time that followed to read all day and all night, was as yet still very busy and preoccupied, together with the Father Superior of the Hermitage, for there had suddenly begun to manifest itself, the more powerfully with each moment that passed, both among the monastery's brethren and among the seculars who had arrived from the monastery hotels and from the town in throngs, an unheard of and even unseemly excitement and impatient expectation. Both the Father Superior and Father Paisy applied all their efforts to the calming of so frivolously excited a multitude. When it was sufficiently light there even began to arrive from the town some who had brought with them their sick, especially the children, as though they had been awaiting just this moment, evidently trusting in the instant power of healing 7 which, it was their belief, could not be long in manifesting itself. And now only was revealed the extent to which we all of us had become accustomed to view the now sleeping elder in his lifetime as a great and indubitable saint. For among the arrivals there were those who could in no way be considered simple plebeians. This great expectation of the faithful, so hastily and nakedly displayed with positive impatience, well-nigh insistence, even, struck Father Paisy as an unquestionable temptation, 8-1 which, though it had been sensed by him long in advance, now verily exceeded his anticipation. Upon encountering the more agitated of the brethren, Father Paisy even began to reprimand them. Such instant expectation of something great, he would say, is a frivolity, permissible only among the secular, and unseemly in ourselves. But he was paid scant heed, and Father Paisy took note of this with concern, in spite of the fact that even he himself, if all be recollected truthfully, though he had been indignant at the overly impatient expectations, discerning in them frivolity and vanity, secretly to himself, in the depths of his soul, had been awaiting almost the same thing as these excited ones, a circumstance he could not but own up to himself was so. Certain encounters were none the less particularly galling to him, awakening in him as they did, by virtue of a certain presentiment, formidable doubts. Among the throng that pressed within the sleeper's cell he noted with a sense of inward repugnance, for which he had once upbraided himself, the presence of Rakitin, for example, or that far-travelled guest the brother from Obdorsk, who was still in the monastery, and both of them Father Paisy suddenly considered suspicious, though they were not the only ones who might have been noted in that sense. Of all the agitated monks, the brother from Obdorsk stood out as the greatest fusser and bustler. He could be observed universally, in every place, everywhere he made inquiries, everywhere he lent an ear, everywhere he whispered with a kind of special, mysterious air. As for the expression on his face, it was most impatient and seemed almost irritated that the expected event was taking such a long time to be accomplished. And when it came to Rakitin, then he, as it proved subsequently, had gone to the hermitage so early at the especial behest of Mrs. Koplikova. That good-natured but spineless woman, who herself could not be admitted to the hermitage, no sooner had she woken up and learned of the one who had passed away, was suddenly inspired with such headlong curiosity that she had instantly dispatched Rakitin to the hermitage in her place, that the latter might observe everything and at once report to her by letter, approximately each half-hour, all that took place. As for Rakitin himself, she considered him the most devout and religious of young men. To such a degree was he able to manage everyone and present himself to each according to the other's desire, if he perceived even the least advantage to himself. The day was bright and cloudless, and many of the pilgrims who had arrived were crowding around the hermitage's tombs, which were most heavily concentrated around the church, as well as being scattered about the entire hermitage. As he wandered about the grounds, Father Paisy suddenly remembered Alyosha and the fact that it was a long time since he had seen him, since the previous night almost. And no sooner had he remembered him than at once he spotted him in the most remote corner of the hermitage, by the enclosure, sitting on the tombstone of a certain monk who had long lain there and had been famed for his great acts of pious heroism. He sat with his back to the hermitage, his face to the enclosure, and seemed almost to be hiding behind the monument. Going right up to him, Father Paisy saw that, covering his face with both hands, he was silently but bitterly weeping, his whole body quaking with sobs. Father Paisy stood over him for a while. "Enough, oh dear son, enough, friend," he pronounced at last with emotion. "What is the meaning of this? You must rejoice, not weep. Or are you unaware that this day is the greatest of his days? Where is he now, at this moment? Just remember that." Alyosha took a quick glance at him, uncovering his face, which was swollen with tears, like that of a small boy, but at once, without getting a word out, turned away and again covered his features with both hands. "Perhaps it is best so," Father Paisy pronounced reflectively. "Perhaps it is best that you weep, for Christ has sent you these tears. Those sweet, affecting tears of yours are but a rest unto your soul and will serve to restore gaiety to your dear heart," he added, to himself now, as he walked away from Alyosha and thought about him lovingly. As a matter of fact, he walked away rather quickly, for he felt that at the sight of him even he might begin to weep. Meanwhile time passed, and the monastery services and requiems for the sleeper continued in proper order. Father Paisy again took the place of Father Iosif by the Kohen and again took over the reading of the Gospel from him. But before 3 o'clock in the afternoon had passed there befell something of which I made mention at the end of the previous book, something so unexpected by any one of us and so contrary to the universal hope that, I repeat, a detailed and vain narrative concerning this event is still called to mind in our town and in all the surrounding neighborhood with exceptional vividness even to this very day. Here let me add once more my own personal comment. The recollection of this vain and tempting event, in essence the most trivial and natural, fills me almost with repugnance, and it goes without saying that I should have omitted it from my tale altogether without mention, had it not in a most powerful and proverbial manner influenced the heart and the soul of the principal, though also future, hero of my tale, Alyosha, constituting within his soul a kind of turning point and indeed an overturn that shook but definitively fortified his reason, guiding it throughout the rest of his life in the direction of a certain goal. And so, to the tale. When still before dawn the body of the elder, now prepared for burial, was placed within the Kohen and borne out into the first room, in which formerly guests had been received, there arose among those tending the Kohen the question, should the windows of the room be opened? But this question, uttered by someone fleetingly and in passing, remained without answer and almost unnoticed, and indeed, the only ones who noticed it, and then only to themselves, were a few of those present who reflected that to expect putrefaction and a putrid smell from the body of such a sleeper was a truly preposterous notion, worthy even of pity, if not mocking irony, with regard to the frivolousness and lack of faith of anyone who could deliver himself of this question. For quite the opposite was expected. And then soon after midday there began something which was at first perceived by those who came and went only in silence and to themselves, and even with the evident fear of each of betraying to anyone his incipient thought, but which by 3 o'clock in the afternoon had manifested itself so clearly and incontrovertibly that in the twinkling of an eye the tidings of it flashed around the entire hermitage, and the entire assembly of pilgrims and visitors thereto instantly found its way into the monastery, plunging into wonderment the entire corpus of monastics, and, at length, within the most inconsiderable space of time, also attained the town, where it perturbed every one of its inhabitants, believers and unbelievers alike. The unbelievers rejoiced, and when it came to the believers, some there were who rejoiced even more than the unbelievers, for men like to see the fall of a righteous man and to witness his disgrace, as the departed elder had himself given utterance in one of his lessons. The fact was that there had begun to issue from the Kohen, little by little, but more noticeably with every hour that passed, a putrid smell which by 3 o'clock had manifested itself all too distinctly and was still by degrees becoming more intense. And long it was, and hardly could there be recalled a time in all the past life of our monastery since there had been a temptation so coarsely unbridled and in any other instance even scandalous, such as displayed itself immediately after this event among the very monks themselves. Subsequently, and even after many years, certain level-headed of our monks, remembering all that day in detail, marveled and experienced horror as they wondered in what manner the temptation could have attained such a degree at the time. For even before this there had on occasion died monks who had led most righteous lives, fearless elders whose righteousness had been plain for all to see, and from whose meat Kohanes had issued a putrid smell, appearing naturally, as from all corpses, but this had produced no temptation, nor even the slightest commotion. There had, of course, been in our monastery 2 certain monks of old who had passed away, whose memory was still freshly retained within the monastery and whose remains, according to legend, had not manifested putrefaction, a circumstance that had an affecting and mysterious influence upon the brotherhood and was retained within its memory as something spiritually well apportioned and miraculous, a kind of covenant that in the future even greater glory would issue from their sepulchres, if only by the will of God its time should come. Of such brethren there was particularly retained the memory of the elder Iov, or Job, a renowned podvisnik, great faster and observer of the vow of silence, who had lived to the age of 105, had passed away long ago, back in the 2nd decade of the present century, and whose tomb was shown with a special and extreme veneration to every pilgrim immediately upon his arrival, mysterious allusion being made the while to certain great hopes and expectations. This was the same tomb upon which Father Paisy had found Alyosha sitting that morning. In addition to this long recumbent elder, there was freshly retained a similar memory of a great Father Hieroskemanak who had died comparatively recently, the elder Varsanophai of the same from whom Father Zosima had taken the elderhood, in whom, while he had been alive, all the pilgrims who came to the monastery had considered an outright holy fool. Concerning both of these, legend recorded that they had lain in their Kohanes like living men, had been buried quite unputrefied, and that even their countenances had seemed filled with radiance in the tomb. And some even insisted on remembering that from their bodies had come a distinct and palpable fragrance. But even in spite of these memories so imposing, it would have been hard to explain the direct cause as a result of which there could at the Kohen of the elder Zosima have occurred such a frivolous, preposterous and malicious phenomenon. As for my own personal opinion, I believe that here much else was at work, a simultaneous conflux of many different causes exerting their influence at the same time. One of these, for example, was even that same old ingrained hostility to the elderhood as being a harmful innovation, a hostility still deeply rooted in the minds of many brethren in the cloister. And then, of course, principally, there was a sense of envy for the sleeper's holiness so powerfully established in his lifetime that even to contest it seemed forbidden. For although the departed elder had drawn many to his side, and not so much by miracles as by love, and had erected around him almost an entire world of those who loved him, he had nevertheless, and even perhaps because of this, brought into being those who envied him, and in the time that followed also bitter enemies, both open and concealed, and not among the monastics only, but even among the secular. Never, for example, had he done anyone any harm, but one would hear the question, why is he considered so holy? And this one question, repeated by degrees, at last engendered a veritable abyss of the most insatiable malice. That is why I also consider that many, having smelt the putrid smell that came from his body, and so soon, for not a day had passed since his death, felt boundless glee, in the same way as among those loyal to the elder who had hitherto revered him there at once appeared those who very nearly felt a sense of outrage and personal insult at this event. As for the graduality of the affair, it proceeded in the following manner. No sooner had the putrefaction begun to manifest itself than one could conclude from the mere aspect of the monks who entered the sleeper's cell the reason for their arrival. One would come in, stand there for a short time and go out again in order to repeat the news to the others, who would be waiting outside in a crowd, as quickly as possible. Some of those who were waiting would shake their heads dolefully, but others did not even try to conceal their glee, which shone openly in their malice-filled eyes. And no one bothered to reproach them any more, no one put in a good word, which was positively strange, as the elder's devoted followers were after all in the majority within the cloister. But it seemed that on this occasion the Lord himself had permitted the minority temporarily to gain the upper hand. It was not long before secular persons, too, began to appear in the cell in the same role of spy, mostly from among those visitors who had progressive education. As for the simple common folk, they entered in meager numbers, though many of them had gathered in a throng outside the hermitage gates. There is, however, no doubt that as soon as 3 o'clock had passed the flood of secular visitors markedly increased, and precisely as a consequence of the tempting news. Those who might possibly not have arrived that day at all and had no plans to arrive now made a special point of arriving, among them several persons of considerable rank. As a matter of fact, though, the rules of proper ceremony had not yet outwardly, at least, been infringed, and Father Paisy, firmly, and enunciating every syllable, with stern demeanor, continued to read the gospel aloud as if he had not noticed what was taking place, though he had long observed that there was something unusual. Soon, however, voices began to reach even his ears, at first very quiet, but gradually acquiring firmness and assurance. Evidently God's judgment is not the same as man's. Father Paisy suddenly heard. These words were uttered in advance of all by a certain secular person, one of our municipal functionaries, a man already well on in years and, so far as anyone knew, thoroughly devout, but who, in speaking out loud, was merely repeating what the monks had long been echoing in one another's ears. They had long been uttering that hope-bereft remark, and what made it even worse was that every time it was uttered, with almost each minute that passed, it betrayed a certain new and more intense degree of triumph. But soon even the rules of proper ceremony began to be infringed, and then it was as though they all felt somehow entitled to infringe them. And how can that have happened, certain of the monks said, initially as though they deplored it. His body was not large, it was dry, and had grown fast to his bones, so where can the smell be coming from? It can only mean that it is a sign from God, others were quick to add, and their opinion was accepted at once and without demur. For again they pointed out that had the smell been a natural one, the kind that might come from any sleeping sinner, it would have issued more slowly, and not with such undisguised rapidity, at least after a day and a night had passed, but this one had got ahead of nature, and so what was involved here was nothing other than God and his deliberate finger. It was a sign from him. This opinion made an irresistible impression. The meek Father Hieromonach Iosif, the bibliothecary, a favorite of the departed, began to retort to one or two of the scandalmongers that it was not universally the case and that in orthodoxy this required non-putrefaction of the bodies of the righteous was by no means any sort of dogma, but merely an opinion, and that even in the most orthodox parts of the world, on Mount Athos, for example, the putrid smell of a corpse gave rise to less embarrassment, and that there it was not non-putrefaction that was considered the principal indicator of the glorification of the saved, but the color of their bones, after their bodies had lain in the ground many years and had even decomposed in it entirely, and if the bones be yellow as wax, then this is a most principal sign that the Lord has glorified the sleeping righteous, but if they be not yellow, but rather black, this signifies that the Lord deemed not the sleeper worthy of his glory. That is how it is on Mount Athos, that great and holy place, where orthodoxy has been preserved from ancient times inviolable and in the most radiant purity, Father Iosif concluded. But the words off the meek father floated by without making any impression and even provoked a mocking rebuff, that is all dry erudition and novelty for novelty's sake. There is no point in listening to it, the monks decided to themselves. We view things in the old way, there is no shortage of newfangled ideas at present. Are we to imitate them all? Others added. Our monastery has had as many holy fathers as theirs. They sit down there under the Turks and have forgotten everything. Their orthodoxy has long ago become muddy, and they don't even have any bells, the most mocking of the brethren rejoined. Father Iosif went away in sorrow, all the more so since he had uttered his opinion rather irresolutely, as though he himself had little faith in it. But he foresaw with embarrassment that something very unseemly was beginning and that even disobedience was rearing its ugly head. Little by little, following Father Iosif, all the voices of reason were stilled. And somehow it befell that all those who had loved the departed elder and had accepted the establishment of the elderhood with pious and tender obedience suddenly seemed terribly afraid of something, and upon encountering one another would merely glance timidly at one another's faces. As for those who were hostile to the elderhood, viewing it as a dangerous novelty, they proudly held their heads high. Not only was there no bad smell from the body of the elder Varsonify, there oozed a fragrance from it, they reminisced with malicious glee, and he earned it not by his elderhood but because he himself was a righteous man. And after that, a shower of condemnation and even accusation rained down upon the elder newly passed away. He taught incorrectly, he taught that life is a great joy, and not a tearful humbling. Some, who belonged to the least intelligent of the brethren, said. His faith was of the fashionable kind. He refused to admit the existence of a material fire in hell. Others, who were even less intelligent, said. He did not take his fasting seriously, he permitted himself sweet things, mixed cherry preserves with his tea, he was very fond of them, the ladies used to send them to him. Shall a schemanak go drinking tea in company? Was heard from some envious ones. He had a swollen head, the most gleefully malicious ones remembered with cruelty. He thought he was a saint, and if anyone went down on his knees before him he took it as his due. He abused the sacrament of confession, the most ferocious opponents of the elderhood added in a malicious whisper, and these were of the oldest monks, the ones who took their pilgrimages and prayers to holy reliquaries most seriously, true fasters and observers of the vow of silence, who had said nothing during the sleeper's lifetime, but now suddenly opened their lips, which was a dreadful thing. For what they said had a powerful effect on the younger brethren and on those who had not yet become set in their ideas. One of the most attentive listeners was the guest from Obdorsk, the little monk from the monastery of Saint Sylvester, who kept sighing deeply and nodding his head. Yes, one can see, Father Farapont was right in what he said yesterday, he was thinking to himself, and then at that moment who should appear but Father Farapont himself, coming out as though especially to aggravate the shock. I have already made allusion to the fact that he emerged seldom from his small wooden cell behind the beehives, and did not even attend church for long periods of time, something to which everyone turned a blind eye, treating him as though he were a holy fool, and releasing him from the statutes incumbent upon the rest. Though if the truth be told, the real reason for this was a certain necessity. For it somehow seemed positively dishonorable that so great a faster and observer of the vow of silence, who prayed both by night and by day, he even slept on his knees, should be forever burdened with the common statutes if he himself were unwilling to submit to them. After all, he is more holy than any of us, and his observation of the faith is more rigorous than anything demanded by the statutes, the monks would have said, and if he does not attend church that must mean that he himself knows when he must attend, he has his own statutes. And so on account of these probable murmurs and temptations Father Farapont was left undisturbed. The elder Zosima, as everyone knew by now, was the object of an exceptional dislike on the part of Father Farapont, and now to his little cell too had suddenly come the tidings that God's judgment is apparently not the same as man's, and that nature had been got ahead of. It may be assumed that one of the first to come running to him in order to convey the news was the guest from Obdorsk, who had visited him the day before and had gone away from him in a state of consternation. I also made allusion to the fact that Father Paisy, who stood, firm and resolute, reading aloud over the koan, though he was unable to see or hear what was taking place outside the cell, had nonetheless flawlessly predicted most of it in his heart, for he knew his surroundings through and through. He was not embarrassed, but awaited all that might transpire without fear, tracing with a penetrating gaze the future outcome of the agitation which had already presented itself to his mental vision. Then suddenly an extraordinary crash, one that plainly now infringed all the rules of proper ceremony, struck his ears. The door had opened wide, and into view on the threshold came Father Farapont. Behind him, down at the foot of the entrance porch, as could be perceived from the cell, and was even clearly visible from it, thronged a large number of monks who were accompanying him, with secular persons here and there in their midst. The accompaniers did not actually come inside, but remained at the foot of the porch. In doing so, however, they waited to observe what Father Farapont would say or do, for in spite of all their boldness they sensed with a certain trepidation that he had not arrived without purpose. Pausing on the threshold, Father Farapont uplifted his arms, from beneath the right one of which peeped out the keen and inquisitive little eyes of the guest from Obdorsk, who alone had been unable to restrain his impatience and had come running up the wooden steps after Father Farapont, impelled by an overwhelming curiosity. But apart from him the others, no sooner had the door flown wide open with a crash, shrank even further back out of sudden trepidation. Raising his arms unto heaven, Father Farapont suddenly howled. "Exorcising shall I exorcise?" 9 and at once began, turning to all four quarters alternately, to make the sign of the cross over all four corners of the cell with his hand. This action of Father Farapont's was at once understood by those who had accompanied him, for they knew that wherever he made his entrance he invariably did this, and that he would not sit down or say a word until he had driven out the unclean force. "Satan, go hence, Satan, go hence," he repeated with each sign of the cross. "Exorcising shall I exorcise?" he howled again. He was in his coarse cassock, belted with a rope. From under his hempen shirt peeped his exposed chest, which was covered in gray hairs. His feet were completely bare. As soon as he began to wave his arms, the cruel chains 10 he wore under his cassock began to shake and jangle. Father Paisy broke off his reading, came over to the door and stood before him in expectancy. "Why have you come here, O honorable Father? Why do you infringe the rules of proper ceremony? Why do you disturb the gentle flock?" he said at last, looking sternly upon him. "Wherefore I be icumen? Thou askest wherefore I be icumen? Dost thou believe?" 11 cried Father Farapont, playing the holy fool for all he was worth. "I have come hither in order to drive out the guests you have here, the filthy devils. I'm looking to see how many you've gathered while I've been away. I'm going to sweep them out with a birch besom, that's what I'm going to do. You want to drive out the unclean one, but you may very well be serving him yourself," Father Paisy continued without trepidation, "and who can say of himself, I am holy? Surely not you, Father? I'm filthy, not holy. I'm not going to sit down in a fine comfortable chair and have folk bow down to me like I were an idol." Father Farapont thundered. "Nowadays people are destroying the Holy Creed. That departed elder, that holy man of yours," he said, turning to the throng and pointing to the Kohen, "rejected the devils. He used to give folk purgatives to keep the devils away. So now they've bred and multiplied among you like spiders in the corners. And even he himself has gone and stunk the place out. In this we see a great sign from the Lord." Now this was something that had actually taken place during the lifetime of Father Zosima. A certain one of the brethren had begun to dream, and ultimately to see waking visions of the unclean force. When in the greatest terror he had revealed this to the elder, the latter had counseled him to observe ceaseless prayer and increased fasting. But when not even this had proved to be of any help, he had counseled him, while still maintaining his fasting and his prayers, to take a certain medicine. Many at the time had been tempted by this and had spoken of it among themselves, nodding their heads, most of all Father Farapont, to whom a few of the revilers had instantly hurried in order to communicate to him this unusual disposition of the elder in so singular a case. "Go hence, father," Father Paisy enunciated peremptorily. "It is not for men to judge, but God. It may well be that we see here a sign of a kind which neither you, nor I, nor anyone is able to comprehend. Go hence, father, and do not disturb the flock," he repeated meaningfully. He didn't observe the fasts according to the rank of his habit, and that's why the sign has arrived. It's plain to see, and it's a sin to try to cover it up, the wild zealot said, refusing to be quietened, and because of his fervor losing his self-control beyond all reason. He had a weakness for sweets, he did. The ladies used to bring them to him in their pockets. He indulged in tea drinking, he made sacrifice to his belly, filling it with sweet things, and his mind with highfalutin thoughts. That is why he has suffered disgrace. "Frivolous are your words, O father," said Father Paisy, also raising his voice. "I admire your fasting and your life of a podvisnik, but frivolous are your words, which are like those of a youth in the secular world, inconstant and immature of mind. Go hence, O father, I command you," Father Paisy thundered in conclusion. "All right then, I'll go hence," said Father Ferapont, as though with a slight loss of countenance, but not abandoning his bitter tirade. "You learned lot. Because you're so clever you have exalted yourselves above my insignificance. I couldn't hardly read nor write when first I trod hither, and in my time here I've forgotten what I did know, for the Lord God himself has protected me, his little one, from your great wisdom." Father Paisy stood over him, waiting with firmness. Father Ferapont was silent for a moment and then suddenly, growing sad and putting his right hand to his cheek, pronounced in a voice that rose and fell lamentingly, while gazing at the kohen of the elder. "Tomorrow they will sing the helper and protector over him, a glorious canon, but over me, when I have breathed my last, all they will sing is, 'What earthly sweetness, a little stachyra,' 12*, he said tearfully and with vexation. "You have grown conceited and have exalted yourselves, empty is this place," he howled suddenly like a madman, and, with a gesture of his arm, quickly turned away and quickly made his passage down the steps to the foot of the porch. The throng that was waiting below appeared to hesitate, some immediately departed in his wake, but others were slower to do so, for the entrance to the cell was still unbarred, and Father Paisy, who had followed Father Ferapont out onto the porch, stood there observing. But the old man with his loss of self-control had not yet quite finished. Having gone some 20 yards, he suddenly turned towards the setting sun, uplifted both his arms and, as though someone had mown him down, toppled to the earth with a most formidable shriek. During the carrying out of the body, from the cell to the church and after the funeral service from the church to the cemetery, of a monk or schemonac the stickery "What earthly sweetness" are sung. If, on the other hand, the sleeper was a hieroschemonac, the canon, the helper and protector, is sung instead. Dostoevsky's note. My Lord hath vanquished. Christ hath vanquished at the going down of the sun, he trumpeted violently, uplifting his arms to the sun, and, falling prone to the earth, began to sob out loud, like a small child, shaking all over with his tears and stretching out his arms across the ground. At that point they all rushed towards him, loud exclamations were heard, and answering sobs. Some kind of frenzy had gripped them all. There is the Holy One! There is the Righteous One, cries resounded, without trepidation now. There is the one who ought to be elder, others added with malice. He doesn't want to be an elder. He himself would refuse. He doesn't want any part in all that accursed newfangled business. He doesn't want to imitate their tomfooleries, other voices at once caught up, and it is difficult to imagine what it might have come to if at precisely that moment the bell had not begun to toll, summoning them to divine service. They all suddenly began to cross themselves. Father Ferapont, too, got up again and, protecting himself with the sign of the cross, went back to his cell without looking round, continuing to exclaim all the while, though now something quite incoherent. Some monks trickled after him, but they were few in number, and the majority began to go their separate ways, hurrying to service. Father Paisy handed over the reading to Father Iosif and went down the steps. The frenzied shriekings of zealots could not make him waver, but his heart was suddenly saddened and anguished by something peculiar, and he felt this. He paused, and suddenly asked himself, whence this sadness of mine, even unto loss of spirit? And with astonishment perceived at once that this sadness of his evidently proceeded from a most minor and particular cause. The fact was that among the other agitated brethren in the multitude that had been thronging just then outside the entrance to the cell, he had spotted Alyosha, and he remembered that, having caught sight of him, he had at once felt within his heart what almost amounted to a sensation of pain. "Does that young fellow really mean so much to my heart now?" he suddenly inquired of himself with wonderment. And then just at that moment Alyosha walked past him, as though he were hurrying off somewhere, but not in the direction of the church. Their gazes met. Alyosha quickly averted his eyes, looking down at the ground, and from his appearance alone Father Paisy surmised what a powerful alteration was occurring within him at that moment. "Or have you also succumbed to temptation?" Father Paisy suddenly exclaimed. "Are you really one of the skeptics, too?" he added sorrowfully. Alyosha paused and gave Father Paisy an indeterminate glance, but then quickly averted his eyes again and again looked down at the ground. He stood, moreover, sideways and did not turn to face his questioner. Father Paisy observed him attentively. "Where are you hurrying off to?" he said again. "They are ringing the church bells for the service." But Alyosha again made no reply. "You're not leaving the hermitage, are you? Without asking permission, and without taking blessing?" Alyosha suddenly gave a crooked smile, looked up very strangely at the inquiring father, the one to whom he had been entrusted by his former guide, the former lord of his heart and intellect, his beloved elder, as the latter had lain dying, and suddenly, still as before without answer, but with a wave of his arm, as though he had not even any concern for proper deference, with swift steps walked towards the exit gates and out of the hermitage. "You will be back again," Father Paisy whispered, watching him go in sorrowful surprise. 2. The right moment. Father Paisy had, of course, not been mistaken in deciding that his dear boy would be back again, and had even possibly, if not completely, then at least with a certain intuitive perspicacity, divined in its true significance the mood of Alyosha's soul. Nonetheless, I openly admit that I myself should find it difficult now to convey clearly the exact significance of this strange and ill-determined moment in the life of my so beloved and still so youthful hero. To the sorrowful question directed by Father Paisy at Alyosha, "Or are you one of the skeptics, too?" I could, of course, reply for Alyosha with firmness, "No, he is not." Not only that, but what was at work here was something quite the opposite. All his embarrassment proceeded from the circumstance that his faith was so strong. But embarrassment there was, it proceeded nonetheless, and was so tormenting that even subsequently, long after, Alyosha considered this sorrowful day one of the most distressing and fateful of his life. Were I, on the other hand, to be asked directly, did all this anguish and unease proceed in him solely because the body of his elder, instead of at once beginning to exert a healing influence, became subject, on the contrary, to an early putrefaction, I should answer straight away, yes, it really was so. I would merely ask the reader not to be too hasty in laughing at my youth's pure heart. Not only do I myself not intend to ask forgiveness for him or to excuse and justify his simple faith on the grounds of his youthful age, for example, or his lack of advancement in the studies he had undertaken hitherto, etc., etc., but shall even do the opposite, and firmly declare that I feel a sincere respect for the nature of his heart. Without doubt, another youth, one who greeted the heart's impressions cautiously, already knowing how to love not with heat, but only warmth, with a mind which though sure was too reasonable for his age, and therefore too cheap, such a youth, I say, would have steered clear of what happened to my youth, but in certain instances it is, undeniably, more worthy of respect to give oneself up to an enthusiasm, even though it be an irrational one, which none the less proceeds from a great love, than not to give oneself up to it at all. And in one's young years all the more so, for a youth who is always reasonable is not to be relied upon and too cheap is his price, that is my opinion. Ah yes, but, people of discretion will exclaim, perhaps, it is impossible for every youth to believe in a prejudice of that kind, and your youth is no rule for the others to follow. To that I will reply again, yes, my youth believed sacredly and inviolably, but even so I shall not ask forgiveness for him. You see, though I announced above, and, possibly, in too much haste, that I did not intend to explain myself, excuse myself, or justify my hero, I perceive that it is none the less incumbent upon me to clarify one or two things in order that the further development of the tale be understood. This is what I will say: miracles are not involved here. There was no expectation here of miracles, frivolous in its impatience. And not for the triumph of any convictions did Alyosha require miracles at the time, of that there was none whatsoever, nor for the sake of some previously acquired, preconceived idea, which might quickly have triumphed over another. Oh no, not at all. In all this, before anything else, first and foremost, there stood before him a person, alone and no other, the person of his beloved elder, of the righteous one whom he had revered to the point of worship. The fact was that all the love for all creatures and all things which had concealed itself within his pure, young heart, both at that time and throughout the whole preceding year, seemed to have focused itself entirely, and possibly incorrectly, on one being alone, in the most powerful transports of his heart, at any rate, on his beloved elder, now departed. To be sure, so long had this being stood before him as an unquestioned ideal that all his youthful energies and all their striving could not fail to be directed exclusively towards that ideal, and at moments even to the point where he forgot all creatures and all things. He himself remembered subsequently that upon that grief-laden day he had completely forgotten about brother Dmitri, concerning whom the day before he had experienced such anguish and concern. He had also forgotten to take Ilyasheka's father the 200 rubles, a thing he had also passionately determined to do the day before. But there again, it was not miracles he required but merely higher justice which had, according to his lights, been infringed and by which so cruelly and suddenly his heart had been wounded. And what of it if that justice had, in Alyosha's expectations, by the very course events had taken, assumed the form of miracles that might be imminently anticipated from the earthly remains of his former worshipped guide and leader? After all, everyone in the monastery had thoughts and expectations of that kind, even those before whose intellect Alyosha bowed, Father Paisy himself, for example, and so Alyosha, not troubling himself with any doubts, molded his dreams too in the same form as that which all the others did. In any case, this had already been established in his heart by a whole year of monastery life, and his heart had already acquired a habit of such expectation. But justice did he thirst for, justice, and not simply miracles. And now here was the one who should have been, according to his hopes, exalted higher than anyone else in the whole world. Here was that same one, instead of being crowned with the glory that befitted him, suddenly overthrown and disgraced. For what? Who had passed judgment on him? Who was capable of being such an arbiter? These were the questions that instantly exhausted his untried, virgin heart. He could not without a sense of personal outrage, of embittered and deep-seated animosity, even, face the fact that the most righteous of righteous ones had been delivered up to the mocking and malicious jeers of such a frivolous multitude, so clearly his inferiors. Nay, had there been no miracles at all, had there been manifested nothing miraculous nor any of the expectations been fulfilled, that he could have tolerated, but why had there come into being this defamation, this disgrace, this swift putrefaction which had got ahead of nature, as the more malicious of the brethren like to say? Why this sign, which they were now in the process of interpreting together with Father Farapont, and whence did they even derive the right to so interpret it? For where was Providence and its finger? Why had it concealed its finger at the most essential moment, so Alyosha thought, almost as if it itself wished to subordinate itself to blind, dumb and merciless natural laws? This was the reason why Alyosha's heart so oozed with blood, and that of course, as I have already said, there stood before him now the person whom he loved more than all in the world, and yet that person had been disgraced, had been defamed. Well, may it be that this grumble of my youth was a frivolous and unreflecting one, but again, for a third time, I repeat, and concede in advance that I also may be frivolous in doing so. I am glad that my youth did not prove himself so very reasonable at such a moment, for reason will always have its day in a man who was not stupid, and if at such an exceptional moment no love appears in the heart of a youth, then when will it ever arrive? I do not intend, however, to pass over in silence on this occasion a certain other strange phenomenon, which though only momentarily, nonetheless manifested itself within his mind at this fateful and confusing moment for Alyosha. This newly manifested phenomenon and fleeting something consisted of a certain tormenting mental image of the conversation, now untiringly recalled by him, he had had the day before with Brother Ivan. Oh, it was not that there had within his soul been shaken any of the basic, spontaneous, as it were, religious beliefs. With regard to his God, he loved him and believed in him unshakably, even though he had suddenly begun to grumble against him. All the same, however, a kind of clouded, but tormenting and malicious, image retained from the memory of yesterday's conversation with Brother Ivan now suddenly began to stir again within his soul, begging with ever-increasing intensity to emerge upon its surface. When darkness had begun to fall in earnest, Rakitin, who had been walking through the pine woods from the hermitage to the monastery, suddenly spotted Alyosha, who was lying under a tree with his face to the ground, motionless and as if he were asleep. Rakitin went over to him and called his name. "What, is it you, Alexei? I say, have you really?" He began to get out, astonished, but stopped without finishing his sentence. He had intended to say, "Have you really come to this?" Alyosha did not give him a glance, but by a certain movement he made Rakitin at once realize that he could hear and understand. "But what is wrong with you?" he continued in astonishment, but it was an astonishment that had begun to yield upon his features to a smile that acquired an ever more mocking expression. "Listen, I've been looking for you for more than 2 hours now. You suddenly vanished from over there. But what are you doing here? What holy nonsense are you up to now? I say, you might at least look at me." Alyosha lifted his head and sat up, leaning his back against the tree. He was not crying, but his features displayed suffering, and irritation was visible in his gaze. He was looking, though, not at Rakitin, but somewhere to the side. "You know, your face has completely changed. There's none of that notorious meekness of yours in it that there usually is. Have you lost your temper with someone, eh? Has someone offended you? Oh, give it a rest, will you?" Alyosha got out suddenly, still as before looking past him and making a weary gesture with his arm. "Aha, so that's the way we are. We've started to raise our voice just like other mortals. And from one who used to be an angel, too. Well, my dear Alyosha, you have astonished me, do you know that? I speak in all sincerity. It's a long time since anything astonished me in this place. I mean to say, I always thought you were a man of progressive education." At last Alyosha looked at him, but somehow distractedly, as though he were still taking in little of what Rakitin said. "Is all this really just because your old fellow's gone and stunk the place out? Did you really seriously believe that he'd start pulling off miracles?" Rakitin exclaimed, once more passing into a state of the most sincere amazement. I believe, and I intend to go on believing, so what more do you want?" Alyosha trumpeted irritably. "Nothing, dear chap, nothing whatsoever. Ugh, the devil, why, not even a 13-year-old schoolboy would believe that nowadays. But anyway, the devil. So you've gone and got angry at your God now, have you? You've gone and mutinied against him. He's passed your elder over for promotion, hasn't given him a medal for the big day. Oh, you poor sod." Alyosha looked at Rakitin for a long time, his eyes screwed up in a peculiar kind of way, and in his eyes something suddenly sparked. But it was not animosity towards Rakitin. "I'm not mutinying against my God, I simply do not accept his world," Alyosha said suddenly with a crooked and ironic smile. What do you mean, you don't accept his world? Rakitin said, having reflected the merest iota on his reply. What balderdash is this? Alyosha made no reply. Well, that's enough nonsense, now let's get down to business. Have you eaten anything today? I can't remember. Yes, I think so. Judging by the way you look, I'd say you need to fortify your energies. I mean to say, one feels sorry for you just at the sight of you. Why, you didn't even get any sleep last night, I heard, you had a meeting there. And then all that fussing and musing afterwards. I bet all you had to chew was a bit of the antidoron. Point one. I've got a piece of sausage in my pocket. I took it along with me from the town today just in case, when I was setting off for here, only I have a feeling sausage is something you won't. Let me have some sausage. Aha! So that's the way you are. So it's a real mutiny, with barricades and all. Well, brother, we can't let slip a chance like this. Come on, let's go to my place. I wouldn't mind downing a drop or two of vodka there, I'm dead beat. I suppose you wouldn't agree to having some vodka, or would you? Let me have vodka, too. There we are. Wonderful, brother. Rakitin said, his eyes staring wildly. Well, whether it's the one or the other, vodka or sausage, this is an incredible, fantastic opportunity, and we're not going to miss it for the world. Come on. Without saying anything, Alyosha got up off the ground and set off after Rakitin. If that brother Vanechka of yours could see this, how he'd be amazed. Oh, incidentally, your fine brother Ivan Fyodorovich went rolling off to Moscow this morning, did you know that? Yes, I know, Alyosha mouthed indifferently, and suddenly there fleeted through his mind the image of his brother Dmitri, but it was only a fleeting image, and though it reminded him of something, some urgent matter which would not brook an instant's delay, some kind of duty or fearsome obligation, this memory had no effect on him, did not attain his heart, in that same split second flew out of his memory and was forgotten. But Alyosha remembered it long after. That fine brother of yours Vanechka once pronounced concerning me that I was an ungifted liberal lump. And you yourself on one nice little occasion also could not restrain yourself and gave me to understand that I was dishonorable. So be it. Anyway, now I'm going to take a look at your giftedness and honorability, Rakitin concluded to himself, in a whisper now. Oh, confound it, listen, he said again, loudly. Let's avoid the monastery and follow this path straight to the town. H.M. Actually, I ought to drop in and see Mrs. Koplikova, too. Imagine, I wrote her a line or two about all that had happened and, just fancy, she replied to me instantly with a note, in pencil, that lady's inordinately fond of writing notes, in which she said that never would I have expected from such a venerable elder as Father Zosima an action like that. She really did use that word, action. She also lost her temper, you see. Oh, I don't know what to make of you all. Wait, he exclaimed again, suddenly stood still and, catching hold of Alyosha by the shoulder, made him stand still too. You know, Alyosha, my lad, he said looking inquisitively into his eyes, completely under the influence of a new thought which had suddenly illuminated him, and, though outwardly he was laughing, it was plain that he felt afraid to utter aloud this new, sudden thought of his, so little was he able to believe in this wondrous and totally unexpected mood in which he now beheld Alyosha. Alyosha, my lad, do you know where the best place for us to go now would be? He got out at last, timidly and fawningly. It's all the same to me, wherever you like. Then let's go and see Grushenka, shall we, eh? Will you come? Spake the good Rakitin, positively trembling all over with timid expectation. Yes, all right, let's, Alyosha replied calmly and at once, and so unexpected was this to Rakitin, such swift and calm consent, that is to say, that he very nearly leapt out of his skin. W.L. I never, he began to exclaim in amazement, but then suddenly, firmly grasping Alyosha by the arm, quickly drew him off along the path, still dreadfully apprehensive that Alyosha might lose his determination. They walked in silence, for Rakitin was afraid even to open his mouth. "And how pleased she'll be, how pleased she'll be," he started to mutter, but again trailed away. For it was not at all for the sake of Grushenka's satisfaction that he was dragging Alyosha off to see her. He was a serious man and never undertook anything unless it held some advantageous purpose for himself. His purpose now was twofold: in the first instance, a vengeful one, that is to say, to see the disgrace off a righteous man and Alyosha's probable fall from saint to sinner, which he had already been savoring in advance, and in the second instance, he had in mind a certain material purpose, thoroughly advantageous to him, of which we shall speak in what follows. "So the right moment has arrived," he thought to himself gaily and full of malice. "Very well, we shall grab it by the collar, this moment, for it couldn't have come at a better time." 3. The Onion. Grushenka lived in the most animated quarter of the town, near Cathedral Square, in the house of the merchant's widow Morozova, from whom she rented a small wooden outbuilding in the yard. Morozova's house, on the other hand, was large, constructed of stone, two-storied, old and very unprepossessing to the eye. In it, secluded from the world, lived the owner herself, an old woman, with her two nieces, who were also spinsters of most advanced years. She did not need to let her outbuilding in the yard, but it was common knowledge that she had admitted Grushenka as a tenant, some 4 years earlier, solely in order to gratify the wishes of a kinsman of hers, the merchant Samsonov, Grushenka's openly avowed protector. It was said that the jealous old man, in accommodating his favorite in the home of Morozova, had originally had in mind the old woman's vigilant eye, which might have been expected to keep a close watch on the behavior of her new lodger. But the vigilant eye soon turned out to be unnecessary, and the upshot of it was that Morozova seldom even met Grushenka and in the end did not importune her with any surveillance whatsoever. To be sure, 4 years had now passed since the day the old man had brought from the provincial capital into this house an 18-year-old girl, timid, shy, thin, slender, broody and sad, and since that day much water had flowed under the bridge. The biography of this girl was unfamiliar to most people in our town, and what was known of it was inconsistent and confusing. More had not been discovered even of late, and this at a time when very many people had started to show an interest in the raving beauty Agrafena Alexandrovna had turned into over the space of 4 years. It was rumored, though only rumored, that as a mere child of 17 she had been deceived by some Osair or other, who had thereupon instantly abandoned her. The Osair was supposed to have gone away and got married somewhere, while Grushenka had been left in poverty and disgrace. As a matter of fact, it was said that although Grushenka had indeed been rescued from poverty by her aged protector, she came of a decent family and apparently had her origins among the priesthood, being the daughter of some supernumerary deacon, or something of that kind. And lo, within the space of 4 years there had emerged from the sensitive, deceived and pathetic little orphan a rounded and rubicund Russian beauty, a woman of bold and decisive character, proud and unblushing, who knew a thing or two about money, an acquirer, tight-fisted and careful, who by hook or by crook had already succeeded, as was said of her, in knocking together her own bit of capital. Of one thing only were all convinced, that access to Grushenka was deculped and that, apart from her aged protector, there was not a man who in all those 4 years had yet been able to boast of her good graces. This was a firmly established fact, because to the acquisition of those good graces there had leapt forth a not inconsiderable number of volunteers, particularly during the past 2 months. But all attempts had proved to be in vain, and certain of the seekers had been compelled to beat a retreat in a manner that was even comic and shameful, thanks to a firm and mocking rebuff on the part of the spirited young lady. They also knew, in addition, that the young lady, particularly during the past year, had embarked upon what is called Geschäft 1 and that in this respect she had proved herself to have exceptional abilities, so that in the end many dubbed her a regular Jewess. Not that she ever lent money on interest, but it was known, for example, that as an associate of Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov she really had for a time engaged in the buying up of promissory notes for next to nothing, 10 kopecks to a ruble, subsequently receiving on certain of those promissory notes a rate of a ruble to 10 kopecks. The ill Samsonov, who in the course of the past year had lost the use of his swollen legs, a widower, the tyrant of his grown-up sons, a big shot with hundreds of thousands tucked away, tight-fisted and implacable, had fallen, alas, under the powerful influence of his protege, whom at first he had ruled with a rod of iron and had treated like dirt, on Lenten oil, as the scoffers used to say aftime. But Grushenka had succeeded in achieving her emancipation, not, however, without inspiring in him a limitless confidence regarding her fidelity. This old man, a smart dealer in the grand style, but now long since a corpse, was also of remarkable character, meaning principally that he was miserly and hard as flint, and though Grushenka had affected him deeply, so that he was unable to live without her, for the last 2 years, for example, this had been the case, he nonetheless did not allot her any large, significant amount of capital, and even had she threatened to abandon him altogether, even then would he have remained implacable. But he did, on the other hand, allot her a small amount of capital, and when this was discovered it, too, became a pretext of wonderment for everyone. "You're a lass who knows what's what," he told her as he allotted her some 8,000 rubles, "so be the boss of your own show, but also be aware that, apart from your annual maintenance allowance which you will continue to draw as before, until my death you will receive nothing more from me, and not even in my will shall I allot you any more." And indeed he kept his word, died and left everything to his sons, whom all his life he had kept around him more or less like servants, with their wives and children, and in his will he did not even mention Grushenka at all. All this later became known. On the other hand, with his advice on how to be the boss of one's own show with the aid of one's own capital, he helped Grushenka not a little and explained to her the workings of business. When Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, who had originally come into contact with Grushenka in connection with a certain fortuitous piece of geschäft, ended quite unexpectedly to himself by falling blindly, even madly, in love with her, old Samsonov, who already had one foot in the grave, poked savage fun. It is worthy of note that throughout the entire period of their acquaintance Grushenka was completely and even cordially frank with her aged protector, and he, it appears, was the only person in the world to whom she accorded such treatment. Of very recent date, when Dmitri Fyodorovich, too, had suddenly appeared with his enamorment, the old man had stopped laughing. On the contrary, one day he earnestly and sternly counseled Grushenka, "If you must choose between the two of them, the father and the son, then choose the father, but see to it that the old scoundrel marries you without fail and bequeaths you a decent sum of capital in advance. But don't hobnob with that captain, there's no point in it." Such were the actual words addressed to Grushenka by the old lecher, who already had a premonition that his death was near and did indeed, 5 months after delivering this advice, pass away. I shall additionally and cursorily observe that even though many people in our town knew about the preposterous and abnormal rivalry of the Karamazovs, father and son, the object of which was Grushenka, the true implications of her attitude to them both, the old man and his son, were understood by few at the time. Even Grushenka's 2 female servants, after the catastrophe, an account of which is yet to follow, had subsequently testified in court that Dmitri Fyodorovich had been received by Grushenka out of sheer terror, because it appeared he had threatened to kill her. Female servants she had too, one very aged, infirm and nearly deaf cook who dated from her family years at home, and the aged cook's granddaughter, a pert young girl of about 20 who was Grushenka's housemaid. But Grushenka lived very sparingly and in surroundings that were altogether modest. There were in her outbuilding only 3 rooms, which had been furnished by her landlady with ancient mahogany furniture in the style of the 1820s. When Rakitin and Alyosha went in to see her it was already deep twilight, but the rooms had not yet been lit. Grushenka herself lay in her sitting room on her large, ungainly sofa with its back of red mahogany, hard and upholstered in leather that had long since worn away and gathered holes. Under her head she had the 2 white down pillows from her bed. She was lying supine, stretched out motionlessly, both arms placed together behind her head. She was dressed up, as though she were expecting someone, in a black silk dress and a thin lace nikolka, too, which thoroughly suited her. Over her shoulders was thrown a lace scarf that was pinned in place with a massive gold brooch. She was indeed waiting for someone, lay almost in anguish and impatience, her face slightly pale, with hot lips and eyes, as she tapped the tip of her right foot impatiently against the sofa's arm. No sooner did Rakitin and Alyosha appear than there occurred a minor commotion. From the hallway Grushenka could be heard quickly leaping up from the sofa and exclaiming in a frightened voice, "Who is it?" But the visitors were met by the housemaid, who at once responded to her mistress. "It's not him, miss, it's some others, they're all right." "What on earth's the matter with her?" Rakitin muttered, as he led Alyosha by the arm into the sitting room. Grushenka stood by her sofa, apparently still in a state of fright. A thick strand of the dark chestnut braid in which her hair was set suddenly escaped from under the Nikolka and fell onto her right shoulder, but she did not notice and did not set it right until she had given her visitors a close look, and saw who they were. "Oh, it's you, Rakitka. What a fright you gave me. Who are you with? Who's this you've got with you? Merciful Lord, look who you've brought," she exclaimed, having discerned Alyosha. "Why don't you tell them to bring in some candles?" Rakitin said with the free and easy air of a most intimate acquaintance and close companion, who even had the right to give orders in the house. "Candles, oh yes, of course, candles. Fenya, get him a candle." "Well, you've picked a moment to bring him," she exclaimed again, nodding at Alyosha, and, turning towards the mirror, quickly began to reset her braid. She did not seem exactly pleased. "Done something wrong, have I?" asked Rakitin, in an instant almost taking offense. "You gave me a fright, Rakitka, that's what," Grushenka said, turning to Alyosha with a smile. "Now don't you be afraid of me, Alyosha, my young dove, I'm fair delighted to see you, my unexpected guest. But Rakitka, you did give me a fright, for I thought Mitya had forced his way in. You see, I pulled the wool over his eyes a bit earlier and made him swear on his word of honor to believe me, but I told him lies. I told him I was going to see Kuzma Kuzmich, my old man, and that I was going to sit up counting money with him until late at night. I go to him every week, you see, and we spend the whole evening doing the accounts. We lock the door, he clicks away on the abacus, and I sit entering it in the books. There's no one else he trusts. Mitya thinks I'm there, but I've shut myself up here at home, sitting here waiting for a message. How could Fenya have let you in? Fenya, Fenya. Run down to the front gate, open it and take a look round and see if the captain is anywhere about. He may be hiding and watching in secret, I'm terribly frightened." "There isn't anyone there, Agrafena Alexandrovna. I went down and had a look round just now, and I go and look through the spy hole every minute, for I'm terrible afeard myself. Make sure the shutters are closed, Fenya, and the curtains ought to be drawn down, like this." She herself drew down the heavy curtains. "For if he sees a light he'll come rushing in. You see, Alyosha, I'm frightened of Mitya, that fine brother of yours, today." Grushenka spoke loudly, and though she was anxious she seemed to be in a state that almost approached ecstasy. "Why are you so afraid of Mitya today?" Rakitin wanted Takhno. "You never seem shy with him, he dances to your pipe." "I tell you, I'm waiting for a message, a certain little golden message, that will make dear Mitya quite unnecessary now. And anyway, he didn't believe me when I told him I was going to see Kuzma Kuzmich, I can feel that. He's probably over there at home in the back of Fyodor Pavlovich's orchard, waiting to see if I'll come. And if he has settled down there, that means he won't come here, so much the better. And yet I really did go down and see Kuzma Kuzmich. Mitya went with me. I told him I'd be there until midnight and that he was to come and take me home at midnight without fail. He left. I stayed at the old man's place for about 10 minutes and then came back here again. Oh, how frightened I was, I ran all the way in case I bumped into him." "And what have you got yourself all dressed up for like this? What's this curious thing you're wearing on your head?" "You're the one who's curious, Rakitin. I tell you, I'm waiting for a certain little message. When it arrives I shall leap up and fly, and that's all you will see of me. That's why I'm all dressed up, so I shall be ready." "And where will you fly to?" "Much knowledge soon makes one old." I mean, just look at you. As pleased as the cat's whiskers. Never before have I seen you like this. You're all decked out as though you were off to a ball, Rakuten said, looking her over. Much do you know of balls? Oh, so you know much, do you? I've seen a ball, too. The year before last Kuzma Kuzmich gave his son away in wedlock, and I watched from the gallery. And anyway, Rakitka, why should I stand here talking to you when a prince like this is here? A proper visitor, and no mistake. Alyosha, my young dove, I look at you and don't believe my eyes, merciful Lord, however have you popped up in my place? To tell you the truth, I never thought nor guessed I ought, nor would I ever have believed that you might come here. Even though now's not the right moment, I'm fair delighted to see you. Sit down on the sofa, here, look, that's right, my young moon. Truly, I can't get over it. Oh, Rakitka, if only you'd brought him yesterday or the day before. But even so, I'm still delighted. Perhaps it's even better that it's now, at a moment like this, and not the day before yesterday. She sat down playfully on the sofa next to Alyosha, side by side with him, gazing at him with what could only be described as rapturous admiration. For she really was delighted, and had not been lying when she said this. Her eyes burned, her lips laughed, but did so with good-natured gaiety. Alyosha had not really expected her to have such a kindly expression on her face. Until yesterday he had met her hardly at all, had formed an intimidating notion of her, and had yesterday been so terribly shaken by the malicious and insidious trick she had played on Katerina Ivanovna and so very astonished that now he suddenly saw in her, as it were, a completely different and unexpected creature. And weighed down as he was by his own grief, his eyes none the less involuntarily paused on her with attention. All her manners seemed also to have changed since yesterday, altogether for the better. The sugary tone of her delivery was almost entirely absent now, as were those pampered and mannered movements. All was now simple, simple-souled, her movements were swift, direct, trustful, but she was very excited. Merciful Lord, such things are coming to pass today, to be sure, she started to babble again. I don't even know why I am so delighted to see you, Alyosha. You may ask me, but I don't know. Well, if you don't know, what are you delighted for? Rakuten asked with an ironic smile. Before you were always going on at me, bring him, you must have had some aim in mind. Oh, before I had a different aim, but that's all over now, this is not the right moment. I'm going to treat you to something nice, that's what I'm going to do. I'm in a better mood now, Rakitka. But sit down, Rakitka, why are you standing up? Oh, you found a seat for yourself. Trust Rakitushka not to neglect himself. Look, Alyosha, there he is sitting opposite us, and he's taken offense, thinking why didn't I ask him to sit down first, before I asked you? Oh, he's so touchy, that Rakitka of mine, so touchy. Grushenka laughed. Don't lose your temper, Rakitka, I'm in a good mood today. But why are you sitting there looking so mopey, Alyosheka? Are you frightened of me? She asked, looking him in the eye with a merry, mocking laugh. He's miserable. There wasn't any promotion, Rakuten said in a deep voice. What promotion? His elder developed a bad smell. What do you mean, a bad smell? Spouting rubbish, that's what you are, trying to say something nasty. Be quiet, fool. Alyosha, let me sit on your knee, like this. And suddenly, within the space of an instant, she leapt up and jumped, laughing, onto his knee like a small, affectionate she-cat, tenderly seizing him around the neck with her right arm. I'll cheer you up, my devout little boy. No, seriously, is it really all right if I sit on your knees like this? You won't get angry? If you tell me to, I shall jump off. Alyosha said nothing. He sat, afraid to move a muscle. He heard her words, if you tell me to, I shall jump off, but did not reply, as though he had frozen. But there was in him nothing of that which might have been expected and which might have been imagined in him now, for example, by Rakitin, who was observing him carnivorously from where he sat. The great grief of his soul was swallowing all the sensations that might have been engendered within his heart, and had he been able in that moment to be fully aware of what was taking place, he himself would have realized that he was now by the strongest armor protected against any kind of seduction or temptation. Even so, in spite of all his confused unawareness of the state of his soul and of all the grief that was weighing him down, he still wondered at a certain new and strange sensation that was in the process of being born within his heart. This woman, this formidable woman, not only did not intimidate him now with the old fear, the fear that formerly had been engendered in him at any thought of womankind, had any such flickered within his soul, but, on the contrary, this woman, whom he had feared more than any, as she sat on his knees and embraced him, suddenly began to arouse in him a quite different, unexpected, and peculiar emotion, a feeling of extraordinary, immense, and most pure-hearted curiosity, and all this now without any fear, without the slightest trace of his former dread. That was what was foremost in his consciousness and what caused him an involuntary sense of surprise. "That's enough of your nonsense, the two of you," Rakitin exclaimed. "Come on, Grushenka, why don't you pour us some champagne? It's your obligation, and you know it." "Indeed it is my obligation. You see, Alyosha, to crown it all, I promised him champagne if he'd bring you here. Roll out the champagne, and I too will drink. Fenya, bring us the champagne, that bottle that Mitya left. Go on, quick, run and get it. And though I may have a tight fist, I shall give you the bottle, not you, Rakitin, you are a toadstool, but he is a prince. And though that is not what fills my soul at this hour, so let it be, I too will drink with you. I feel like a bit of debauchery. But what's this you keep saying about a moment, and what's the message you're waiting for, may one ask, or is that a secret?" Rakitin put in, trying with all his might to pretend that he did not notice the flicks and fillips that flew in his direction constantly. "Oh, it's not a secret, and you yourself know only too well," Grushenka suddenly said worriedly, turning her head towards Rakitin and leaning away a little from Alyosha, though she still continued to sit on his knees with her arm around his neck. "The Osir's coming, Rakitin, my Osir's coming." "So I've heard, but is he really so close?" "He's in Mokroy now, he's sending an estafette 3 here, he told me so in a letter I got earlier today. I'm sitting here waiting for the estafette." "You don't say. Why Mokroy?" "It would take too long to tell you, and in any case you know enough." "I'd like to see Matenka's face now, oh my. Does he know or not?" "He doesn't know anything. Nothing at all. If he did, he'd kill me. But I'm not at all afraid of that now, I'm not afraid of his knife now." "Be quiet, Rakitka, stop reminding me about Dmitri Fyodorovitch, he's fairly brained my heart. In fact, I don't even want to think about that at this moment. Instead I can think about Alyosha. I shall look at Alyosha. I say, you might at least smile a bit at me, my young dove, cheer up, smile at stupid, happy old me." I say, he smiled. "Oh, what a nice look he's giving me. You know, Alyosha, I've kept thinking that you were angry with me about what happened the other day, at the lady's house. I behaved like a she-dog, that's what. Only it's just as well that it happened that way. It was both good and bad at the same time." Grushenka smiled thinly and reflectively all of a sudden, and a small line of cruelty suddenly flickered in her smile. "Mitya said that she shouted, she ought to be whipped. I really put her back up. She invited me there, she wanted to get the better of me, to seduce me with that chocolate of hers. Yes, it's just as well it happened like that." She smiled again, thinly. "But what I'm still afraid of is that you may be angry." "She's telling the truth, you know," Rakitin put in suddenly with serious astonishment. "You see, Alyosha, she really is afraid of you, a little chicken like you." "He may be a little chicken to you, Rakitka, but that's because you've no conscience, that's what. You see, I love him with all my soul, I do, too. Do you believe me, Alyosha? Do you believe that I love you with all my soul? Oh, you shameless girl. Alexei, this is a declaration of love she's making to you. So what? I do love him. And the Oser? And the golden message from Mokroy? That is one thing, but this is another. A woman's reasoning, and no mistake. Now don't you make me cross, Rakitka, Grushenka said, hotly picking up the thread of the argument. That is one thing, but this is another. I love Alyosha differently. It's true, Alyosha, that I had a cunning plan for you before. You see, I'm base and I am wild, yet at certain moments I have looked in you as my conscience, Alyosha. I have thought, my goodness, how a man like that must despise a woman like me. I thought that the other day, too, when I fled back here from the lady's house. I've noticed you for a long time like that, Alyosha, and Mitya knows it, too. I've talked to him about it. And Mitya understands what I mean. Would you believe it, Alyosha, but sometimes, truly, I look at you and feel ashamed, really ashamed of myself. But how it came to be that I began to think of you that way and when it started, I do not know and do not remember. Fenya entered the room and placed a tray on the table, containing an uncorked bottle and 3 glasses already poured. The champagne has arrived. Rakitin exclaimed. Agrafena Alexandrovna, you're all worked up, beside yourself. If you drink a glass you'll start dancing. AACH. They couldn't even do this properly, he added, examining the champagne. The old woman has poured it out in the kitchen, and the bottle has arrived without its cork, and the stuff's warm. Oh well, let's have it all the same. He approached the table, took a glass, drained it in one go and poured himself another. Champagne is something one doesn't come across every day, he said, licking his lips. Right, now, Alyosha, take a glass, let's see what you're made of. What shall we drink to? The gates of paradise? Take a glass, Grusha, you two shall drink to the gates of paradise. What gates of paradise are those? She took a glass. Alyosha took his, drank a mouthful, and put the glass back on the tray. No, I don't think I'd better, he smiled quietly. But you boasted you would. Rakitin exclaimed. Well, if that's how it is, I shan't have any either, Grushenka chimed in. Anyway, I don't feel like it. Rakitka, you can drink the whole bottle on your own. I'll only have some if Alyosha does. The maudlin endearments have begun. Rakitin said, teasing them. And she's sitting on his knees, too. He has, let us assume, a misfortune to contend with, but what have you? He has mutinied against his god, was on the point of wolfing sausage. What did you say? His elder died today, the elder Zosima, the holy man. So the elder Zosima has died. Grushenka exclaimed. Merciful Lord, I did not know. She crossed herself devoutly. Merciful Lord, oh, what am I doing, sitting on his knees at a time like this, she said suddenly, jerking upright as in panic, and in an instant leapt from his knees and transferred herself to the sofa. Alyosha gave her a long look of astonishment and something in his face seemed to light up. Rakitin, he said all of a sudden, loudly and firmly, do not tease me about mutinying against my god. I don't want to feel any rancor towards you, and so please try to be more kind. I have lost a treasure such as you have never possessed, and you cannot judge me now. You would do better to look over here, at her. Did you see how she spared me? I came here in order to find an evil soul, that was why I was so drawn to come here, because I was feeling base and evil-tempered, and instead I found a sincere sister, I found a treasure, a loving soul. She spared me just now. Agrafena Alexandrovna, it is you I am talking about. You have just resurrected my soul. Alyosha's lips